Καλημέρα σας. Good morning. Ξεκινάμε τη δεύτερη μέρα του συνεδρίου. We begin with the second day of the Regional Growth Conference 2021. Sustainable funding and investments, priorities, European policies. We have an all-star game in this first morning panel. We have a panel of world leaders in sustainable development, Mr. Philip Owen, Head of Unit in DG Climate Action of the European Commission, Ms. Phoebe Koudouri, world-known professor of environmental and economic science and world leader in sustainable development, Mr. Ketan Patel, co-founder and CEO, Greater Pacific Capital. He has an astonishing over a 30-year career in industry, advisory, investment, banking, and investment. Mr. Professor Nikitas Pittis, Chief Economist of Asset-Wise Capital Management, belongs to the 8% of top European economists. And Ms. Deborah Rivoltella, Chief Economist, European Investment Bank, Chief of 40 Economists. And we start this morning's session with Mr. Philip Owen, the Head of Unit in DG Climate Action. Mr. Owen, after an economic crisis, an ongoing climate and environmental crisis, and a global pandemic, what are the next steps of action? Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, moderator. And thank you so much for this invitation to your regional growth conference this morning. I'd like to start off, before answering your question, a little bit more broadly with a bit of an overview of the current European policies and priorities when it comes to sustainable funding and investment. You know, as people are aware, sustainable finance has grown in importance in recent years. It's a huge growth industry in itself. And I think the Commission captured this growth and this idea back in 2018 with their Sustainable Finance Action Plan. And this really focused on three key issues. Firstly, the need to reorient capital flows towards sustainable investment in order to achieve sustainable and inclusive growth. Secondly, and I think very important in my mind, to manage the financial risks stemming from climate change, resource depletion, environmental degradation, and social issues. And thirdly, really to change people's thinking to foster transparency in financial markets and to introduce long-termism into our financial and economic activities. You know, this action plan has been followed up. There's a number of pieces of legislation which have been adopted. For example, there's legislation linked to benchmarks, stock market benchmarks linked to the Paris Agreement. There's rules on climate-related financial disclosure. Investors are asked about the sustainability preferences and many others. And of course, the key part of this has been the taxonomy regulation. A lot of debate in recent months, but the Commission has gone on to define what is sustainable investment from a climate mitigation and climate adaptation point of view. It's much talked about. The Commission adopted this on the 21st of April, and we're still in a scrutiny process. But you know, my real question: what is the purpose of all these policies and legal acts? Well, back at the end of 2019, the Commission adopted the European Green Deal, and this is the sustainable growth strategy of the European Union. The COVID crisis has not changed this ambition. We need to build for a better future. We need to take advantage of today's available public monies and use them to leverage and de-risk private finance to invest in today's economy for tomorrow's children. The Green Deal remains the top priority for the Commission and the Union. We need to achieve our ambitious climate goals while fostering sustainable growth, which will require the joint efforts of industry, financial markets, policymakers, and citizens. Because becoming climate neutral in the longer run and achieving the EU's international climate targets requires tremendous additional investments and mobilizing of finance for these investments. We need to make the transformation to a greener, more sustainable economy, which is also a great business opportunity for all European companies. The Union is therefore taking decisive action to encourage sustainable investment, notably by the private sector, and finance from a variety of investors and capital markets. In September last year, we published our communication on stepping up the climate ambition to show how a 55% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 could be achieved. It also very specifically identified the need for the EU to invest an additional 350 billion per annum in this decade from 2021 to 2030 than it had done in the previous decade. And this money can't be sourced from the public sector, it must come from the private sector. And that is why we have sustainable finance initiatives to guide private investment towards a green recovery. The taxonomy, EU green bond standard, and climate benchmarks legislation, which I've already mentioned, are the essential tools to bring finance closer to the real economy. In addition to the package of legislation which we're putting together now to actually make the Fit for 55 work, so reforming the ETS, land use legislation, vehicle legislation, etc., we also want capital markets to be ready for this transition. They must be resilient. We must avoid shocks. And this is why, again, we're coming back to looking again to our strategy for sustainable finance. We did a consultation last year, 650 responses. And this really demonstrated expectations were high from companies, citizens, and also financial institutions. And clearly this new strategy needs to strengthen the foundations for sustainable investment. It also needs to increase opportunities for our citizens, our institutions, and companies to have a positive impact on sustainability. And thirdly and finally, we really need to integrate our climate and environmental risks into all our decision making. We also realise there has to be an increased social dimension to the strategy. So in conclusion, from my point of view, we must strive to meet the EU's climate goals. Sustainable investment and a green recovery from the COVID crisis are indispensable to prevent massive disruption related to the consequences of climate change and for our economies to benefit from economic and job opportunities. Our aim, to build back better in a manner that is consistent with long-term sustainability, while focusing on green, resilient, and most importantly, not leaving anybody behind, an equitable recovery. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Philip Owen. It's so important not leaving anyone behind, as you said. We will proceed because the time is precious here with Ms. Phoebe Koundouri. She's a well-known professor of environmental and economic science. Ms. Koundouri, my question is the title of the report that you co-authored with Jeffrey Sachs, but with a question mark. Are you confident that we will be able to achieve a green and digital, job-based and inclusive global and national recovery from COVID-19 pandemic? The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Papalexis. Well, I need to be confident and I need to be optimistic because at the moment we have the technology for the sustainability transition, for climate neutrality and climate resilience by 2050. We have the technology because we can achieve decarbonization at low cost, given the amazing technological advancements in solar and wind energy, together with advancements in battery storage and electric vehicles. We don't only have the technology, we also have the policy framework. Mr. Owen has clarified that, and let me quickly summarize it. 2015, we have 193 countries signing the 17 SDGs and the 169 targets. A few months later in Paris, we have the climate agreements. 2019, the European Green Deal with 4 axes: climate neutrality by 2050, clean tech leadership for European companies, cutting pollution and inclusiveness, leave no one behind. And this new growth strategy, as it has already been said, it comes with $1 trillion budget, some of it from the EU budget and some to be leveraged by public-private partnership. And this is the first important point. We need public-private partnerships in order to achieve the transition on time. Public money is not enough. Government money is not enough. Private money needs to be mobilized. And this is something that Ketan Patel will be talking about in a few minutes as well. Then we have the COVID response packages. And in addition to the multi-annual financial framework of more than $1 trillion, we have $750 billion for the recovery to build forward better, I would say. And this, the interesting part of this story is that even after the huge non-linearity that was caused by the COVID, we have the European Green Deal remaining the growth strategy of Europe. We have all investments that are going to be financed by the Recovery and Resilience Plan need to be climate mainstream by 37%, digital mainstream by 20%, and they also need to respect the do no harm principle. And on the 21st of April, we have the climate law committing for the first time in a law the reduction of CO2 emissions and other greenhouse gas emissions by 55% by 2030 and becoming climate neutral by 2050. And this is supported by the EU taxonomy and a huge, hectic effort from the Commission with specifications, with further specifications with regards to the 9 policies that are included in the European Green Deal. Policies such as sustainable industry, sustainable agriculture, sustainable mobility, sustainable climate action, food to fork, and so on. So we have the political framework, and it's been further revised. We have the technology, as I said before, and we also have the money. So we need to build back better. This is a huge opportunity. This is a restart of the economy, and it should happen under the flagship areas of the European investment, which are power up, that is clean technologies, renovate, recharge and refuel, connect, modernize, scale up, reskill and upskill. And this is how these 7 flagship areas give us the structure of our recovery and resilience plan. So in this report that we've published with Jeff Sachs and another and a panel of well-renowned economists, we've showcased how the SDGs, the European Green Deal, the European semester process recommendations, and the recovery and resilience plans connect. Why did we do that? Because it's important for policymakers to have a clear picture of how they can implement the policy framework. The policy framework is hectic, is national, European, and international. So this report connects the dots, shows how the European Green Deal is a mirror image of the SDGs. The SDGs are a priority in the country-specific recommendations. The country-specific recommendations are the basis for the recovery and the resilient plans. So we've put everything together and we've assessed the current state of progress in each and every of the 27 European countries. The result is that there is 72% alignment between the SDGs and the country-specific recommendations of the European semester process that showcase how each country can align the macroeconomic policies with the European average. And in addition to that, we identified the priority policies in each and every country with regards to the policies that are included in the European Green Deal. And the priority policies are environmental friendly food systems, sustainable industry, elimination of pollution, and climate action, without saying that the other 5 policies of the European Green Deal are not important. What is needed now that we have the technology, the money, and the policy framework, what we need is to develop explicit technological pathways, policy pathways, and financial pathways that can support this transition in each and every country, given the characteristics of each and every country. So we need detailed plans exploring all options for decarbonization and their associated costs. We need broad policy frameworks with clear goals, technology roadmaps, regulatory assignments to stakeholders, strong systems of deliberation, public awareness, reporting on outcome, holistic approach, focusing on demand side, and also understanding that the road to climate neutrality will not just come from renewables, but also circular economy, and we have many technological advancements there and nature-based solutions. So I will close by saying that what we need is a systems approach and inter and transdisciplinary systems thinking that can simultaneously address the multiple objectives embedded in the European Green Deal and promote the right mixture of policy instruments and technological solutions that can be used across the various sectors of the economies. With regards to technological roadmaps, the priorities on power is reduce, phase out subsidies to fossil fuels and introduce the optimal mix of renewables. With regards to industry,
Ms.
we
Kuduri,
need to... Okay,
I'm sorry.
will.
If you, we will get back to you with a question because the time is precious. Thank you so much. You connected the dots for us. We'll get back to you. Now we have Mr. Ketan Patel with a breathtaking CV. I go straight to the question. What do you think is the role of capitalism, and the competitiveness for the EU in a sustainable future?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Elias, and thank you very much for inviting me to this very interesting event, a very important event, I think. I think Philip and Phoebe have described the imperative very clearly. And Phoebe, indeed, you've joined all the dots and put all the key issues on the table and some of the key things that have to be pursued. If I step back, I would say that sustainability is the investment megatrend of our time. And the private sector knows that. And it's a critical year, therefore, for the private sector to mobilize and to show that it is ready to apply the capital to the cause. And I think the first quarter would tell you that that's already happening. The largest banks have put in multi-trillion-dollar commitments to the environment, but also hundreds of billions now committed already to social change. And I think there's a huge expectation that the private sector will play the biggest role now going forward over the next decade as we try and achieve the UN SDG goals and create a much more sustainable environment for the world. I think that's not unfounded because the flow of capital, if we analyze the numbers between government and just financial institutions have 90% of the liquid finance that is available to deploy in any year in the world. And so, although there's been a huge emphasis on the member states of the United Nations all galvanizing to push the SDGs into the public mind and into the private sector, and that was very required. It requires the financial institutions in particular, plus major industries now to be galvanized to make the big difference. And the system of capitalism, therefore, really does matter. And with all the criticism of that system, it's truly, I think, a multi-stakeholder system. And so to recognize the priorities have changed. If the consumer stops buying things that are damaging to the world, those things won't be made, and financiers won't finance them. But I don't think we can place the whole burden there, because the financiers, because they have 90% of the capital, have a huge role to play in doing that. What we found in the work that we've done is there is a massive difference between the world in terms of where the progress is happening. So most of the world is actually not acting to mobilize huge amounts of capital from an industrial model of capitalism to one that is much more suitable for an information and sustainable era. So that is true for Asia, including China, most of the Middle East and Africa and Latin America. It's actually the United States and the European Union that are leading the charge in terms of creating an infrastructure that will support information sustainability. But both have very different approaches. One in the EU is setting perhaps some of the best rules in the world for engaging in sustainability. And the other is placing the biggest bets and is used to taking very risky bets. The question I think we have to face if we're inside the EU thinking, how do we lead and how do we participate as a leader in this charge, is to ask ourselves the question, can the rules be enough? And I would argue that the rules can protect, but they're not likely enough to lead to building aggressively and innovating. That requires real risk capital to be deployed in very large sums. And then the question becomes, who will do that? And will they do it as big, as boldly as perhaps the Americans will? I think the player that we should also look out for will be China. They have the largest reserves in the world of financial capital. They have not yet mobilized that towards sustainability, either from the public sector or the private sector, in terms of applying that globally. And when they do, I think that is a positive, and it's also somebody who has the opportunity to be a leader in doing that. The EU, because it is setting the rules of engagement in some ways, if it could couple that with large risk-taking of capital, I think would make the biggest difference. And so from a capital deployment perspective, some of the solutions, I think, would be for the EU to have a blueprint for investment, not just for rules, which the private sector helps to form. And this would need massive game-changing projects on clean energy, new medicines, the next generation computing and technologies, social and internet medias, education, infrastructure, and so on. Also, I think the EU would have to start to grapple with the idea that the SDGs are about survival. As Philip said earlier, the existential threat to the world. If we hit the targets by 2030, as we spoke much about, we need to have already planned for transition. Map needs to be in place already to something else, which means we have to know which energies will really take over, which industrial models, which employment models, education models. And so the EU would need to invest not just tens or hundreds of millions, but probably trillions of dollars to build that. And I think that's the real question on the table. Can the EU do that? And to do that, it would have to think like one of the most powerful blocs in the world in terms of economics and politics and the application of finance. And I think it can do that. It would need to recognize the pandemic is a red line between two civilizations and world models. The industrial one and the future one, which is information and sustainable in terms of its base. Elias, I'll stop there because I know time is short.
Thank you so much, Mr. Patel. It's obvious that we need serious and brave decisions in order to make sustainable development a reality. And we proceed with Professor Nikitas Pittis. He belongs to the 8% of top economists in Europe. My question to you, Mr. Professor, is inflation in the USA ante portas? What does that mean for Europe? are we heading towards a new economic crisis?
Yes, first of all, thank you for the invitation. Let me give a brief answer to your question, and then I will elaborate a bit if I have the time. My answer is that inflation constitutes a clear and present danger for the general investment environment globally, in general, and in Europe in particular. Let me elaborate a bit. The last decade was a decade of extremely easy financial conditions. We witnessed very unusually expansionary monetary policies with very low interest rates, in some cases negative interest rates, nominal interest rates, like in most European countries. Very low risk premia in risky assets, stocks, bonds, and things like that. And these things formed the so-called liquidity paradigm, ample and predictable liquidity in all major financial markets. Now, the critical thing that allowed the establishment of such a paradigm was the low inflation, in some cases, the non-existent inflation at all. That enabled the central banks to forget their dual mandate, which is price stability and employment. And effectively, it made their life easier because now the central banks had only one target to achieve, which is low unemployment rate. Now, in recent months, and partly because of the pandemic and the recovery of the economies and the extremely expansionary fiscal policies followed around the world, we have started witnessing a resurgence of inflation in the US, first and foremost, and more recently in Europe. And now the big question is whether this inflation will prove to be an isolated transitory episode, or it will prove to be a prolonged, persistent process. In the first case, it's going to be a non-event. Nobody will pay any attention to that. In the second case, if inflation proves to be a persistent process, an inflationary process, then this case is going to change radically the liquidity paradigm. Central banks will no longer be able to provide ample and predictable liquidity into the financial markets, and we are going to enter a period of tighter, I don't know how much, but definitely tighter financial conditions. As you may imagine, this will definitely affect the willingness to assume risk in general and to assume risk as far as green investments is concerned in particular. Now, so the question, a very important question for the global economic outlook is the inflation outlook and the reaction of the central banks to the possibility that inflation will prove to be more persistent than is currently anticipated. To mention that the central banks around the world, the Federal Reserve in particular, are trying hard to persuade the markets and the investors that the inflation is going to be transitory, inflation expectations should remain well anchored, and try to convince the people and the public not to be afraid of the inflation numbers that they are witnessing. For example, in the US, inflation is currently more than 4%, a number that we hadn't seen for the last 15 years. And we are witnessing a clear and distinct comeback of inflation in Europe, 2.5% in Germany, more than 2% in the euro area as a whole. So to conclude, the big question, the question that might prove to be a game changer is whether inflation is coming back in a persistent way or inflation that we are witnessing is just a non-significant incident, which is basically the result of the pandemic.
Thank you so much. Let's hope that we avoid the worst-case scenarios. And we proceed with Ms. Deborah Revoltella, Chief Economist in the European Investment Bank. She's in charge of over 40 economists. Ms. Revoltella, the European Investment Bank and the European Investment Fund have the expertise and scale to set direction in deploying equity-type financial instruments complementary to loans and guarantees. Is this something that the EIB will do in the near future?
Thank you very much, and it's really a pleasure to be part of this panel and to come in this discussion following a very interesting intervention from my co-panel participants. And I would like actually to make the link with some element of the discussion that I heard before entering into the specific question that you asked me. And the main point that I have in mind is true. We heard it before. This is the critical decade to accelerate the climate the effort to fight for the climate transitions. And 2020 was supposed to be the year of the climate protection. The EU had committed to be the first climate neutral continent by 2050. Then COVID arrived, and everybody was at the very beginning worried that would mean some change in the direction. But actually what we have seen is the opposite. We have seen that following COVID, there is a very strong joint alignment to use the period of recovery from the COVID crisis into a new stimulus for an alignment of incentives toward the climate angle. And this is I think it's also very similar to what Professor Koduri was if I may, was just saying before. We have seen in a very short period of time all the various elements on the regulatory point of view and on the incentive point of view that are pointing toward creating really a market for this sustainable finance. And this coming from at the European level, on the one side, the taxonomy, but on the other side, the whole work that is happening in terms of aligning fiscal policies in a direction, monetary policy in the other direction, and then the regulatory side and the risk side of the financial sector, where actually is incentivizing firms, bank investors to recognize the risk they face due to climate change, and then slowly this risk will be priced in, so will force the financial sector to transform. So with all this, it's like a 360 program that takes all part of our economy and force everybody to recognize that there is a risk and there are costs related to this climate transition, and they need to be taken into consideration in this moment. Being the European, you were mentioning the European Investment Bank, the European Investment Fund, especially a particular institution, because we are a multi-phased institution. So we are an international institution, number one. We are doing a policy-focused lending, and policy-focused lending also includes a lot of climate action lending, but we are also a bank. And by being a bank, we face the other part of the story, this part that regulation and prudential regulation is forcing us to take into account the risk we have in our portfolio. And we are also an issuer of green bonds. So we have really the whole spectrum of what is important in this phase of the transition. And we as an institution have been quite active since 2016. We have been lending more than 112 billion in financing for the climate action. And by now, some 40% of our lending is actually going to climate action and environmental sustainability.
And as an institution, we committed in this decade, 20 to 30, to facilitate more than 1 trillion investment in climate action and environmental sustainability, to have by 2025, 50% on our lending going to climate action and investment and sustainability. And then to be, the important steps are also to be aligned in our lending to the Paris Agreement, and then stop traditional fossil fuel investment by the end of 2021. And this focus to the alignment to the Paris Agreement is something quite important, because it's very tricky. Only having the taxonomy doesn't mean that you know what to do. You have to understand how does it translate in your own portfolio, and that's quite tricky. We have a group of 400 engineers that are studying what we can do and what we cannot do in terms of lending. And we are going sector by sector in our area of activity, ruling out activities that we cannot continue to do if we are going to be compliant to the Paris Agreement and this concept of do not do additional harm. So we have been reviewing our energy lending policy. We cannot anymore finance a new unlimited fossil fuel. We have to focus on efficiency, on energy efficiency, decarbonization. In some sectors, there is not a major change, but in other sectors, like in airports, we cannot build a new capacity, but we can improve the existing one, particularly on energy efficiency. In building, we have to focus on energy performance. On roads, that's quite important. We have to fix a new way for assuring the long-term sustainability of projects. So that means that we start using enhanced shadow carbon price that is much higher than the actual carbon price, and we test the validity of projects with a scenario of a carbon price that is compatible to the 2050 commitments. That means having a carbon price that are really much, much higher than the current one. So this is a full transformation process on the lending side of the institution that is taking place. I was saying, and I take only 1 minute, this is something that every financial institution has to do now. For us, it's even more important as an international institution. But the other two sides of the story are also important. I think that the transformation that is happening in the financial sector and in the banking sector through regulation is extremely important. By forcing on the regulatory point of view, first of all, companies to report on their exposure to physical and transition risk, you force them to disclose what part of their assets are at risk. And then on the other side, you ask the banks to do the same, and you ask the banks or other financiers to account for this risk. That means that these banks will have at a certain point to price this risk. And when you start pricing the risk, then everything changes because the incentive changes and there is a cost for doing something, for continuing to hold asset in something that is more risky. So through this process, through the process that we see on the regulation side of the financial sector, I think a big chunk of the transformation will also happen because it will influence the return of certain investment and will generate a cost for exposure to certain activities. And I will come back with other elements later, but I think where I wanted to finish is that really the combination of clarity or regulation with the taxonomy on the one side, but also generating incentive on the one side on stimulating lending, if you want, activities through fiscal policy. We see a lot now, European policies as well. monetary policy that is favorable in the direction, but also the full regulatory change. We are creating the perfect storm to make the climate transition possible. And I think it's a very good opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You made clear that the banking sector, and especially the EIB, which is also called the Green Bank, will play a crucial role in this transition to zero emissions economy and society. We will start now our conversation. We'll try to keep our answers to 3 to 4 minutes because it's the first panel and we need to be sharp. Mr. Owen, we start from you again. My question is, what will change in the everyday life of people by the implementation of the European policies, as you described them, and the funding strategies regarding the RRF? What more can or should be done?
A very good question. But, really to explain the recovery and resilience facilities, it's ambitious. It's the first time the European Commission has raised money in the markets through borrowing. So this is already, tapping the private sector, what we're talking about for government spending or European spending, if you like. And I think really the RRF is an unprecedented opportunity. It's really there to speed up the transition. It has a focus on climate, where there should be 37% of the funds committed to climate, and also to the digital transition, where there should be 20% of the funds committed to activities in that area. The total amount is some 672 billion euro, but Greece specifically has requested some 30 billion. 18 billion in grants, so that doesn't have to be repaid, and another 12 billion in loans. And Greece, the restructuring plan in Greece is focused around, obviously, the green and digital transitions, but also focused on employment and skills, and also looking at economic and institutional transformation. It touches on all areas, and what's important for the people, what's important for the citizens is that there's a focus on renovating public and private buildings to improve their energy efficiency. So people will be warmer in winter, cooler in summer, and get lower energy bills. And also something which I think is important is really to stimulate the rollout of broadband services. And, everybody likes the fastest possible internet speeds they can possibly get. So again, something which is very much for the citizens in that respect. So I think, just to build on that, there's obviously quite an infrastructure element of this. And so if we are renovating buildings, if we are rolling out broadband, there's obviously an employment aspect created in that as well. That will create jobs because it's infrastructure spending. Also, if we are going to be remote working and remote sales, again, an impact on small businesses and people because they'll be able to deal with the internet more successfully. And also, finally, and this may seem tedious, but in many countries there are blocks in the system. The services haven't liberalised or whatever. And I think also the fact that the RRF focuses on the liberalisation of services, improving administrative reforms, that also may help people in their daily lives. So plenty of opportunities for citizens. What more can be done? Well, actually convince the people it's necessary. And also convince the people that they have to adapt to these changes, because we do have to adapt to climate change. It is happening around us, droughts, storms. People have to get used to it. We have to think how we can change our consumption patterns to make it better for everybody in the longer run. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Owen, for your insights. We proceed with Ms. Koudouri. Ms. Koudouri, you were a co-author of the Pisaridis report. Could you give us a comment on it? You think that the report is consistent with the recovery and resilience plan of Greece? And I would also like to ask you in what ways research and innovation are crucial for the sustainability transition?
Thank you very much, Mr. Paparlexis, and feel free to interrupt me again because I know I get carried away with my passion about these issues. So I just wanted to make a quick point on the previous speaker. People are so important. I totally agree. So while we have the technology, the money and the policies, we need to really engage people in co-designing the pathways that will allow us to make the change by 2030 and beyond. Now, with regards to the Pisaridis report, this was the 10-year development recovery plan for Greece, commissioned by the Prime Minister and led by the Nobel Prize winner, Chris Pisaridis. And there we've identified that the major issues with the Greek economy are low productivity and introversion, inefficient functioning of public administration and institutions, a significant lag in achieving environmental goals, including climate change and circular economy. Exports of goods, although they have increased in the recent years, they continue to be small, a very small part of the economy. And finally, a major issues with very vulnerable households, which are at the brink of poverty. Our solutions, in a nutshell, are we need to invest in production and investment. We need to dramatically reduce the cost in formal work with a reduction of tax and insurance burden. We need more favorable tax depreciation treatment for investments. We need to invest in energy upgrade of buildings, investments in infrastructure, strengthening export sector of manufacturing, invest in waste management and circular economy. The second loop of investments is obviously on human capital, align better education with market needs, and invest in a massive wave of reskilling and upskilling so that we create capacity in the labor force in order to really participate in the sustainability transition that we want to see. And finally, of course, increase the efficiency of the public sector and modernize it through digitalization. I would say that the recommendations of the Pisaridis report, which were aligned with the European semester process recommendation, are also reflected in the recovery and resilience plan of Greece. Mr. Owen has just said we have 32 billion, and the sections we invested are green, power up, renovate, recharge, refuel, sustainable resources and climate resilience, digitalization, then employment, skills and social cohesion, and then of course priorities that have to do with investments and institutional transformations. At this point, I would like to make clear that transformations take time. So our deadline should not be conceived as being the 3 to 4 years during which we have to absorb the money from the recovery and resilience package. We need to see this in a longer term, so this should also include the RFF money, the money that we will absorb from the European Commission due until 2027, and I would recommend that our main deadline would be the 2030. To see true transformations in the economy, you need to start by public sector transformations, mainly infrastructural, and then create the growth and stability and reduction in uncertainty that will allow the private sector to come in and create interesting and growth and job creating public-private partnerships. A last sentence about research and innovation. Research and innovation is crucial in this transformation because the SDGs, the European Green Deal, the transformations that we envision in the Recovery and Resilience Plan are science hectic. They need technological innovation. They need social innovation, for engaging all the stakeholders. So being leading a cluster of research institutions in the country and leading significant amounts, more than 50 million of research projects, research and innovation projects, I can tell you that there is a lot of potential there, and we've seen the great value of research and innovation because this transition would not have been possible. We wouldn't be talking about it without research and innovation, because this is what produces technology, which is the driving force behind the political transformation and the financial transformation that we need. And in Greece in particular, we need to work hard to commercialize our research. There is a lot of research being produced, a lot of innovations being produced, but the difficult thing, and it's really difficult, is to transfer these innovations into the market, to make them commerciable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Koundouri. Let's hope that we will get over these difficulties. Mr. Patel, same question to you as Mr. Owen. What does innovation, finance, sustainable strategies, what does all this mean to the everyday life of people? Sorry, you need to unmute, I think. We don't hear you, Mr. Patel. Mr. Patel, I think you need to unmute. I think you're muted.
Hi, sorry.
Perfect. Now we hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Proceed. Yes.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief because I know we have only a few minutes left. So I think it depends which individual and where you are. So, I mean, something like 60% of the world's people are not connected to the internet. So how do you participate in this change that is happening to the world as we introduce new technologies? I think nearly 60% don't consider themselves to be free or only partly free. And I think something like 50% are not satisfied with their democracy and how it works. And nearly 60% have access to information which is poor or unsatisfactory, and they cannot really see or understand the science or fall behind it because of the information they receive. So I think one of the biggest changes we have is to figure out how we will take everyone with us. The SDGs, at the height of them, the climate change related SDGs, workplace, and so on, are being very well funded. But there are SDGs related to extreme hunger, extreme poverty, the oceans, social justice, and so on, are not actually being funded at all, or hardly funded. And so we have a disproportionate amount of capital going to some important SDGs and issues. They are interrelated, but I'm afraid if you're hungry, you're still hungry. Even if you finance climate change, you have to finance the hunger. So I think our big challenge will be a blueprint where we truly mean no one will be left behind is in the blueprint of the transition. And that will require huge amounts of capital, which won't just be private sector. It will require the private sector and government and transnational organizations like the UN to work together for this blueprint to figure out how to finance that big change. Very possible to do, but needs a different level of leadership that comes together across the private and public spheres to see the challenge and figure out how to solve for it. And as I say again, it needs the EU to spend trillions of dollars, not like as the Americans are doing on their infrastructure now, not hundreds of billions. I'll stop there, Elias.
Thank you so much, Mr. Patel, and thank you that you're helping us with the time. We certainly need strong leadership in this transition, and we proceed with Mr. Pittis. Mr. Pittis, should we fear inflation and get back to the previous subject, because it's something that worries a lot?
Yes, as I said before, inflation is a threat to the current paradigm of ample liquidity. And if inflation starts going up and up, then, as you may imagine, interest rates will follow. And if interest rates starts increasing, all these financing projects that we are talking about will be more and more difficult to go through. So, I mean, this generation of investors are conditioned to believe that the interest rates will remain low forever, low for long. The major problem is that if this belief will be forced to change, and we'll start experience a period of increasing interest rates. Don't forget that apart from the cyclical forces that are threatening the low for long paradigm, there are secular long-term forces that are likely to run into the opposite direction than the one that was in the case for the last 20 years, namely deglobalization and the demographics. These forces, there are serious people who believe that the long-term forces are set for higher interest rates. So if you combine the long-term forces with the cyclical forces, huge expansionary fiscal policy, the recovery of the private economy after the pandemic, which is strong, especially in the United States, create a setting in which aggregate demand is far, far higher than aggregate supply. And the whole thing is possible to create an inflationary cocktail which will be difficult to handle. That's the major risk, I believe.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Pitis. And we go back to Ms. Revoltella. Ms. Revoltella, could you specify us a little bit more the role that the EIB will play in the European Green Deal and the transition to a zero emissions economy?
As I was saying, the role of the EIB is multi-phased because of the nature of the EIB as an international institution and as a bank. What we have been doing in the process has been, first of all, collaborating. Our experts have been collaborating in the definition of the taxonomy and are working in this direction. We are working into transforming our own institution and our own lending as a policy-based institution. We actually provide incentive for the private sector to invest. And it's important that we use our firepower, our incentive in the right direction. So the transformation of our own lending activities will mean that our policy support will go only in the direction that we really think are where we really think investment are needed to facilitate the transformation. But then a third element is very important. We very much realize that finance is only part of the story. Awareness of what is needed, so building the technical capacity is equally important. And this is quite clear because even if you look at the corporate sector, we see that while firms try to understand what is the physical risk, they have a very much difficulty in understanding what is the transition risk. And you need to bring not only finance, but also technical capacity in the market for people, for firms and companies to realize how to deal with this transition. The other 2 points very quickly are, on the one side, we are very engaged in the just transition and just transition funds. The reason is that we really think nobody can be left behind, and the digital transformation and the climate transformation are going to impact exactly the people that are more vulnerable up front. So an extra effort has to be put in those regions to try to reinvigorate the economy even more. And then the last 2 points, as I was mentioning before, as a bank, we are also transforming ourselves and reporting on our risk exposure, this will have a very strong impact in transforming the market and pricing the risk related to climate. And the final point, we actually started the green bond market in 2007, and by now we have 45 billion bonds issued, European bond issues that can be considered green bonds in 19 currencies. So I think this is another role that we are playing in showcasing and helping building the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have one last minute. I would like to ask all of you in one sentence. Are you optimistic, pessimistic, and why? Mr. Owen.
I am optimistic simply because we are on a wave in terms of climate policy. We have the European ambition. We've seen people like the United States coming back to the table. The Chinese are talking to us. They can do more. I'm optimistic.
Thank you. Ms. Koudouri, we already felt optimistic seeing your daughter on the frame. Hope you kept her in. Tell us your view.
She wants to go to the kindergarten. She does not understand why I'm delaying her departure. So I am optimistic because there is a huge momentum at the moment. We have China on board, we have the US on board, even Brazil and India and Russia during the Biden climate summit on the 22nd of April committed to deep decarbonization. And the biggest reason that I am optimistic is that we have no other choice. We need to do this. Otherwise, we are in trouble. We are risking our welfare.
Thank you. Mr. Patel. Yeah, unmute yourself, please, Mr. Patel. Sorry.
Elias, I'm very optimistic, and I'm optimistic because I think we're a very tough species and we adapt and we know the challenge and we're very inventive and we built pyramids and we put a man on the moon and we went through lots of transitions of civilizations and we arrived here, and there is nothing we can't do if we put our minds to it, and I think people are putting their minds to it. This is an existential risk, but it's a massive opportunity to build something that is far better than we've ever seen in history. So I'm optimistic.
Thank you. Mr. Pitis?
I am optimistic because I have 3 young children and I have no alternative. I am optimistic because, of course, I think that we are going to face some serious challenges down the road. But I think our response will be the appropriate one.
Thank you. Mr. Voltella?
I'm optimistic because I think that people are learning the importance of this transition process. And we run a survey on individuals. What you see is that 94% of people in China feel the effect of climate change. 72% in the US, 75% in Europe. This means that the people are starting to experience the cost of climate change, and this will lead to even more push on policymakers to align. And what we have seen in the last years, couple of years, in terms of alignment of policies toward addressing climate change issues, I think has been impressive. So I'm very optimistic.
Thank you all so much. And you made us all feel optimistic because 5 world leaders with a business background, economic background, put climate change, environment, and the people, mostly important, in the heart of your philosophy. Thank you so much for this amazing first panel of the second day of the Regional Growth Conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Φάγαμε 3 λεπτά. Φάγαμε και 3 λεπτά τώρα.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, από το πανέμορφο
Ladies
χώρο
and
του Αχάη
gentlemen,
Ακλάου,
from Αχάη Aklaus, this beautiful place in Patras, where we have the 9th regional conference of the Peloponnese. Hello, a very interesting panel for now on that is the relaunch of investment risks, rather, bringing theory into practice with express panel. Mrs. Luca Cazzelli, Emeritus Professor of the National University of Athens, former Minister. Hello, Ms. Cazzelli. Good morning to all. Mr. Platon Malafekas, the President of the Chamber of Achaia and Vice President of the well-known company Lux. Good morning, President. Mr. Manolis Bazikos, who is President and CEO of Bazigos ARV company, which manufactures highly automated systems. Hello, good morning. Hello. Thank you very much for being here. Mr. Grigoris Panomidis, Head of Liactor, a company with different programs and techno-economical support businesses. Very useful. Thank you so much. Thank you indeed. Online, with us, Mr. Konstantinos Tsiakataras, who is an alternate CEO and partner of Diadikasia Business. Good morning, Mr. Tsiakataras. Good morning. Thank you for being with us. Let us start quickly because our time is limited and we must keep the agenda. With you, let us start, Mrs. Cazzelli. Investment restart, bringing theory into practice. What must we do to go into practice? Because for the last many years we were in theory. How can we go from theory to practice, especially now in this period, which is a period of big challenges? We must implement an investment scheme which is financed largely by European funds. Yes, we're talking about the RRF. Yeah, the RRF and the Recovery and Resilience Fund. You're right. Okay. Now let me move on in a nutshell, and I hope that we shall have the opportunity in the future to have more time. Now, what is our national development goal? It's not just to increase our income, but in essence, the shift of our productive foundation, a sustainable development shift based on the Agenda 2030, that is the objective signed by 193 countries in 2015 in the UN, should combine three main pillars: financial transformation, environmental transformation, that is tackling the climate change, the decrease of the environment burden, and the social target. Our objective as Greece is not just to grow our income, but also a transformation that will be sustainable. The challenge is huge, challenge ahead. We have resources from the RRF, from the NSRF. A first estimation talks about 60 billion euros. If we add up treaties program and other programs, this goes beyond 60 billion euros. Pay attention to that. A big part is subsidies. Subsidies is not a panacea. Subsidies may be allocated quite easily. Second risk, loans. Who have access to loans, though? You must have own resources, thus many SMEs are excluded. Second, you must have access to a bank, and the bank should be able to see the risk and give a loan. Mainly, they don't give loans to the SMEs, but to the good clients. So we need new financial tools. How may we trace a national investment strategy? And I would urge 7 priorities so that this can be implementable. This can be durable, in other words. First of all, we must target and have clear KPIs. That is, specific measurable targets. We must increase the fixed asset investment by 100 billion in the next years. We must pay attention, and let me talk to you about the composition of investments. Not all investments have the same result. Look at this table. Entrepreneurial investments, not just in 2019, but since 2000, before the crisis, were just a fraction. That is, the half of the respective percentage of the EU. Respectively, we had based the increase of our income into investments in buildings infrastructure, which do not have the same impact vis-à-vis the development transformation. So the composition of the investments is of paramount importance, and in my view, we should target more than 15% of the GDP that is entrepreneurial and productive investments of high added value. increase of the processing percentage, 12%. Mr. Bazikos is going to talk about it because this is a common target. All people monitoring the Greek economy are watching that closely. Fourth, how may we implement investments? We must target and we must make more mature investment plans with specific priorities into the agri-food sector, the different building material, the pharma industry, where we have a comparative advantage. Moreover, we can invest in new investments like spa tourism, medical tourism, cultural tourism, and if they are traditional sectors, even tourism, we have left them behind. Let me also remind you the following. If you don't plan, if you don't have mature plans, they will never be implemented. We're pretty happy because for the first time there was a decision for TAIPED, the Fund for the Hellenic Assets, to talk about mature plans. We don't have the infrastructure to make mature plans. This is why we need regional planning. My suggestion is in every region to have 3 or 4 investment plans that would promote this development transformation, which will be mature, and have one person responsible, one project manager that will monitor the implementation, evaluate the course and the deadlines, and the timelines that are ahead. This is something to be done. Yes, exactly. So I would say that in front of the big adventure of implementing this investment relaunch, we must build a national committee of investment under the Prime Minister with the support of the Development Bank of Keme and the Hellenic Republic Asset Development Fund that will monitor the national strategy, will mobilize and coordinate all bodies, and mainly what I would say regional investment committees. They will give opinion to resolve litigation because there are many litigation leading to delays, and will publish an annual report when it comes to the implementation of the national strategy. Now, the implementation channel. What are the different points? 3 main pillars and 3 main obstacles that we faced in all previous programs. Bad design of policies, obstacles coming from the quality of entrepreneurial and public governance, not just about the public sector, the private sector. There are many obstacles to face. And flow of resources and financing of investments overall. 3 more slides, policies. It takes a reboot rather, in targeted points, especially when it comes to licensing. The framework is quite complicated, quite time-consuming, and the majority of investments get stuck there. We must reboot the taxation system. Within the latest year, there were 37 tax bills. The public employee, the employee of the tax office should clarify things. Decrease of uncertainty. Taxation rates may not change, or the social security percentages or the framework may not change every year. It takes stability to implement investment. It's something that is critical, the implementation of integrated licensing standards, abolishment of the non-necessary certificates, upgrade of the one-stop shop for big businesses, creation of a digital charter of geospatial data with an automated issuance of acts. Right now, due to the transition, this may be feasible. Now, quality of public and entrepreneurial governance. One employee may lead to an impasse the whole situation, which means that in every ministry, in every region, in every municipality, in every body, there must be a mechanism, a digital mechanism to monitor procedures and to monitor the responsibility of each involved partner, each involved staff. So expansion of e-governance, digitization steps have been taken, but it takes much more. Simplification and codification of the law, unification of the demand procedures and different plans, regulatory grouping of similar acts. We have a plethora of acts that should be integrated and simplified. then rules of operation management and evaluation of staff internally, and succession, even in businesses, because one of the problems, especially for SMEs and family businesses, are the following. There is a huge problem when it comes to their governance, liquidity, financing, not just systemic banks, but the whole nexus of subsidies are very important. With banks, we can talk to banks, we can talk about banks in another event. Yeah, but this is where we end up. A new code, a new code of ethics will be needed both for banks and companies that will have a regulatory approach. Right now, we're talking about a voluntary approach. An active participation and review of the different portfolios does not suffice to talk about special management companies. We must have a restructure. We need to restructure and build a restructure fund that may be of essence in the development bank, and something that is a top priority. We must have new financial tools, supply chain financing. We build that, and the National Bank, the bank will be able to finance a supply chain, suppliers and buyers, because each business, especially a small business with a specific service, doesn't have the necessary access, cannot get a loan from the bank. So you must get the tools that will mitigate the financing tool. This bet can be won, but it takes will, it takes vision, knowledge, and of course the monitoring and the stock taking. I believe that we can make it happen. It's a huge opportunity coming from the pandemic and its flows, but if we don't seize this opportunity, I don't know whether there will be another one. Now, Mr. Malafekas, now, the president of the Chamber of Achaia, he is a president of a big business, Lux company. Take comments, Mr. President. You have the image from other companies, but in your personal experience as well. What about the post-COVID era? If we believe that we're coming to the end of that, and if indeed there is a relaunch of investments, can you say so? Good morning. For sure, it's very difficult to talk about the next day of the pandemic based on the economy and entrepreneurship. We must have special abilities of foreseeing the future, because this is an unprecedented phenomenon. We cannot be based on any previous experience. We believe that the prolonged financial crisis and the recession of 2010 would be our worst nightmare until we saw the pandemic, which proved that there are scenarios in life that are not far behind science fiction. Within this difficult conjuncture, the entrepreneurial world in our country, but also in Achaia and Western Greece, to survive and shape a plan. They need to be optimistic and they need to be present in the next day, the relaunch day, both for the economy and life. In the case of Achaia, the situation is more difficult vis-à-vis other regions in our country, because for 1 century, approximately, our area, and until the 70s, our area was one of the main locomotives. It was the gateway of Greece, and then we talked about the deindustrialization phase for a big time period. Then it was based on other services.
It was based on services, and it continues to use the great competitive advantages of the area. I believe that this area always thought that money would always be there, and as a region, we stopped producing. Now, Greece's recent crisis forced companies to test their limits. We all had to take on great risks, and we changed the way we did things. We saw some signs of recovery after that, but COVID took us back to how things were. We shouldn't delude ourselves. The end of the financial crisis is not going to solve problems, but it's going to show how these problems have consequences for societies. So nothing is going to change. We're not going to back how things were before. We will all have to face a new reality, hoping that this will not be a disaster for humans, for employees, for employers, and for consumers. I want to be positive, and I want to be optimistic about this. We are called for yet another time, to make a roadmap to return our land to a positive growth rate. We have always had good resources, but we need to take bold decisions to make our country and Western Greece sustainable. As I always say, our country has to produce again. We have stopped producing. I continue to believe that growth for our country will come through the real economy, and SMEs are a backbone of this. And obviously, I would also like to see investments by multinationals, but I do argue that these do not form the backbone of the Greek economy. In the next large crisis, all these companies are going to take their funds out of Greece. They're going to go to a country with low tax rates and with fewer problems. So they will export their products to Greece then for consumption. But Greek business people have stayed here. They've shown that they support the Greek economy. And at some point, all the governments that have been responsible for this land, they don't feel that they've been supported by them. So in this difficult course that lies ahead, we need to face organizational, financial, and social challenges. In any case, our country cannot do with doing nothing. We need citizens to feel the state by their side. We need something that will support us for social cohesion. And I am talking about cohesion because I think that we need something completely different, not to go back to the past. What I feel has happened with the health crisis was the war our generation was called to give. We need to support the weakest links in our social chain. We need to support efforts to create new real jobs. We need to adopt policies that will not further burden entrepreneurship costs, but will boost entrepreneurship. So we do have a vision for a prefecture of Achaia and wish for the new economy to grow even more through digital transformation, clean energy, safe foods, international logistics, R&D, but R&D linked to commercial products produced in our countries. So these are the main fields that we need for sustainable growth in our region. We do, and we need to give this fight united, because that's only how we can actually raise to this challenge. Now, I'm almost done. We will see investments coming, but the thing is, I haven't seen it through the recovery fund if these tools concern Greek companies at all. Thank you. We'll see. So another businessman, Mr. Manolis Mazigos, the president of the namesake system that makes aluminium systems that are actually exported abroad. So I want you to tell us what's happening now. Do you think there's a climate for investment? And how is the pandemic affecting you? Thank you very much. I heard with great interest what Mrs. Kateli and Mr. Marlafekis said, because Mrs. Kateli spoke about 12% of GDP for manufacture. And yes, from my point of view, I would like to talk about this specifically. And Mr. Marlafekis also said that we need to support Greek SMEs because these are the backbone of the Greek economies and these are the ones investing in our countries. Obviously, we also want investments from abroad, but allow me, before talking about these sectors that we need to improve to restart the Greek economy, I want to say a couple of words about my company. We are a company of 70 people making industrial solutions and tools. And our core component is innovation and extroversion. I believe that these are two important factors to have a successful business today. Innovation comes through specialization. Our company has mostly young people. We have a medium employee age of 35. And the first thing I want to focus on is the non-salary labor costs. Why is this important? Because we need to become competitive compared to other Europeans. Okay. Do we pay well or not in the end? There's a myth about this. I believe that in pioneering export-oriented companies, employees have the opportunity to grow and to get paid well. But the non-salary cost is this. If we give the same kind of money, if an employer gives the same kind of money to an employee, you get some benefits or you get some taxes. So what happens there? If you have too much that does not go to the employee, we're not competitive. So we need to reduce that, especially for manufacturing companies, because sometimes they also pay other costs as well. Another core element that kind of goes hand in hand with specialized staff. And if we want to keep people here and avoid brain drain or make people come back to Greece, it has to do with technological equipment. It's very important to focus on humans, but we also need the corresponding high-tech equipment that allows the production of the required result. So in 2013, the government passed an unfair law. So depreciation moved from 13 years to 10 years. So what does that mean? That when are you given the incentive to change your technological equipment to something newer, especially now in the fourth industrial revolution? We've got AI, we've got data analysis and all that. So, and without having to talk about other complicated depreciation solutions, I mean, we just need to take down depreciation to the levels pre-2013. This has not changed. It was just a tax gimmick for bringing in revenues to the state. But it creates a fiscal gap, and it's something that we need to focus on. Now, an important part of our cost, which makes us less competitive. I mean, I know that steps have been taken by the government with the reduction of tax rates. A lot of steps have been taken, but regarding manufacture in specific, the texts that need to be taken, there are some steps that can reduce our cost because then we become competitive, allowing us to take a market share from our European competitors and our neighbors in general, and to make investments. Why should a company make investments if it cannot sell its products at a competitive rate? There's no need. So the cost, which has to do with depreciation, because it allows us to improve our technological equipment and to take on specialized employees. These are important. And another factor related to cost compared to companies in Germany or France is energy costs. Already we tried with the new, an effort has been made with the new laws, but we see with the new system, we see some increases in energy costs, and I understand that this is transitional because we're moving to a new system, but still we have a disadvantage compared to the countries that we're called to compete with, the European companies, because I'm not talking about Asian countries that actually implement some solutions that we as a country cannot implement. But energy costs are very important because manufacturing consumes energy, and we need to reach the level of our competitors to be competitive in turn and make investments. Ending this, I would like to say that the initiative Greek Production in collaboration with AOVE has drafted studies, and it's proven that there is a fiscal benefit from these actions, the reduction of non-salary costs, the increase of the depreciation rate and energy costs. And it shows that perhaps even with a short lag in the state's revenue for a few years, it will give a boost to economy. Yes, I believe that we need to analyze these at some point. I'm going to come back to that if we have time. So, to Mr. Pandemio and Mr. Sakandara, they're both people who kind of mediate in all this effort. Mr. Varonidi, head of Iliator, which makes solutions for the technical and financial support of companies. So you're working on how people can invest. How difficult is it? Yes, unfortunately. We are what people come people come across with every time they want to invest. So we are, let's say, the mediator between the investor and those ministries that are responsible for programs. I'm going to start from where Mrs. Katselli stopped, because she gave the kind of general framework of the problems. I'm going to go in further with specific figures to showcase the problems that we're experiencing at the moment, faced and in view of the new programs that Mrs. Katselli announced. We'll see how these are going to be implemented, given that at the moment we have great obstacles across the procedure, from evaluation, from submission, and especially from the audit structures that enterprises are waiting for. So I would like to have a specific figure. So how many will continue? I'm going to talk about two basic pillars of this programs. The one is the investment law. Yes, okay. And the second pillar, which is very important, is the agricultural fund managed by the corresponding ministry, which has to do with investments in agricultural products. Now, as regards the development law, we have 3 announcements for new companies, for tourism, and for mechanical equipment. The most important thing is that mostly we're talking about SMEs, and they are favored by this, especially the especially in some sectors we get a full 100% subsidy, so that's good. Agri-food gets 100% of all costs. Now, under the development law, we have 5,800 investment plans that have been submitted, but they need to be completed. Of these, 3,800 are already active, but they must have finished until 31st of December 2021. From these, 2,700 are being financed by the state, and 1,100 are tax exempt. So these figures are for the entire country. So investments in the general system, depending on the region, obvious. The money is allocated to different regions. So there are others that are actually at the stage of waiting payment now. As regards what the minister said in a recent interview, that the average time from submission to from completion to the auditing, the average time is 670 days, so almost 2 years. So imagine a company that is waiting, they've started implementing the project and they're waiting for the funding, and they need to take out loans if they can. And I mean, here in Achaia Klaus, we are full of pipes or the barrels of wine, but I know that the pipeline to cash is not so easy to open. I know that a lot of people, that we have a recent example of someone who managed to get a loan out with collateral to get the money that he was owed by the state from the funding. And then the governor said, can they continue implementing the decision? But if an investor wants to invest, they shouldn't be cut down because they have to wait for 2 years to get the money. They need to be able to put the money in and get it without problems. Now, a very good step in all this, of the timing of audits, has to do with the adoption of chartered auditors. This was a procedure to speed up all audits. At the moment, unfortunately, the certified audit mechanisms and people are only 7. Of these, only 2 have a complete team, because some need to have engineers. Some audits have to be conducted by people specializing in health issues or in invoices or in auditing costs. So this is regards the development law. Now, the ministry has said that by June, a new development law will be passed, which hopefully will be more flexible. They say that it'll be more flexible. And we need to have shorter deadlines, shorter schedules. Yes, Mrs. Kateli spoke about all these things. I think we all understand that based on this plan, yes, we can start a different kind of procedure. Fortunately, at this ministry, they've tried to start solving problems, but at another ministry, there's a huge lag in this. Yes, because there's talk about reshuffling. And this is handling EU funds, and there's a submeasure 4.2, which action 4.21, which has to do with products. They have 329 investment plans, of which there is a commitment for EU funds of 420 million. And unfortunately, today, disbursements, due to red tape measures and due to central guidance and all that, there are actually, each region should have created audit mechanisms, but there are regions that have not even put in place audit mechanisms. So the absorption rate is not even 10%. And these investment plans need to be completed by the end of the year.
Let me ask you something else. You get paid when the programs get to an end, investors take their money, because otherwise you would be in hardship. This goes without saying, because we are waiting for the investor to collect money so that we can get money. Yeah, I'm joking here, because I need to promote this virtuous circle of the economy. I have an example in mind, an investment, a truly innovative investment, which has innovative fish food. There is an application to amend, to make a short-scale amendment. They replied in 1 year time. Was it the one was that the reply you wanted? Yes, but I have to give that back to the European Union, and the project has been implemented right now. The project works. And now, yesterday, I was paid the first installment. I know about procedures, unfortunately. Now, with us, we're going to have Mr. Konstantinos Tsiakataras, alternate CEO and partner of the Diadikasia Business, a big company that is in the field of investment, a business consultant. We are going to welcome him with a big smile. He comes from Lamia, let me tell you that. He's a compatriot of mine. How are you? I'm fine. How are you? This is a very interesting discussion, the one you're having. Thank you. I will need your view. I know that you have prepared something. You have some slides so that you can make a better introduction. Thus, I'm going to be very brief. I'm going to make a brief presentation. Good. The title is From Theory to Practice. In a nutshell, I have tried to describe how we'll do that and how from targeting we can be led into practice, in spite of the problems that have been already mentioned. The lifespan of a project starts from targeting and political priorities. Then somebody is planning the program in full detail with the details and the calls. Then investors come to submit proposals. We are evaluating proposals. These are monitored, and then there is a control, a check. Throughout these phases, there can be many problems which can be solved, in my view, at least. Good. The first point, targeting political priorities, is the following. The competent minister comes and gets a decision, always harmonized with the European priorities and the priorities set for the ministry. But the political participation just stays to targeting because it's not present across all other phases of the program. And that is why we have all the different dysfunctionalities I heard before. Keep that in mind, please. Then there is a program including technical details. Unfortunately, our experience up to now is that this is based with the participation of public services, but public services adopt bureaucratic procedures and rarely do they have a good knowledge of the market. Whenever we have technical advisors, and I can give you examples to that, they can help in designing programs, then procedures become simpler, they can accelerate, and there is the knowledge of the market and what businesses truly want. This is the job that we are doing in many different things. And right now, I can give you some examples. We are consultants at the Ministry of Development for the development plan, and the majority of programs through the NSRF can be implemented under this ministry. So there are the programs ante portas, the National Recovery Plan with 4 main axes: green transition, digital employment, competency, social cohesion, and private investment, and transformation of the economy. And there is the new NSRF, the new programming period, that has many different operational programs: competitiveness, entrepreneurship, innovation, digital transformation, energy, infrastructure, transport, HR, regional program. So these are the programs of development, and the fishery program. All these amount to a big sum of money. How we can turn from theory to practice? There lies a big gap, and our country must truly run to be able not just to absorb money. This is one target, but mainly we should be able to channel resources in parts of the economy that will truly contribute to the shift of the Hellenic economy. Right now, this is a need for the years to come. Yet, Mr. Tsegataras, we must see how this will happen, because the money from the RF comes apart from the programs that have been already mentioned. So, the endeavor here is very big. Yes, the money from the RRF includes a part of subsidies. The part of subsidies is channeled into these 4 axes we said before. It includes programs from education to digitization of education until digital transformation, the adoption of green practices, and financing of businesses. All these, to materialize all this, imagine this is a program for 30 billion, but there can be 1,000 minor programs. These 1,000 programs must become mature, they must turn into projects and have a good impact in the Greek economy. This is where job is needed, participation of the private sector so that this may run. Otherwise, I am afraid that the bet could be lost. Some very brief proposals, and this will bring me to the end. They will be available for questions. Some brief proposals based on the experience of what we've seen and the different operations that we have already talked about. The political commitment should not be exhausted only throughout the planning of the program. The political commitment should be valid throughout the lifespan. Before we saw some characteristic examples of delays in controls, dysfunctional disbursement. These are issues that the political leadership must resolve. Political leadership should be present. Political leadership should not just plan and then this whole project will go in vain. No, they should be present to resolve problems as they come each time. Issues are hundreds. Unfortunately, in this lifespan, today, the political intervention, political commitment are exhausted only in the first box, that is, plan a project. The second thing that can be done is about simple and non-bureaucratic calls that can be issued about businesses. There are cases where, in order for a person to participate, they should submit 50 documents, and in other cases, this can be replaced from simple cross-checkings with the tax authorities and sworn declarations by the applicant. So we must talk about simpler procedures, especially based on the needs of today's market. We are exiting a crisis. We are not like we used to be before. businesses have been deeply impacted. They should be taken into account, especially at this level, to enhance in the best possible way businesses. The third point is about standardization of procedures. Procedures should be simple, known, with specific timelines. The fourth and very important piece is the reduction of red tape. The supporting documents should become simpler. They should be limited. Technology now is everywhere. We should not have piles of supporting documents and papers. There are platforms. There can be cross-checkings. The state knows many things. The majority of things should be abolished, or they should go digital. And at the end of the day, they can be replaced by sworn declarations of the investors. And each investor should undertake his or her own responsibilities. Last but not least, support from technical advisors. So when there are technical advisors or consultants, they can help services run fast. Then the results are speedier and more targeted.
Ναι.
Έχουμε
καταλήξει λοιπόν στο τι πρέπει να γίνει και το τι το
καταλάβαμε και από what's the problem. We understood that from Mrs. Katselli because she described it quite eloquently and your graph helped us a lot. This is a theory. Why don't we go into practice? Why don't we get better? The pandemic.
Διακρίνεται να έγινε κάτι θετικό αυτό το διάστημα προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση.
Well, may I intervene? Yes, I will give you the floor straight away. The digital transformation of the state is quite obvious during the last period. It helped towards this direction. And in the next period, we are waiting for that to help procedures. This is a very positive example about how we can transform and how the state may help the effort of the investors. Good. Yes, President, this is the very important question. Let us reply to the question. Yes. We have 10 more minutes and we will share the time. Yes, 1 minute, please. One proposal, please. Since March 22nd, I'm saying so to 2 people who are in companies with entrepreneurial programs. We are in collaboration with FEPAEP. The first thing I asked from the government is to connect investment with the tax authorities and all other systems so that we will not seek for data that already belong to the state. We start... You're talking about bureaucracy. Yes, indeed. I'm talking about bureaucracy. Since all this data exists, from turnovers of businesses, VAT data, these data exist on the system, but these data belong to that is the tax authority. We must interlink systems. That is why we are asking for a sworn statement, we're asking for all supporting documents, we're asking everything. You understand that when we have this data, in some programs there can be automated procedures, and the procedure, or the controllers may verify whether you declared, whether the box you ticked is the same with the one that you scanned, etc., etc. There is the human error factor as well. There is no reason today to have these whole procedures. Let me inform you that the first objective is September 2021. These programs that we run right now, because there are many different programs with thousands of folders. For instance, more than 40 or 50,000 folders will come to us with restaurants and bars. In 1 month's time, we must call it a day. These figures were unprecedented. We must run due to the pandemic. This is a race. These will be checked in September upon the interconnection with the tax authority. Yes, this is quite some news. Mrs. Katselli, let me make a proposal. Right now, whatever was heard converges to something common. There is no clear managerial structure of investments that will follow a top-bottom approach. This is what we want. This is what we need. We must build an administration structure for the investment effort. Let me be a bit provocative. Why don't we already have such a structure? You ask. Since I've been a minister, we know the problems. The political incentives, to reply to Mr. Tsikataras, political incentives are just about voting a law. Politicians are not there after 5 or 7 years to see the result of a deed. They win if they can pass laws. This is for the majority of politicians. Political incentives are opposite to this direction. Should there be a continuity? Yes. So we must think of an administrative structure that will have a continuation. That is why I made the proposal of this structure, that is a regional structure that will be finalized into a national committee, and the role of chambers may be pivotal. In other words, chambers could be organized in such a way. But if we do not build a permanent structure to resolve all these problems, then information will never go out. We'll never have a bottom-up approach. The minister, either in the Minister of Finance or the Minister of Rural Development, only if they have allowed to see the result of these actions, even only through specific action, let me give you an example later on, only then can they get all necessary information. In most cases, they don't have all adequate information, and this information is lost into the gears of bureaucracy. Let me give you an example. 2010, I was a Minister of the Economy and Development. I built an IT system to monitor in the development law all the different phases and update the investor about the check, who has a priority. This was built, it worked. When I left, it was abolished. Because through the lack of transparency, there are different networks benefiting. On the one hand, there must be political will, and on the other hand, as a society, we should defend this system in order to have a specific structure that will work, will be beneficial when it comes to the dissemination of information and the possibility to resolve any litigation. This can happen, but it takes a top-bottom and a bottom-up approach of this structure. We're not that well at organizing ourselves, but now we have no other margin left, because as we said before, this big package, which is the consequence of the pandemic, should be taken into account and should be used. We don't know whether in the future we can enjoy such a similar amount of money following these rules. If we lose this chance, I can't imagine what might happen. What you are doing seems heroic, Mr. Bazigos, with the difficulties that we described before. So, Mr. Bazigos, right now investing in this era and be an extrovert, innovative company, not just for Greece, but abroad as well. Well, it seems heroic, you are right, but it's not. This is what we're doing. This is what we love. We need to see our country prosper, progress, move on. We need to see our family, our employees, the employees in the company creating value. This is our vision, and we are ready to overcome many difficulties. What should I add? I agree with the previous speakers. These are quite to the point. I don't mean to elaborate on it, but what I would like to add is that we must focus on adding value. Businesses which manage to overcome crisis and the pandemic know pretty well how they can add value and what are the investments to be made. Let us give them, beyond the investment law, the possibility to be competitive, be able to approach the worldwide audience and offer their services, their goods. To make them invest, we must make them competitive. To make them competitive, we must look at the cost, no burden for the final cost, as respectively this is done in the other advanced economies. No, I need to call it a day with Mr. Tsikataras, but before that, Mr. Panomidis, let me ask you whether investors know where they should target. Investors know, yes. It's the political system doesn't know. Some investments Strategically speaking, let us take the Ministry of Rural Environment, of Rural Development. Have they targeted the sectors in the primary sector or in processing? Where should we channel the money? What are the dynamic cultures? There is nothing. There is no strategic targeting. I believe that apart from that, what Mr. Tsekatara said is very important, bureaucracy. Indeed, a business that will apply an investment plan is dealing more about how they can collect all supporting documents. Now, when it comes to the president of FFIA, let me give you an example of the in-between body of the operational program competitiveness and entrepreneurship called FFIA. Now, the document delivered by the one-stop shop was quite bad. So the supporting document was bad due to a bad service. Why shouldn't I submit this missing document in 10 days' time? Why should I be abolished? Why should I be excluded? Because I didn't have on time one piece of document. So I agree with Mr. Tsekataras, all investment schemes should be given to the skillful people. For instance, the advisors, technical consultants. In that way, we shall be able to abolish bureaucracy with well-known distortions. We must and we should fight corruption, nepotism, misery, and the lack of efficacy. Mr. Tsekataras, we are beyond our time, but I would like to give you for some seconds the floor and then come to the end of our panel. We talked about development, we talked about growth. Since you are a business consultant, I would like you to tell me whether you believe that this next semester will be of critical importance for the course of all programs and the recovery fund. I am optimistic. The recovery fund, at least at the level of plans, is quite speedy. We're talking about a big project. I hope that the timeline will be quite short. Indeed, the next 6 months until the first quarter of the next year are critical. Why? Because practically, whatever is about businesses, we believe that until the end of the year, we will have the necessary costs. Thus, there will be an investment interest which will contribute to the development of our country, which is what we need. I would like to thank you all, deeply thank you for this very interesting discussion today in the framework of the development of the Regional Growth Conference. I would like to wish you all the best. Thank you so much for your trust. I would like to thank the organizers. Thank you very much. Ms. Katseli, I wish you all the best. Mr. Pazigos, I wish you all the best. Good luck. President, Mr. Malafekas, courage personally and for the whole region of Achaia, since you are president of the chamber. Mr. Panomidis, all the best. And Mr. Tsekataras, all the best. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you as well. All the best. Have a nice day.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας. Συνεχίζουμε με το ένατο συνέδριο περιφερειακής ανάπτυξης. Στο επίκεντρο του πάνελ είναι η προσέλκυση ξένων επενδύσεων. Έχουμε κοντά μας τον κύριο Αλέξη Χαρίτση, πρώην Υπουργός Εσωτερικών Αναπληρωτής Υπουργός Οικονομίας και Ανάπτυξης, καθώς και Υπουργός Οικονομίας στην κυβέρνηση ΣΥΡΙΖΑ, επίσης στο τομέα της ανάπτυξης και επενδύσεων του κόμματος Αξιωματικής Αντιπολίτευσης. Ο κύριος Ιωάννης Καλτσάς θα είναι κοντά μας μέσω βίντεο. Είναι Head of Division for Lending Operations in Greece από την European Investment Bank. Ο κύριος Μιχάλης Κατρίνης είναι τομεάρχης οικονομίας και ανάπτυξης και κοινοβουλευτικός εκπρόσωπος του ΚΙΝΑΝ. Ο κύριος Γιώργος Γαλανός, αναπληρωτής καθηγητής του Τμήματος Ευρωπαϊκών Σπουδών του Πανεπιστημίου Πειραιά. Θα ξεκινήσουμε ευθύς αμέσως τη συζήτησή μας. Είναι το χρυσό μαλλοδέρας, έτσι.
The holy grail, what we really need, direct foreign investment. So let's start with Mr. Haritsis. Yesterday, the president of Syriza, Mr. Alexis Tsipras, talked about a green revolution that will bring new practices to the economy and international relations, to society, to daily lives, and to citizens. What is your comment on this? Mr. Papalexis, thank you very much for inviting me here. I'd like to thank the organizers for yet another time you're organizing this very interesting conference. Despite the pandemic, I would say that especially now, it's very important to start a public discussion on such critical issues, such as investment and development in general. So you talked about Mr. Alexis Tsipras's statement yesterday about green development. I think that it's very important that he linked the issue of transition to a green model of government with a change of attitude, as you said, with a change of the way we are doing things in general, with how the financial and productive model is changing towards a more eco-friendly approach. And to connect this to the discussion we are having on direct foreign investment, as you talked about the Holy Grail earlier on, I would say that often investments is more like dawns a metaphysical aspect. I think that the main question that we need to answer, looking at the larger picture within the crisis of the pandemic, we see today that we have a crisis of hyperaccumulation, which in the following period will lead into an increase in investment globally. So what we need as a Greek economy, especially given these circumstances, is to reply to the question on what kind of investment do we want? This is a critical question. And in this, we have a conflict of different views. So I believe that we need investments that will respect labor law, will respect environmental law, will be oriented to the top priorities set by the country. And here we're talking about the national development policy, which is required to be able to attract investment that will be useful. There's an issue as to whether the investments we want to attract will be combined and jointly shaped with what's happening in Greek companies, so the creation of productive ecosystems that will be to the benefit of Greek companies. So, in summary, what we're after is investments that will lead to the addition of national added value. And this will happen in a very competitive environment in which all countries will try to place their offerings in the best possible way. We cannot compete with other countries in a race to the bottom approach. Unfortunately, the interventions such as this that was passed today will be in that direction. What we need to do now is to create conditions for a knowledge economy using the main two advantages of our country, so human resources and its natural environment. And this is what requires the building of strategy. And I'm going to close with a final point because I'm talking about strategy. We are faced with a huge challenge, the recovery fund, how we are going to use these funds and how they will be used in order to transform our productive model is a great challenge of the next few years. It's a great historic opportunity. Over the past few months, our country did not have a proper, serious, open discussion with all stakeholders, parties, market players and businesses, the local administration, universities, to see how we move further down. So I think we should do that now. And it's very critical to see what we're going to do here. Unfortunately, the government has not done anything about this. I think it's very important to have a plan to focus on our advantages, to focus on what we're going to do for human resources, to combine the green transition with the needs of society. This is what we're after. And I'm glad we have this discussion because we have not had this. Thank you very much, Mr. Haritsis. Our national resources, our knowledge-based economy, digitalization, all these are important aspects for reasons of political etiquette. I'm going to move on to the representative of Kinal. Kinal has spoken about green development for like 10 years ago. Yesterday, Mrs. Ginimata talked about our own Greek social contract with regional growth at its core. What is your comment on this? First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for, in this very difficult time, they managed to overcome the obstacles and organize an ambitious conference that's not only trans-regional but transnational, that places a focus on important issues that have to do with the future of the economy and regional growth and the role of the country in this new era. Yes, PASOK was the party that kind of pioneered regional development and green development at a time when others did not even think about these things. Now we've understood that regional development and green development is a key concept of the era that is to come. And I believe that this is very important for the economy and society at large. Now we're focusing on investments. And this has to do with the transfer of funds, the transfer of knowledge. We have a transfer of know-how on how to do business, and all these things act complementarily with domestic investment, because I do want to link the concept for direct investment with the tools that we have at the moment, such as the development law, and all these contribute to financial growth. And of course, there's a productive cost here, but there's also an environmental cost as regards social corporate responsibility. Unfortunately, Greece has a very low rate of investments, very much underneath the European average. Of course, in 2020, we had fewer foreign direct investments compared to before the pandemic. But based on Bank of Greece data, we had just 2.4 billion euro in investments that were actually used up by subsidiaries of foreign companies in real estate and in loans. So these things do not lead to a productive added value. And this, I'm saying this because in the last decade in Greece, the productive sector has accounts for a very small percentage of foreign direct investment. although these are very important to the economy. So what would we like to see? Investments with an impact on the domestic chain of value creation. So, and good jobs, of course, well-paid jobs. The problems over time remain red tape, a plurality of laws, a lack of understanding in how the system should be structured, and as regards competitiveness, despite the steps taken, we lag behind tax competitiveness. Based on the Tax Foundation Index, we haven't made any changes. And I'd like to note a large challenge for the country. We are at the bottom of the EU list in these things. Just yesterday, we implemented a decision for R&D with the US at the Parliament. I think we all need to we all agree that we need to simplify laws, the tax regime, the financial system, and the capital market, which is a weak player in the country. Electronic connection with systems and the implementation of innovation and digital technologies. Just 3% of Greek companies today use AI solutions. Acceleration of the award of justice, simple tax regimes, and new supply chains and investments in internationally tradable products are not in sectors that do not offer added value, such as real estate. Obviously, here we need to make use of our most precious thing, our human resources. The government appears very optimistic and about sentences submitted, but all these are not in line with the needs of the era. About a week ago, they presented a program for reforms that in projects that should have been completed years ago. And I believe as regards the development law, we do have lots of delays and shortcomings as regards financing, and a lot of steps need to be taken. Now, the recovery fund, this is the large challenge for us all. Greece, the government, all of us have invested a lot of hope in this. But we discussed this in the Parliament. We didn't actually have a proper discussion as we should have, but we need to find solutions that add domestic value. Unfortunately, if you look at the budget for 2021, it provides for an increase of imports for tools for construction. But what we want to do is we want a green transition. We want investments in sectors that create added value and create jobs. This would be an ideal for our country. But we are afraid that the investors will not give know-how and will not help Greek companies promoting them to partners of these large investment projects. So I believe that we should find a way to have an increase in employment, jobs, and in gross GDP through productive, sustainable solutions. Thank you very much, Mr. Katrimis. You talked about the interconnection, the linking of foreign investment with domestic production and domestic sustainable growth. This is very important. We will return to this with questions on the challenges faced by this, but moving now to Mr. Ioannis Kalsas, Head of Divisions for Lending Operations in Greece of the European Central Bank. Mr. Kalsas, welcome. In the first panel, we also have Mrs. Deborah Reboltella, the Chief Economist of the European Investment Bank, who talked about the important role of the banking sector in the financing and guaranteeing of the Green Deal transition. So, what's your comment? Thank you very much for inviting me here. We have some technical problems with my connection. I hope you can see me. It's it's a pity I can't be there today in the beautiful region of Patras, but it's a very interesting conversation, though, which we at the European Investment Bank are very interested in, to see how we can invest more in Greece to allow it to attract more domestic and foreign investment. So what I want to say is that before I comment on the challenges for investors, I'd like to say something about how we see Greece. Having lived in the last 25 years abroad, I see that from the media a very negative image about Greece, about how things are faring in Greece as regards investment. But this is not true. Greece is not the worst country in the Balkans. And I believe that, okay, over the crisis from 2010, 2015, when there was political uncertainty, yes, but I believe that Greece, compared to the other Balkan countries, has been an attractive destination for foreign investment. Of course, there are lots of things that could have been improved, and I believe that what I would like to see is that we could change some things. I'm going to talk about these to see how our country could improve. Do we have red tape? Yes, obviously. And this puts off investors. Is there political stability? I would say that yes, there is political stability. Even in the most difficult days, foreign investors always assumed that Greece is a country with political stability. So we shouldn't use this as a deterrent. Is there financial stability? The truth is that there is intense concern amongst investors that the rules of the game are changing all the time in Greece. But I believe that instead of talking about financial stability, I heard beforehand you said about the need for political consent for a long-term plan that will help investors. This is very important. Is there corruption? There's a feeling that Greece is very corrupt, but I would say that compared to other Balkan countries, what we are concerned by, not so much, but the thing is that this corruption is becoming endemic. So it's becoming more and more socially acceptable. And this is more difficult to uproot. What are the indicators? I mean, we have some indicators that show to what extent these factors, non-financial factors that have to do with politics that could be improved. What kind of improvement could we see there? Now, the first factor is when we see some field studies, proposals for investments. It's like, what kind of financial returns do we see on this? So if we give an interest rate of 2.5% for 20 years, we see that there's a return of about 20%. This does not make sense. This shows that there's a prospect for uncertainty, for risk, financial risk, in all this environment. In Greece, we do see that foreign investments tend to aim for higher returns than in other Western European countries. In the same context, we see the need to have state aid and subsidies. We need to have financial aid to the companies. And why is this important for investors? because they don't want to risk to stay for another 20 years in the country, because they want to take the money and stay in the country to make extra profit. And they make this a priority. And a third factor, we might sound silly, has to do with what we often see, that we have investors coming in and they say, we talked with the responsible deputy or minister like Mr. Haritsis, and I've seen them meeting investors late at night, talking extra time, working extra time, and all investors that come to the European Central Bank has spoken with the competent minister. And this does not happen in other countries. And this shows that there is a lack of faith in institutional authorities. So this means that investors don't feel safe in investing in Greece without having spoken to someone specific.
If I need to bring an analogy of my own job, nobody in the EIB, no investor will see our chair, not even myself, but the competent responsible for the sector of energy or the environment or industry or anything else, anybody else from my team, so that we can direct him to the investment. The institutions work. Institutions are very important. The management of institutions is a critical issue so that we can move on with investments. Another indicator that we observe frequently is the necessity of having a local partner. This is very important and can be seen in developing countries. This is a necessity. When I used to work for the World Bank, it was difficult for somebody to go from the US to an African country, make an investment without a local partner. We will come back. Please help us with the time frame. Apologies. Yes, no problem. There will be a second round as well in our dialogue so that you can elaborate on anything you might wish. Your intervention is very important when it comes to the institutional flows. But let us now go to Mr. George Galanos. He's a professor at the University of Piraeus. Mr. Galanos, directly the floor is yours. First of all, allow me to thank you deeply for this invitation. It is a true initiative amidst the pandemic that might be a restart. In spite of the fact that I had prepared a presentation as a member of the academia, I will not follow it, but I will take into account the panel and the remarks listened. I would like to talk to you in a different way. It's pretty much clear that when we're talking about immediate investments, we must have an image that this is not always positive. No, indeed, the fact that all countries are moving towards this direction are showing that when we balance positive pros and cons, the pros are more. But we're not all of us on the same page. Internal domestic investments are more important. Since we're living in an era that we have made about different things, let me tell you that both the NSRF and the RRF are two very important tools. But if you see the analogy per year vis-a-vis the programs in the 80s and the 90s, you shall draw a conclusion. We must increase our domestic GDP, channeling the public investment program and changing the public investment program, not only deal with recruitment of personnel. We have used the public investment program even for recruitment. I would argue that the first thing to see, if we really not talk about FDI, is the internal and the external environment. When it comes to the external one, let us not just see the crisis ahead. I would argue that there is an overaccumulation of liquidity key across the world economics that will be channeled directly into all economies. So again, we will see an intensity of immediate investment across Europe, but let us not have an umbrella, because this is a golden opportunity. We can say that since 2000 until to date, in the majority of periods when there were investments in Europe, unfortunately, due to the same problems mentioned before, we kept an umbrella. We avoided that. So we must see the internal environment. What do I mean by that? We live in a country where we must decide what will be our preferable economic model. We cannot at the same time talk about immediate investment, and in the past we have seen executives following the central line. I'm not referring to the present people, okay. We've seen people talking in an intense way, and then they change their minds when they saw the benefits. There must be an overall perception about the investing environment, and yet I'm not talking about abolishing everything. Institutions are here to be protected. I disagree with Mr. Kaltsas, because bureaucracy and corruption are issues that are met throughout Europe. From Germany, let's not forget that from Germany started the judicial litigations about black money and corruption, not from Greece. Even in EIB, which you serve, and it's pretty helpful, if we go to Brussels, we can see that in each NSRF, bureaucracy is a big authority issue, bigger than the one solved. So it's not just about the problem in our country, it's an overall problem of perception. We can see that in Europe. Mr. Haritsis would tell you that half of this time, he had to deal with procedures. He had to deal with procedures and not strategy. I don't believe that there is anybody who believes that in this country we need to harm our people. No. You start with a logic, how should I offer? But what can you see later on? There are flaws in the Greek administration system, which nobody until now managed to resolve, in spite of the goodwill. Do we believe that somebody is going to start an investment in an urban center without any intervention by the archaeological offices? The most important thing for investors is to tell him what will be the taxation rate, stability, guarantee stability, and what will be the lifespan of an investment. Can we reply to that? No, just two figures. In the UK, the taxation bill has 4 changes since 1976. In Greece, we have 120,000 rather, ministerial decrees. So let us skip the first part. If an investor comes to our country, we cannot tell him if in 2 years' time there will be the same taxation system. Second, time. Archaeology, judicial system, nobody managed to resolve these issues. There are cases of investment. An investor is not interested in making an investment or not, but you need to be sure, you need to be certain that in 1 year's time, all procedures would be finalized. We cannot reply to this question. Why? In spite of the goodwill, we have not managed to go towards this direction. And I mean it, bureaucracy, it is true that digitization systems will help towards this direction, because wherever an a human factor does not exist, you can improve the timeline, and you can reduce corruption. There is a golden chance ahead, because we have 2 financing tools. I will not talk to you about RRF, I'm going to talk to you about 2 financing tools. 2127 and the Recovery Fund. Today, there are huge overlappings when it comes to the design between these 2. Obviously, there is the goodwill, but on the other hand, once again, we can see that plan is done at the level of execution. It's not channeled to regions. Again, the villains are the regions. Each time at the end of each NSRF, we're asking for expenditure for the public investment program to cover the sectoral issues that didn't run. At the end of the day, we put the blame on regions, which are the only ones that deliver. So in Europe, we're talking about regional policy. NSRF is a regional policy. It's a cohesion policy, different programs to the benefit of regional development. In our country, 1% that is 20% for regional policy, 30%, and the remaining part centrally designed by the same people throughout the last 30 years. If this doesn't make us skeptical, well, I don't know what should make that happen. If we accept that this model is problematic, then, sorry, we should put the blame on ourselves, not somebody else. By way of conclusion, let me tell you that obviously direct foreign investments are very important. Obviously, our country is lagging behind, but we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There are measurements that have taken place from all different organizations showing specific things to change. Let us focus on that and let us have a truly serious discussion throughout the political spectrum. We cannot agree with 5 simple things. I would argue that, to me, this is the critical point. Let us agree with 5 different points so that we can give what investors want, a sense of safety regarding the investment. Thank you so much, Mr. Galanos. Thank you, Mr. Galanos. Thank you indeed. Apologies for this lapsus linguae. Mr. Haritsis was keeping notes. Food for thought, yes. Many other issues on the table. I believe that all presentations were important, and the final one by Mr. Galanos opened many questions that could be discussed. I have in front of me this watch, which is a bit annoying, I would say. It is a terrifying effect because I can see the clock ticking. Indeed, this is a very interesting discussion. In my presentation, I said that many times, I superficially touched upon it, the issue of the direct investments. This is quite metaphysical. What Mr. Galanos said verified what I implied. To put it simply, many times for the politicians, for the minister, the easy and the handy thing is to go out with an investor, have a handshake and see that a deal has been concluded. This is not a strategy for investment. A strategy for investment means that you can sit around the same table, discuss, consult, raise a plan, make a plan about how you can see the position of your country within the international scene in today's conjuncture and what comes next. I talked to you before about the overaccumulation crisis. Mr. Galanos alluded to that before in his own way. What about the next period? In the next period, there will be an investing explosion for the planet. What do we need? What do we want? Do we want in our country serious, severe investments that will overall upgrade the domestic system? Do we need young people to be able to find a job through these investment priorities, or will there be a new generation of brain drain? You know, brain drain is not a physical phenomenon, it's not a natural phenomenon like snow or rain. It was based on specific political choices made a decade ago in our country. So do we need these investments, or do we need the positioning of some capitals in the short run so that there can be a value extraction that is export value from the country, which will lead to what Mr. Galanos said, that then there will be detrimental investments for our country. I believe that this is what you mean, value extraction. Yes, so that is a critical seed to see what kind of investment we need. Do we need serious investment in the long run or not? Mr. Kaltsas, whom I would like to thank for our partnership throughout the previous years with EIB. He played a critical role. EIB played a critical role so that we can overcome crisis, be able to shape an investing environment that will be more sound. He talked about institutions. Let me tell you something here. One is trust institutions. He's right about it. This is linked to what I name, not just myself, what I name institutional memory. There is no institutional memory in the country. What do I mean by that? When you create, you support, you enhance, you develop the proper institutions. In order not to be generic, let me give an example. What is the most specific example of such an institution later in our country which did not exist and was a Greek exclusion to the European rule, the creation of the Development Bank. The existence of a development bank shapes an institution that, through different political developments, through the change of the government and the alternation of political parties in power, may shape a framework to have a development institution, an investment institution that will support the development of our country. Unfortunately, today, we don't use this institution created, and yet, under Syriza government, I remember this was created back then, but having the backup of all parties. This is not adequately used in this crisis period to the extent it should. Mr. Galanos talked about the public investment program. Yes, when talking about investments, first of all, and if this pandemic has learned something to us, is that investments start from the strategy that we have as a society, thus as a well-structured democratic state to shape the investing framework. So how do we use the framework? What are the priorities set? These will work as a vehicle and will attract public investments that will complete that. This is a critical issue. Unfortunately, we see that the public investment program is devaluated constantly. Unfortunately, we reached the end of 2019 to have a record low in 2019 in the public investment program. Before the pandemic, that is, unfortunately, this was a reality in the first semester of the new government. It's critical to see how we use it and how we put it at the heart of this effort. Complementarity of tools, a very important issue as well. The recovery fund with the new NSRF 2127, and I would add the new CAP, which is a new tool. Yes, there are new panels for that. Okay, but we have a timeline which is more generic. It's very important to see this complementarity of these tools. That is why I'm talking about the national strategy, the issue of regionalization. I know that I was not that brief, but I will come to that. You know, the trend in Europe for the last many years, and this trend is an increasing one, an escalating one, is regionalization. The logic that a part of the NSRF will be directly channeled to regions without the mediation of the central state enhances this trend. But how you, as a state, you can support this trend, how you can channel things, how you can use your own tools, not just looking into regions and municipalities as a lower level. How you use them, and you don't see them as a patchwork. No, this is quite critical. There is a proposal right now for the RRF, 4,000 pages. There is no reference to the regional aspect of growth. This is a huge shortage, and I compare that because we've seen other programs. France, for instance. France has taken its proposal and it has structured it at the level of regions. They're saying this region, there are these possibilities, these problems, these challenges to face. These are the financings to be channeled towards these sectors. There is such a structure. Here, unfortunately, we lack such an initiative. I believe, and in order for me to keep it short, we talked about bureaucracy as well. Allow me to tell you, during my mandate, what Mr. Galanos said, I faced that both domestic but more the European bureaucracy, mainly what he said, in each programming period, the bureaucracy becomes even worse. These are issues that should be seen at the national and European level for sure, having in mind that there are good and bad investments. Likewise, there is good and bad bureaucracy, meaning that we need a framework that will support, will protect the investor and the public interest against any procedures, non-controlled procedures, and against any effort to waste money or violate fundamental laws of the Greek state. These are the issues in my view. The discussion is very important. I don't know whether we are going to have the time to get back to that. Apologies for time review. Thank you so much, Mr. Katrinis. There is a development law. There are some pros, there are some cons in this law. What is your view? Prior to that, I would like to convey the surprise that I felt when in a discussion with the ambassador of Sweden in our country. She told me that we have made the biggest investment in Greece. What was that investment? I asked her. She was referring to a company which bought a package of bad loans. This replies to the question, what type of direct investments do we need? Do we need investments that will have a footprint, a domestic added value, and a productive dimension in our country? Or do we need just a turnover? This is what we're trying to reply here. When I heard that, my dear Alexis, I felt surprised because she believed that. She believed that it was a big investment. But the issue is whether this leaves in our country what we need now in this conjuncture. My view is this is not what we need now. Since the public opinion is listening to big investment giants that will come with millions, billions, following their own pace, I will agree about bureaucracy. I believe that political convergence is very important. Stability in taxation and politics is very important. Political will should be seen, but apart from the part of foreign investments that can end up to our country, it's very important to talk about domestic investments. There lies the reply to your question about the development law. I see this opportunity. Why? Because some days ago we listened about a new call of 800 million euros. Until the end of 2021, in the public investment program, there are only 80 million euros to finance projects that have been under the development law since 2016 and onwards. Unfortunately, we need at least 2 years since we launched a call until the issuance of an official gazette to complete the procedure. It's not just about red tape and the slow procedures that are a counter-incentive for an investor to come to our country. It's also another big problem, and I will disagree with Alex Harris to that, vis-a-vis the role of the bank. It's a problem of having access to the financial institutions. Right now, this is the issue number one about the domestic investing community. In other words, the access to banks is not that feasible, in spite of the fact that they have liquidity with negative interest rate, but they don't channel this money to real economy to support true investing plans and give the possibility for liquidity that will cultivate economies of scale and labor costs. To that, the role of the development bank through the different tools and the different funds should be tangible. And the role of the political system is very important as well, since we really need to have some terms in order to support sound entrepreneurship. Without that, we cannot talk about domestic investment or implementation of a development law. Today, the percentage of the plans that are under this reform, under this framework, is down to 1-digit number. This is not a good scenario for the next day. When it comes to the recovery fund, I believe that we must see the synergy between domestic businesses and the ones coming from abroad. It is an issue. It is a political issue as well. Let me give you an example. In the discussion about the arms program, there's a program of 5 billion. Many companies are interested in that. I believe that it goes without saying that the necessary term and prerequisite will be that these will be designed in the Greek shipyards. The government should guarantee that this creates turnover, transfers know-how, and creates some labor posts. If this is not a priority set by the political system, because to us, it's easy to put the blame on the government, but since we all agree when it comes to the necessity of direct foreign investments, we all agree that there must be a cash flow. We all agree that entrepreneurship should be given the chance right now in this recovery phase to be able to create, expand, to be extrovert. This may not happen in its own resources only. That is why we all agree, and this is an overall challenge of the political system, and we shall be judged strictly by that in the days to come, whether we can have creative interventions that truly serve the national interest and the investing community of our country, which has survived 10 years of crisis in uncertainty. Problems are aggravating, seeking some ways out abroad. Thank you very much, Mr. Katrinis. Again, you talked about the domestic community, the potential for growth. Now, Mr. Kaltsas, you have heard about Brussels and Luxembourg. What about that challenge in the provocative statements? No, not at all. I will agree with them. I agree with the previous speakers. Of course, there is bureaucracy, but I imagine, and we are 4 Greeks in the panel, there is bureaucracy in Brussels, we can agree. There is bureaucracy elsewhere. We could congratulate each other and call it a day. But this is not the objective of this panel. I would argue that what is important in what Mr. Charitsis said, there is a need for a powerful institutional continuity. The Development Bank, which we supported to the previous government and with the actual one, I believe that this is one very good example for this need for institutional continuity. Allow me to tell you that a strong continuity is what makes a difference regarding whether a foreign investment is good or bad. Many times, we are in a difficult position because we see countries negotiating with foreign investors. Whether a country may negotiate in a good way, properly with foreign investors, maximize or improve the benefits for the country, this is up to how big are the institutions domestically. Let me disagree with some of the previous interlocutors. I do not believe that foreign investments can be bad, but there can be a bad bargaining, a bad negotiation between the state and foreign investors. I think that we should focus on that. This should be our critical point. Talking about domestic investors, I would like to argue that not all local investments are good. What we should do is that we must open a bit the game. We should open up the economy, the market, investments into a broader public. It is a fact that these investors, the investors who right now are in Greece, took the risk, and congratulate, of course, to them, we support them. Whether there are difficulties, many times this might be an inhibitor for newcomer investors come to the market. Likewise, there cannot be any increase of the profits. What I would like to tell you is that 2 new packages come to Greece. I agree with you, 2 packages. Much money from Europe will be channeled to Greece. It will be wiser for this money to be distributed to a wider audience of businessmen, municipalities, regions, people who have different ideas and need to invest in this country. I will stop here because I believe that we are running out of time. Thank you very, very much. Professor, you have turned hot this discussion. Well, let us say about Mr. Kaltsas that he has backed throughout the crisis period, and now he has backed us a lot. He has backed significant investments to see money channeled to our country. We must stress it because such a person being there has helped our country a lot. We must say that. Now, here we can see 2 big parties represented. I believe there was a representative by Nea Demokratia, and since we're talking with young people, they converge more than the opposite. The most important thing raised is whether there can be a consensus. I believe that we had a rep by Nea Demokratia. He could also agree that there are many fields for convergence in some aspects. Well, things would be hard, but yes. So the first point is that there is here an issue, a point for convergence. Next point. When it comes to the plan and what type of plan a country could have, I think that we must say something else, that the market will decide. You can talk about some directions, yes, that one could say in tourism, processing, primary sector, easy solutions, but the market will decide about the investments that are handy and to what extent. It is crystal clear that the country must have a strategic framework. Where do we need to go? A country still depending on oil should invest in RES. If you see, even the balance of trade has a big burden when it comes to our relationship with oil and our dependence on it. When we have a significant problem that is our balance, especially throughout the crisis, where there is de-investment and reduction of competitiveness due to the lack of new money, that is without any budget tools, you see that this was a critical factor. Right now, lately, we can see a serious effort taking place to go into RES. And even now, there are problems because the majority of people don't understand the benefit. Even if we can talk about the flora and fauna, you cannot say that I prefer oil rather than wind turbines. No, this is absurd. This is out of the question. In other words, going a step forward, I would say that looking into the reports of the World Bank, vis-a-vis what happens in the 70s, you might draw to one conclusion. For the last 40 years, in the 10 first companies, there was a company of the industrial zone, and now out of 10 were coming from the heavy industry, mainly automotive industry. If you see the previous year's time, you'll see 3 out of 10. 7 are digital ones and 3 traditional. This shows something, that the economy is on the move. There are always opportunities. In the 70s, in the 50s, in the 60s, when Greece exited World War II and the Civil War, there was trade and the maritime industry. Nowadays, I keep listening that there are no chances, let me disagree. This brings me to mind the army. The ones that got earlier believed that they had a worse time there. There is a change in the economy. A person from Italy may build an application, and then after some years, this can be a main platform for video games in the US. So they have to go there 3 times per year to update the application. And of course, the new value of this application is worth millions of dollars. The market will show the way, and we should focus on the following. Whatever is not electronic is not in. The market will show the way. We have strategic leverages, we have strategic assets. There are numerous studies about our country of the market, of strategic advantages, etc. There are many chances. If I should talk about a plan, let us get the studies and let us channel money or incentives towards these sectors that not now, but in the next 10 years will be good. Because this can be seen, we must not reinvent the wheel. So I think, and let me come back, let me make a step backwards. Mr. Kaltsas said that to me, yes, the part of institutional guarantee, that is, there can be an investment without the need to learn a specific framework to participate in tenders. There is no need to meet the competent minister. This is important. One thing is the contact at the top political level to see why our country is preferred. It's another thing, the feeling that this should be done to invest in the country. These are 2 different things. So yes, to me, this is of paramount importance, and I believe that steps have been taken by the previous government and and since 2010 onwards through the Yavia, public procurement, the CVs, all the different platforms. These are steps towards the future. Let us not say that we're doing nothing. No, some steps have been taken. We need a speedier pace. That's all. Thank you so much. And a final say, 2 minutes each, please. There is a common understanding in many issues. There are opportunities, there are challenges and problems. May we be optimistic about this new era, Mr. Charitsis? I think that optimism comes from deeds and not words. Because in words, everybody will say that everybody wants investment, etc. We've heard that before. The issue is what happens in practice. I believe that citizens, what they want, especially by the political system, that they need results that will be about themselves and the public interest. What Mr. Katsas said before, for instance, concerning the management of assets, I will take it a step further as a politician. This is very important, yes. Will you use the RRF budget, the new SRF budget, in a way that will step on the needs, will meet the needs of small and medium enterprise, workers, freelancers, regions and municipalities in the country, or will this money be channeled to a closed club for the few that have learned to use these resources for the last decades? This is a critical aspect in my view. This is not neutral. Then you talked about stability. I agree with you. How can we create stability? Let us see. In 2018, there was the biggest increase of direct investment in the crisis period for the last decade in our country. Why? Let us see why. Because we exited the memorandum, because we managed to settle our country.
Our country settled its debt, so we created the basic financial and political conditions for the country to manage to face the international challenges from a better standpoint. So we talked about financial stability. The first time in the 2016 development law, we set a stable legal framework for 20 years. And I believe this is important. And to reply to what was said about the banks by Mr. Katrakis, and I think Mr. Kaltas talked about it. You know, across Europe, beside systemic commercial banks, we have a development bank that has an important role to play. It shouldn't be a decorative element. It was made to be a supporting mechanism for systemic banks, which obviously bear great responsibility for the situation of the real economy at the moment, and for the fact that the great liquidity they have from the European Central Bank is not passing on to Greek companies. But the Development Bank has a role in drafting a policy, a strategy for us to move on to attract investments. I believe that it's very important to understand that in the environment we live in, this is a very competitive environment, and we are called to take strategic choices on where we want to take the Greek economy in the next few years, to see what conditions we're setting, what investments we want. And I'm returning to what I said before, with the need to create domestic added value. I mean, we need human resources, to capital, to know-how. All these things are what we're after for the future, so that citizens as well can take part in this process. Thank you very much, Mr. Katris. I want to agree with what the previous speaker said. We shouldn't be pessimistic or nihilistic. Yes, steps have been taken, but of course not with the speed required and the rate required to achieve this. I think we all agree. I think that everyone here agrees that investors cannot wait for us, and the Greek economy cannot wait for the traditional Greek times of changing things in investments, it's very important to separate the concept of absorption from that of use. As a country, we managed to have high absorption rates, even within the pandemic. Were these resources used where they were needed? No, and that's the opinion of the investors. Absorption, yes. Use, no. So let's not play with figures just to display some indicators that seem to provide solutions to existing problems, but they do not offer anything in the development and economy of the country. And we all agree if this does not change now with the digital transition and eco-friendly investments, we will be in the last position in Europe, and the country will lose its last opportunity to become a competitive, productive European economy. And because this can be misinterpreted, some may easily think that to do this, we need to shut down thousands of SMEs without giving an answer to who takes on the social cost of the transition of all these professionals to the new digital era, how we will achieve synergies and not abrupt acquisitions to achieve social cohesion, which I think no economic model can be sustainable without social cohesion. Yes, important. This is important. Mr. Skilsas. Okay, representing the European Investment Bank, I think that our only option is to be positive. In the post-COVID era, it's going to be a difficult era. And I would also like not to see businesses to close and employment skyrocket. We see that the European Central Bank and almost all political analysts say that when the banks stop supporting a specific number of companies, unfortunately, many businesses are going to close down and employment is going to increase. We are given the great opportunity to use these two packages we talked about. And not only to Greece, but to almost all European countries that are lagging, to close the gap of inequality and achieve growth and limit our public debt. At the moment, we have a skyrocketing of public debt in other countries as well. So there is a real need to remain positive and to work hard to have a future both for Greece and for United Europe in general. Thank you. Mr. Galanis, the final word. I would say that I agree with almost everything I heard. I would focus on a couple of things. I would say that there seems to be a great opportunity, as there is in every crisis. Even during the fiscal crisis of our country, we saw that businesses changed, they became extrovert, they grew. And even the Greek state and society through this crisis, it had great problems, but at the same time, it started changing. So I would say that this crisis is an opportunity. I do disagree a bit as regards consultation in our country. We've had a lot of consultation in our country, and usually there are just too many voices and there's too few results. Yes, we need substantive consultation. So we have two important financing tools, and mainly what we see in the market is that there is a change in perception, a change in attitude. We feel that we are working in an economy with an open market model. Without businesses, we can't have an economy. Without a powerful state, we can't have a powerful society. The state controls and sets the rules, and then it lets the economy progress. And the crisis brought about this change, a change in perception. We see a lot of people who 15 years ago were dreaming of becoming public officials, and now they're dreaming of becoming business people. The perception has changed. So I would say that I think that it's a great opportunity, and I believe that we are in a very good framework now. Any such effort is evaluated afterwards. Okay, I would like to thank our 4 distinguished guests and the organizers of the conference, and thank you very much for watching this. Thank you very much.
και είμαστε και μεγάλο πάνελ ουσιαστικά που έχουμε όλοι μαζί. Θα μιλήσουμε
για να δούμε, θα κρατήσουμε το χρόνο.
10-15 λεπτά ο καθένας.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to welcome you at this panel, which focuses on sustainability and impact investing. The term impact investing refers to investments in companies and organizations making an impact. A financial impact, obviously, financial performance is important, but combining this financial performance with a positive social and environmental footprint. We are at the stage in human history that we are experiencing existential threats like the climate change and the biodiversity loss. And together with this, at this critical moment of time, we are facing a pandemic and the huge recession that derives from it. So at a time where we are trying to face this triple crisis, and we are trying to do that via an unprecedented storm of technological advances and policy change, we need to figure out how we can transform our business sector, our financial sector, the NGO sector, but also policymaking in order to support transformative change that will allow us to implement the SDGs, the United Nations Agenda for Sustainable Development, to be implemented by 2030, 17 different goals concerning everything, the economy, the environment, and the society. Together with the agenda of the United Nations and the 17 goals, we have the climate agreement, the Paris Climate Agreement, tried to combat climate change. We have the European Green Deal with commitment to climate neutrality 2050, and together with that, clean tech leadership for European companies, cutting pollution, and of course, inclusiveness, leaving no one behind. And together with the European Green Deal, which is our growth strategy, we also have the medium-run package of measures for recovering from the pandemic, the recovery and resilience plans in all of the 27 countries of Europe that are consistent with climate mainstreaming and digital mainstreaming, and provide the necessary fiscal space for recovering back better, for putting our society, economy, and the way we use the environment on a resilient and climate neutral path. I am excited to be moderating this panel with people that are leaders in their field, and they have been working in this area of sustainability in all angles of the economy, society, and environmental use, long before this big storm of change has started to realize. Our first panel is Eleni Andreadi, Director of Sustainability for Sunny and Ecos Group. And Eleni, I would like your comment on how do you think the European Green Deal will impact on the economy, and in particular the tourist business sector, and what is the interest of investors in sustainability and ESG, environmental, social, and governance issues.
Hello, hello to everyone, and thank you for the invitation, Phoebe and the rest of the esteemed panelists. Well, I think, Phoebe, the word storm is really the best description of what's happening at the moment. And certainly I can say within our industry, from in my role as head of sustainability, I've been spending a lot of time with investors, with our lending institutions, and it's become a very big part of my job exactly because of the storm of change that's happening. So I would say that the existing program that we had, which was based on the broad spectrum of ESG targets and SDGs, has been further bolstered and accelerated because of what we're seeing, the increased interest. We had some investors who were already only investing in companies that have very strong ESG programs, but we're seeing now a wider interest. We just completed our materiality analysis for our sustainability report that's coming out now. And we can see, of course, that the top interest for all our stakeholders, including investors and lending institutions, are, of course, health and safety, no wonder because of COVID, customer satisfaction, which, as you said, sustainability we have to have a business that's profitable. And for us, and obviously customer satisfaction in tourism and widely, of course, is extremely important. But we're also seeing the top concerns of the climate crisis and circular economy and waste, which are material issues for our industry. So I would say that we're seeing a lot of interest. I'm seeing a lot of colleagues within the tourism business that are becoming very interested in developing programs. For us, it's given us the opportunity to become even more ambitious. We're the first climate neutral resort, sunny resort in Greece, and we have a very ambitious zero carbon footprint target. And a zero waste target, and which we've achieved already in one of our hotels, zero plastic program underway. We've already reduced plastic by 90%, and a broad array of local initiatives, such as scholarships to local farmers that also bolster the economy. And this increased interest is giving us the opportunity to do even more and faster. And I'm seeing this across the board also with our colleagues in Greece and in the rest of Europe and the Med.
Indeed, it is extremely interesting to see how fast the pace of change we are experiencing. And for me, the one crucial question is, do we have the capacity to keep up with this pace of technological advancements, but also policy and regulatory requirements? I would like to call in our conversation Stefan Braunhuber. Sorry, Stefan, I always do this with your surname. I'm very happy to have you here. Stefan is a member of the Board of Trustees of the World Academy of Arts and Science. This is where we met. And he's also a full member of the Club of Rome since 2019. Stefan, I would really like your view on how you see impact investment helping in the transformations that we need for our transition to sustainability.
Yeah, Phoebe, first of all, thanks very much for having me. And thanks for this panel to discuss, again, this important topic. You know, the pros and cons of impact funding. You know, I would say we need much more of impact funding, but it's definitely not enough. And we need much more of something else beyond impact funding, is my argument. If we look at the data, we can see that about 24% of all funds are ESG funds already, right, on a global level. And they increased from 2020 to 21 from 38 to about over 150, $160 billion. And at the same time, if you just look at the data, at the same time, look at last year, banks have been financing fossil investment globally by about 200 billion, and banks have been financing renewables globally by about 140 billion. So they both basically neutralize each other. And if you put this figure on a higher level even, you can see that we have a direct form of subsidies for the fossil industry of about 500 billion and an indirect form of subsidies of about 4,500 billion. So if you look at these figures, we must be aware that impact funding is a good thing. And I'm very in favor of that, specifically with the new EU taxonomy and others trying to transform and shift parts of the private money into more qualified investments with social and ecological targets. But I think it's definitely not enough. And I hope we can discuss that during this panel. One of the things I just want to mention is, you know, the impact funding, first of all, is about by factor 20 too low to meet all the transition we are facing. We are facing about a $4 to $5 trillion bill, additional liquidity required for the transition. It's not only shifting money from fossil to renewable, it's much more than that. And this requires additional, I think, regulatory efforts and in specific market-guided instruments and risk instruments and financial engineering to make that happen. And this was part of the work and the endeavor of the World Economy. We've been meeting years ago, and I'm happy to discuss that further in details with the panel. Thank you very much.
Okay, the art of unmuting. The art of unmuting. So I do agree, Stefan, the amount of money that we need to make the transformation and implement the SDGs, the complex web of SDGs in a holistic way. It's much more that the governments can contribute. I do agree that we need public-private partnerships. I do agree that we need to mobilize the financial and the private sector in a way that they see this as the opportunity for their profitability, and they understand the impact of social and environmental resilience on their profitability. We will come back to that. The EU taxonomy is something that is creating rules and procedures, but we need much more than that. Let's discuss this a bit further. I am also very happy to introduce another friend and colleague, the Andrei Giga. Andrei is a co-founder and partner of the Sporos platform, a venture capital that is focusing on providing capacity and funding to SMEs for the transition to circular economy. The transition to climate neutrality will happen via renewables, circular economy, and nature-based solutions. And I'm very happy to have Sporos platform introducing their work here. Andrei?
Thank you very much, Phoebe, and it's also a pleasure and an honor to be among such distinguished speakers today. So I am a co-founder and partner in Sporos Platform, which is the first impact investment fund focused specifically on circular economy in Southeast Europe. And I would like to also, from the previous panel that came before us, it is true that there has been a surge in ESG-related investment funds across the planet. Specifically during even before the COVID-19 pandemic, but specifically during the pandemic. But to the best of our knowledge, we were the first ones in Southeast Europe to not ask the question of how to green investments, but rather what is necessary, how can we bring about a circular economy transition in Greece and Southeast Europe, which arrived at the fund. So one of the first things that was apparent for us from the very beginning is that you cannot talk about a transition to a circular economy of the entire economic system without addressing those who make up 99.8% of it, which are SMEs. So yes, the tendency of VCs to invest in startups and green high tech due to their extensive experience in the ICT sector is necessary, since these will provide the solutions and technological know-how for the transition. But SMEs must be the primary beneficiary in order to achieve the goal. So what we did is we adopted an iterative design surrounding SMEs, whereby we conducted significant research, including a market study through a survey at national level in Greece, at top management level in around 200 companies covering the whole territory, in order to decide which was the best approach. And this led to the realization that around 68% of the companies included in the market study considered sustainability at least somewhat important for their long-term strategies, but an even bigger majority of these, around 72%, did not use any technological means to monitor their inputs and their outputs, and nor have they made investments in R&D activities in the past 3 years, which is a significant detractor from competitiveness and cannot be a good basis for the transition. Secondly, we also realized that there are three basic main reasons that hamper the adoption of a circular economy among SMEs. First is the lack of awareness of existing products, services, and tools on the market through which they could circularize their business models. Second, a lack of in-house expertise on how to apply those solutions and tools within their companies. And this is a structural issue due to the fact that around 80% of those 99.8% of the European economy have 9 employees or less. So they completely lack the capacity to properly monitor the market to see what solutions they can employ and how to employ them within their own business plan. And thirdly, there was a lack of also adequate financing, which Stefan also alluded to, due to the fact that the traditional banking and financial system is unsuited or unprepared to properly cater for circular economy needs. So this led to what we call the Sporos approach, which consists of an impact investment fund of 60 million euros. Then we have Sporos Circular Solutions, which is a dedicated consultancy that can accompany SMEs in the transition through a wide network of experts and expertise that can be readily deployed. And finally, Symbiosis, which is a non-profit who has the duty of raising awareness among key stakeholders in the public of circular economy and its needs, and who recently also organized the second Athens Circular Forum in the context of the EU Green Week as a partner event, where Phoebe also had the pleasure of joining us, where we had the pleasure of Phoebe joining us. Due to all these reasons, right, Sporos platform, the Impact Investment Fund, also has a unique structure compared to other VC funds in order to ensure that we reach both our financial and non-financial objectives. And this is also what Phoebe was briefly saying before. Firstly, there is a specialized advisory committee, for example, called the Circular Board. And here we are honored that Professor Koudouri has accepted to chair it, which includes as members representatives of a wide network of strategic collaborators that we built over the last 2 years that have significant sectorial expertise, but without much information usually permeating between them. But because circular economy is such a pervasive concept, the horizontal availability of expertise is necessary to ensure complementarity and also properly targeted investments. So it's not just about how much investments we have available, but it's also on how you do these investments. We also shifted during the design process, for example, from a purely equity fund to a quasi-equity mezzanine financing tools, primarily in the form of transition bonds. Not only because this was identified by major global institutions such as the World Economic Forum or the OECD as the best instrument for SMEs in transition, but also because it emerged from our own market study that there is an enormous appetite on the part of Greek SMEs for such an instrument, because they were very reluctant to engage with traditional business law. So I will conclude here for now, but before I do, I just wanted to also to mention that this model that we created was also published on the European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform by the European Commission as a best practice from Southeast Europe, which showcases the importance of being highly targeted and specialized when it comes to impact investors in the green transition. We've concluded the first fundraising round during the pandemic, which was quite a challenge, and this also connects to what Ms. Andreadis was saying about increased attention. We passed the 4-month due diligence process of the Hellenic Development Bank of Investments. We have begun the formal process with the IF, and we are now in discussions also with the EBRD. And we plan to conclude the second round of fundraising at the end of July and begin the first investments in the fourth quarter of this year. So thank you very much for your attention so far, and I really look forward to questions and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrei. It's a really significant effort, and I love the fact that it's not just financing the transition, it's supporting this transition with capacity building. I want to move next to Vasilis Zeralis. Vasilis is the co-founder and president of the European Quarter of Earth Index. Earth Index, it's, I think, founded on an amazing idea, and I see a lot of potential in this particular company, not just in Greece, but for the whole region of Eastern Mediterranean. Vasilis, do you want to tell us what you are doing?
Yes. First of all, thank you, Phoebe, for the panel. I would like to also thank the organizers for the work that they have done so far. I have been monitoring their progress for the last years, and I think they have done an amazing job in Patras in expanding the original conference, and they have to be complimented and, you know, give them the go-ahead to do even more. About us, we are a startup, but we started in the US. The idea that Phoebe spoke of is quite actually a simple one. We have a background of energy, all of the founders and the people on board, but we look energy, you know, I can use the word holistically, like a 360 degrees activity rather than just, you know, production, generation, distribution or transmission or even consumption as a typical value chain would express it. So the idea here is to minimize the footprint, actually the carbon footprint of the renewables project itself. Okay, and in order to get to, let's say, a stage where renewables would be the basis of our energy in the future, the idea is to get that future as fast as we can today. And what we're looking at is on a sort of, you know, country level solution, which basically is we'll look around on a geographical map with all the data layers that we can find where one would, you know, try to put a renewable project. Okay, that's because land is not available freely, and therefore it has to have some properties and some, I would say, quality characteristics in order to have the major impact that we're looking for. That's one of the pillars that we are looking at. And the second pillar is it has to be based somewhere which will help the grid, either the high voltage or the medium low voltage, i.e. Transmission and distribution system operators, to be able to connect that renewable project in the best way that they can. And by I mean best, I define it both financially and technically. Okay, so the idea here is to provide information, to provide the relevant data to investors, developers, consultants, or even the government itself at some point of time to understand the impact of the policies that they have on renewables, whether they go forward, why they don't go forward, or why they don't go forward, and have at some point of time a real-time information of how they can, let's say, plug and play, if I could use a term, on their policies and make them more efficient and effective. In terms of the overall market, I think the previous speakers, they gave quite an interesting view of where we are. The only thing that I would mention is that I do believe that we are in sort of a critical juncture in time on how we move forward in sustainability. And one of the tools obviously would be impact investment. I do believe that because, or even after, and the pandemic, things have changed. We haven't seen the impact of those changes right now. We will start looking at them within the next 12 to 18 months. I mean, an example is what Ms. Andreades said about hospitality and leisure. I think that will change. Okay, they have to, hospitality, which is a major industry in Greece, have to change, has to provide another different set of value. I do believe that we have something like about 12 to 18 months to change our way of thinking, because the new market reality is starting to, become the new way of doing business. And therefore, it's actually quite simple at the end of the day, adapt or die. Andre talked about a lot of SMEs. Yes, I agree. And I was also hearing on the previous panels that I had that the importance for SMEs. I think SMEs are important, but I do believe that it's going to be a major reshuffling of what exactly SMEs will be available in the future, in what industries, and how they will provide value at the end customer that they need. I mean, the need will be there, but it will be differently met. And therefore, one of those, let's say, thinking processes is what urged us to think differently about energy and become a platform for clean energy and try to figure out a way to make this transition to this new reality in the market, in energy at least, in renewables, through and via Earth Index. I'll stop for here and I'll take any questions that you might have later on. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Vasilis. Indeed, a bird's eye view for a holistic management that could be of the power sector that could be very useful for governments, but also investors. That's very interesting. I would like now to call in Kostis Tsellenis, founder and president of the Hellenic Impact Investing Network and managing partner of the Swiss Impact Office. Mr. Tsellenis, please, the floor is yours. Give us your views and showcase to us what you are involved in, so that, all this communication is quite important, so that people and policymakers and politicians and local authorities know about the current actions relevant to impact investment. Please, Mr.
Yes, thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here to start with that. First physical conference after a while of a lot of virtual ones. I think that what we need to start with is the definitions, right? And we see that there's a lot of confusion currently with what impact investing is. On the one side, we have the mainstream investment community, the mainstream global investment community that still connects impact investing with the social enterprise in Africa, right? This is of course a misunderstanding. We need to be able to explain that impact investing is, per definition, can be done in London with technologies, or in Germany, or in Greece. The second confusion with terminologies is between ESG and impact investing. And don't get me wrong, we are welcoming, as impact investors ourselves, any ESG strategy, because this can also facilitate the creation and push towards a circular economy, as my fellow panelists have said before. But it's not impact investing, and it's very logical to try in parallel to improve a negative footprint of a corporate, of a large corporate. It's very difficult to make a standard corporate comply with environmental and social principles, and it's very different if you're investing in an impact venture that is producing a product or developing a technology or providing a service that can be a solution to one global environmental or social challenge, as we've seen, and you mentioned before as well, in the framework of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And we do see that this continues. I think that it's damaging to a certain degree, impact investing, because it doesn't allow for people to understand where they should put their money into. The first effort on the European Union level to be able to reduce that greenwashing or impact washing approach was with SFDR regulation, especially Article 9, for investment products, using the term sustainability properly and only if complying to risk management processes that are environmentally or socially linked. But the global impact investing community, right, we're counting now 20 years in the field. We have been debating for many, many years around what impact investing is, what is not impact investing, and of course, specifically with developing the impact frameworks for measurement and reporting. So I think that the global impact community does filter out ESG strategies if they want to focus only on impact, and does fight greenwashing and impact washing as well. But when it comes to countries that are not developed with that methodology, like Greece, unfortunately, still, we have been noticing for the last 20 years that Greece was practically inexistent in that global map of impact investing, and probably that was also the idea behind the Hellenic Impact Investing Network. We said, all right, we were the first Greeks to deal with impact investing on a global scale. What can we do to put Greece on the global landscape again? We also see it on the Swiss Impact Office side when we get 500 investment opportunities per year, or 300, 400, right? And you see that even the new economies in Eastern Europe are starting creating deal flow and pipeline with interesting impact ventures in different fields, from sustainable food and agriculture, clean technologies, recycling technologies, concepts around access to energy, concepts around access to finance, and we don't see as much coming from Greece. And one of from the discussions that the HIN had during the last 5 years, we realized that there's also not a venture capital private equity market in Greece. And this is also another challenge. How do we create first a VC PE market? How do we educate the young entrepreneurs to focus on startups that have an impactful profile, so that we gradually can create the ecosystem to create the market and to attract the necessary foreign capital for impact investing specifically. And I feel, maybe I'm going to add this, I feel that the current administration is making an exceptional effort to attract foreign capital. And we've seen, when it comes to impact investing, we see a lot on renewable energy infrastructure. I think this is, in the meantime, mainstream. Also for Greece, there are some things that need to be changed on the regulation side, of course, and we would welcome seeing a more a new framework that's going to incentivize more installations. But if you exclude renewable energy infrastructure and in any other impact theme, we don't see any movement, and we don't see any incentives, we don't see any initiatives that can promote the field. So this is probably where the HIN is trying to fill a gap, but at the same time, we understand the challenge, and at the same time, we understand that we need to collaborate both with the government, with financial institutions, with the investment community, and of course also with the entrepreneurs.
Thank you very much. So let me ask you something very quickly, just to clarify what you said. You said that you see a lot with regards to renewables, but you don't see impact investments coming from Greece on any other sector?
We see a lot, yeah. We see a lot of early ventures, very early ventures, the 100,000, the 200,000 tickets, which of course, it's going to take a while until Greece gets in substantial capital to be able to reshape its economy with so small tickets. But this I think that this can speed up a lot if we if we create the conditions for the ecosystem to advance.
Yeah,
but we do see more and more. If you start applying very strict impact criteria, then you realize that a lot is not coming in question. But again, what we're missing is education. We need to educate the new entrepreneurs, these small, medium enterprises, how can they actually qualify as impact investments. if they can qualify, if they have in the very heart of their business model, they have the main impact principles, then we can help them also add the necessary processes, measurement, framework, etc. But they have to have it in their business model. And we haven't seen that a lot. If you want to, maybe I can mention an example here. In the Nordic countries, we see sustainable aquaculture picking up extremely quickly. Throughout the value chain, different solutions on feedstock feeding with alternative protein, up to measuring the health of the fish and producing products that are actually very popular in the market. Now, sustainable aquaculture in the Nordics, Greece could be leading in this process, and it's something that does not need too many years to get there, so to make the transition. So those are the key examples that we're also always mentioning and on what needs to be done. And maybe we also need to work with the academia, with the academic world to be able to create that kind of education in early days with younger people that will eventually take the entrepreneurial route.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me give you a quick snapshot. I'm a professor in Greece, and I also lead the EIT Climate Kick Hub and work very closely with EIT, which is the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, and in particular with Climate Kick. The KIC means Knowledge and Information Community. The Climate Kick has a 10-year track record, an impressive track record on climate, on impact investments that are particularly focused on accelerating the transition to a climate economy, climate neutral economy. And there we see we've accelerated many such startups over the last 10 years. What is happening in Greece is exactly what you said. We have immature ideas, but are very well rooted in impact investment in terms of the criteria that you need in order to qualify as impact investment. And what is needed is capacity building, is mentoring and financing in order to mature this more to we give us a Climate Kick Accelerator some interesting financing up to $500,000, but then this has to mature to the next level and goes to the VCs. And then these national VCs, after maturing the investment, they need to give it to the global VCs that can make it better. So what is needed is focus, I agree with you, is focusing on research commercialization in a way that supports business models creation that are truly rooted on impact investment, but also are fast in accelerating the ideas, in maturing the ideas. But I will come back to you. This was a very, very interesting intervention. Thank you for being here. I want to move to Mr. Yannis Georgakelos, Communications and Corporate Affairs Director from Athenian Brewery. Yannis, it's a pleasure and an honor to have you on board. Please give us your comments on impact investing and what the Athenian Brewery is doing on this.
First of all, Phoebe, let me say that it's my pleasure and honor to be part of this panel with the other esteemed panelists, and thank you very much also to the organizers for the invitation. I cannot add many points to what was mentioned from the previous speakers about the creation of a need for a different investment model over the last years due to the climate change, but also due to the spreading and widening of inequalities at global level, and the tremendous advancement of technology in most areas. So this is obvious and has been very explicitly described by the previous speakers. What I want to say is that we're working in the beer sector. We're an FMCG company, and I have this role here to let's say, represent the FMCGs in this panel of experts, in my opinion at least. And as a role, the FMCG sector has a role that is quite important, and it's also an obligation, if you ask me, in the sense that in most of the cases, the companies and the big leaders in this area are having visibility of their actions at a much higher level than anybody else. So the visibility and awareness that our activities and our impact investments are having has another type of impact as well, next to this, which is making this visibility to the industry, to the investors, and to the general public much higher, which is important at this stage because leading by example, as in everything, is even more important in when we talk about impact funding. It is an extreme. There are extreme scenarios that we're looking at this moment when it comes to the future, and these extreme scenarios require extreme actions and actions at the big scale. So as it was very, I would say, it was pointed out in the best possible way how this has to be incorporated, has to be in the core of the business model of an operation. Doing it at a large scale also provides this example for everybody else. Maybe to follow is not the correct word, but to take this example and take it to the next level. And of course, all this is important when it is connected when the words are connected with actions, when the commitments are connected with the results, because you all know better than me how easy it is to make a commitment and how much more difficult it is to go through the implementation phases in order to bring the initiatives to life and actually have the results that the impact funding has an actual impact at the end of the day. As a company, we have already started for many years now, investments focusing on a more positive social and environmental impact. We believe that this is more and more embedded in our business model, and despite the fact that we're a multinational, we're part of the Heineken Group, our footprint is quite local. So it is from production to consumption, from the barley field, from the raw material to the actual glass of beer. There are many examples that I can highlight. I will not be extensive on that. One I would like to mention is the fact that our contractual barley farming program that we are having for the last 14 years, which engages more than 2,000 farmers from 20 different counties. And for the last 7 years, we're able to not only to produce the barley that is necessary for all our local production in Greece, but on top of that, to export the excess malt to other markets. Even more important is that through this program, we strengthen the local economies by contributing to the creation of more than 800 new jobs over that period, mainly in the primary sector, and being able to support the farmers that are participating and their families, not only by giving them a stable source of income through the contractual, let's say, element of the agreement, but also educate them, engage them in new practices, give them access to new technologies, so as to make sure that their crops, not only the barley ones, are more productive and more environmentally friendly at the same time. On top of that, we are working on certifying our produced barley as sustainable. In 2020, we certified approximately 35% of it. The target for this year is 50%. We aim in the next 4 years to have the total quantity produced as certified. And we can take this one step further at local level in Thessaloniki or in Patra, where our 2 main breweries, our 2 main production facilities are located. Another program that we have launched very recently, and we are also very lucky that our moderator of today is the major scientific partner in this and has the whole scientific supervision, is our Water for Tomorrow program, which focuses on the appropriate use of water resources, is executed in collaboration with all the relevant stakeholders of the Thessalia area at the first stage, which we decided to focus at the beginning, being one of the most water-stressed areas in in the country. So this is where the first actions of our program are focusing. A number of factors there intensify the problem of water scarcity and make the region problematic and probably in the future even more. So bringing all the stakeholders at the same table, using innovative solutions, promoting impact funding and solutions for the users to find ways to fund their own initiatives. And we're talking about users that, especially in the agricultural sector, from our farmers' base, they represent more than 20% of those people in the area of Thessalia. We have a very high ambition for this program. I will not get into more detail for that. I'm waiting for questions in the future. Thanks again for the invitation.
Thank you, Yanni. Thank you very much. Indeed, Athenian Brewery is doing something I think extremely cutting edge for Greek standards, is using in this project that I call it and called Water for the Future, Water for Tomorrow. It's using systems innovation approach, which basically brings together all the stakeholders in a problem, and this particular problem refers to water scarcity and optimal management, in order to co-design the pathways, the technological, financial, and policy pathways that can lead to sustainable use of this precious resource. And I think this is truly cutting edge, and I hope it will be successful. Last but not least, I would like to call in Savas Peltekis, Managing Director of TUV Hellas, and I would like to hear his opinion on the potential of impact investing and what we need to do more in order to be successful.
Thank you, Professor Koudouri. Thanks to the organization, people of this event, which is very, very interesting, because I think that we owe to the whole region of Greece the opportunity to speak out and come to contact with international entrepreneurs and international society, so that they can further develop the whole region of Greece and not only Athens and Thessaloniki. Our market sector is quite different from the other dear panelists. I come from certification and inspection business. I worked for more than 33 years in this field, plus 5 years in a refinery. And I think that we're quite experienced in following up all the developments in these fields. It is very simple to understand that an inspection and certification body duty is to maintain, to secure the quality, to verify the quality, to certify the quality of a product or a process, but and the safety of a steam boiler or a plane or an elevator. Now things are changing rapidly, and all the investments now, the task is not only the financial issues, the profitability, but also the impact, the social impact, the impact to the society. And this is also measurable. And it's up to the inspection and certification bodies to verify not only the annual reports of the big players on their actions, but also to verify the social impact, the impact of an investment. And that would be very, very useful for all the society to have a way, a common way, a mutual way to understand what exactly the impact of each and every investment for a product or a process or a construction or a project is, and that would be really, really helpful for the society to evaluate how useful an investment is, and the most important, during the operation time, how friendly to the environment, how friendly to the existence of the people is. So we are here to maintain this very important task. We would appreciate not to have many standards as it is the case right now, but we would really appreciate to have a common standard imposed by the United Nations and covering all the 17 tasks of the social accountability goals. And through this standard, we would have a common way to measure, because the most important thing in this field is to measure, not to have only declaration, reports, and so on, but also measurable results, KPIs. And apart from this task, also as a huge organization, we have more than 15,000 employees all over the world, and we have also taken steps in the sustainability, and of course, due to the pandemic, was another opportunity to further improve our internal communication and our services to our clients. And the most important issue that we're dealing with is the remote inspection from a distance, inspection through equipment, which allow us not to travel, not to spend time and produce CO2 emissions by traveling, going to the client, but we can do it with special equipment from our office. And this is really, really a huge step forward, which is, okay, it was caused by the general financial environment, but also it was strengthened due to the new coronavirus impact. So I would be glad to ask further questions, but I would like to be as short as possible.
Wise words. Mr. Peltenis, I am extremely happy to hear that you are also advocating for an SDG-based monitoring and assessment, holistic framework, and not have different frameworks that confuse people and make it very difficult for the corporate sector to follow. I am leading the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, the European hub. This is the biggest network in the world trying to provide solutions for implementing the SDGs. And I think what you said is so crucial. I will start from you during the second round. We all need to be laconic, and possibly I need to be the shortest of all of you. This is something I need to control. I wanted to ask you, how much is the EU taxonomy affecting your sector? And of course, the EU taxonomy is not just trying to improve the flow of money towards sustainable activities, but has also suggested a directive for corporate sustainability reporting, which includes that the audit of reported information should also be digitally tagged. So that the reported information is machine readable and fits into the European Single Access Point as per Capital Markets Union Action Plan. You said that sensoring technology and digitalization has made an important impact on what you do. How do you perceive this EU taxonomy package of measures affecting what you are doing further?
I think it is, first of all, let me start in a different way. We all have to be very proud because we live in Europe. And we have heard many, many times that the growth goes to east. So the center of gravity of the global growth is traveling to east. The center of gravity of the new technologies and digitalization drives to west. But we're proud to be Europeans because Europe is the center of the civilization, of the global civilization, and still is. Europe is the leader of sustainability ideas and still is, and as the things are running, it's going to be. It's the organizer of Kyoto Protocol 20 years ago, more. It was the organizer of the conference in Paris and is leading all the developments in sustainability. So we are proud to have this privilege to be European citizens, also as Greeks and as Europeans. Further on, with the EU taxonomy, I think that it is a very, very crucial step forward to see investments with a social impact, to improve both. Because practically, forget about the 17 goals of United Nations, we have two factors, environment and the human beings. EU taxonomy drives directly to the further development and improvement of the environment and the human beings. And those who fulfill these requirements have specific financial privileges and advantages. So we are very, very happy to see this improvement. And as I said, we are all used to, in my field, to measurable, not theoretical impacts, not theoretical standards and processes. All have to be measurable. This is something that I would like to insist, and I think that this is the way that the EU is already establishing a very nice way to measure all the actions taken and the impacts and the result of the impacts in the sustainability.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Stefan, how are we going to finance the SDGs? We have the technology, given the advances in solar and wind and battery storage and electronic vehicles. We have the technology. We have a quite hectic policy framework that tries to support the sustainability transition. Do we have the money? How can we mobilize the money?
Thanks, Bibi. This is exactly the question we had at the World Academy over the last 5 years, looking at the SDGs. And if you look closer to these SDGs, you have about a third of these targets and goals which are eligible for private investment, right? And this is where the impact funding then kicks in and really takes it on. But about 2/3 of the goals are global commons. We should not really privatize, because if we would start privatizing global commons, we would end up in a debate we had in the 90s of the last century with the Washington Consensus, where we deregulate, privatize, and liberalize commons, and then end up with a situation where we basically sell the future to private companies. So I'm personally, and most of the people of our group are in favor of market-guided solutions, right? But we have to differentiate between the private and the public sector here. And if you look closer to it, I think there's 2 or 3 things that's going to happen the next couple of months, which are going to happen anyway. One debate is the debate around the so-called CBDCs, central bank digital currencies. The Chinese are going to go public in September, October this year. Europe may be coming a little bit later, where central banks are creating additional bank accounts, additional liquidity, which can be basically used also for green investments. It's a complicated topic, and Phoebe, we should discuss that in a separate format for another 2 hours, but this is one aspect. And the other aspect is you referred to as the taxonomy. I'm involved in this taxonomy debate since about 35 years on different levels. And frankly, I do not buy into the EU taxonomy, frankly, right? I don't believe that a Brown penalty factor will really shift it. I think we need the taxonomy as an option for those who want to do it, but not as a compulsory framework. The only thing we have to implement here is the idea that everybody who's doing business should take care of the costs doing business, upstream and downstream. This is the total cost analysis. Whatever business you want to do, you have to pay for what you create, upstream and downstream. These total cost analysis, where you internalize the costs, the social and ecological costs along your value chain, is a market-guided, market-based solution, which is the fastest and probably the most efficient one to make a taxonomy happening. I got to stop here. I have to stop here because it takes.
Stop. Let me. I spent the whole of my career on.
Yeah, I know.
post-valuation, you know that. But, you know, it's not enough to try to create economic instruments to incentivize the internalization of the externalities. It's not enough. We've been trying. We've been trying. We need regulations and we need laws in addition to incentivizing, in addition to,
Phoebe, ask 20 experts in sustainability about what sustainability is. The Vatican will tell you everything but not porno. The French will tell you everything is sustainability, but definitely nuclear energy. The Polish will tell you, well, coal is much more sustainable than whatever. The Germans can tell you a different story. I mean, there's hundreds of sustainability taxonomies out there. I'm losing the overview on all that, but I'm happy to discuss that further.
I agree, but what is the way forward for you?
Well, for me, I think the first thing is differentiate public and private, and second, create the right risk instruments to hedge the risk you're involved in. You know, if you're involved
but there, Stefan, sorry for interrupting, we don't have enough time, but there, in all endeavors, you have public and private elements. So why not bring the public and private in partnership and let each one of them de-risk their own effects, I mean, their own impact.
Yeah, I fully agree, Phoebe. This is where we are heading for. PPPs with blended finance, with forms of state guarantees on one side, hedging risk on the secondary and tertiary market, on the capital market on the other side. We need it's getting complex, but it's getting blended, and this is the only way forward. Yes, I agree.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Stefan. Mr. Tsellenis, please, your final remarks.
I agree with what Stefan said just now. The public-private partnerships are a way forward, right? What we need are more products. You have to think, it was mentioned before, we need a couple of trillions to be able timely to address the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Or slightly more, 4 to 5 trillion, I would say, yeah.
Exactly. So the only way that we can do this is by inspiring and incentivizing the mainstream investment community that I said before. In order to be able to do this, we need institutional quality investment products, solutions, bonds, funds, with a very high impact profile at the same time. And this is where we have our bottlenecks, and we need to be very transparent, and we need to be very humble, because we are going from one bottleneck to the next in this impact investing timeline that lasts 20 years. We are solving a lot of them, but talent, for example, is one of them. We don't have enough good investment experts in this area with the necessary track record in venture capital, private equity, and a full understanding in their DNA on what impact investing is, in order to be able to have institutional quality investment funds that are focusing on impact, so that we can attract mainstream investors. Because if we start with, the philanthropic capital had its role in impact investing, they were the first to trigger the creation of that community. The state capital initiatives, public capital, also are trying to trigger that inflow from the mainstream investment community, not always successfully. We have seen a lot of bad examples. It's difficult for governments and states to understand what that exactly is. They're a little bit more far away from the market. So we have a lot of bottlenecks that we need to address. But the main goal is we have not the luxury to disappoint on what impact investing is. And this is where I'm extremely sensitive, because the failed approaches in social first funds will scare away the mainstream investment community. The failed approaches with impact washing products or ESG products that are calling themselves impact products, they're going to disappoint the global impact investing community, which is growing and growing and growing, especially with next generation family members.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We agree. We are on the same ground. And I think the rest of the panel also does. I see many heads nodding. Andrei, will Sporos platform be able to contribute to avoiding bottlenecks that have just been referred to? Unmute.
I am very, very happy to come right after Mr. Tsellenis because I completely agree with him. And in fact, most of these concerns, we had them in mind since the very beginning. And that's why we actually dedicated significant amounts of energy and effort and time to properly designing the structure of the fund rather than to any other types of activities related to it, right? Because we knew that if we were going to be the first impact investment fund focused on circular economy, despite our small size, our relatively small size, we knew that we had a responsibility in terms of the example that we were setting, because this example could either hinder or accelerate the transition toward the circular economy. But I believe that the model that we came through comes from a very practical place, let's call it, because
Andrei,
instead of...
you have another 20 seconds. Please.
All right. So what I want to say that instead of focusing a lot on strict definitions, we should just ask the question of who is ready to listen to what and try to find good arguments for both, because in this manner you will find all interlocutors available to discuss with you and to try to find ways forward, whether that's investors or global VC funds or companies or governments. We so far have managed to do this, so it is very difficult, but it is possible.
It is possible. This is a nice closing sentence. Vasily, your final remarks?
Just two things only, by listening to all those interesting things that were discussed. I think the first one is that we need to sort of generate intentionally impact by design, let's put it like that. And I would argue that we need some sort of a Pareto rule analysis and implementation, like an 80-20 rule, which basically means the 20%, which are the few, the vital, the critical few projects, tools, whatever, that need to be in place in order to move forward. And the second thing is that I think without measures and without data, it was said from various fellow speakers, yeah, we're not going anywhere. As Deming, a guy, an expert, a guru of quality once said, in God we trust, all others bring data, or else we're just another person with an opinion.
Thank you,
I think somewhere over there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yanni, your remarks?
Not much to add. Very interesting points made. The turning point that we are now, I think, is very evident to everybody. The action plans that are set regarding the circular economy, the management of waste, energy efficiency, all these have been published at European level, at national level. I would like to stress the fact that it's of great importance for these tools to be adapted locally, to have the national framework formed in a way that is able to facilitate the companies and the investors to develop their strategies and their practices so as to contribute to the achievement of the goals. Closing, I would like to add to the fact of using data, measuring, evaluating, providing solutions, going through the loop once again, because that is the only way, with hard numbers to back things up. I believe in the fact that we need regulations, we need legislation, we need to measure our results, and that is the only way forward.
Thank you, Yanni. Global to local and then back to global, indeed. I wanted to close the session with the other woman of our company, Eleni. Vasily says that tourism is one of the most, if not the most crucial sector in Greece. And he also said you need, not you, the sector needs to transform their values. I think your work is a leadership example in the sustainability of the tourist sector, but I wanted your final remarks.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I've been shaking my head a lot just during this last part. I think tourism can be a platform for a shift to a sustainable, more sustainable model in our country. And I think thinking about what's just been said, for me, the role of legislation and incentives is also important because we have a lot of training ground to cover. We don't have time to cover it so quickly. So we need the frameworks to be right. I'll just offer one example from our hotels. A hotel in Spain, compulsory to heat your pool with renewable energy, immediately. That's your only option. Water is, you cannot have plastic, well, you can have plastic, but it's more expensive than to have paper. So, these sorts of things, we need these. We're in Greece, we're still not implementing pay as you throw. I'm hopeful that it's going to be implemented now. So immediately everyone will be recycling. So we need to move quickly on this front. And also I wanted to stress the importance coming from the ground up of certifications. And I'm glad that Mr. Peltekis is here. Also third-party certifications. So when we can have transparency and create the trust, even when having financial instruments like green bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, all these things, that people really know that the work on the ground is happening and we're seeing this change. So that I think those points are very important to keep in mind.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. I have truly enjoyed the session discussing with friends on how we can build forward better. I will close by saying that the COVID-19 related pandemic packages are financed by national debt. So they are loans from future generations. So we have a moral responsibility to build forward better. And impact investment is a tool that can enable this building forward better. The good news is that we don't only have a moral responsibility, but we have a solid economic case for building forward better. Worldwide simulations confirm that green and digital economic stimulus is more growth enhancing than a return to normal stimulus. So let's use this crisis to transform our public investments in order to shape a sustainable, fair, green and digital transition, and at the same time leverage private sector investment that can accelerate the transition to sustainability and the implementation of the SDGs together with the European Green Deal. Thank you all, and thank you to this amazing conference that enabled your gathering, our gathering. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
let me thank all of those, the mayor, my colleague, and you, editor, my old colleague, Mr. Peters. I saw Mr. Peters before, and all our people coming from later because there is a live streaming. Prior to say anything else, I believe that the news of the day is to be evaluated. That is the results announced by Eurostat Health Statistics about the course of the health economy in 2021. The results that are exquisitely better than expected, better than the ones we knew. I believe that this prove right the hard work that the whole financial staff, first being the Prime Minister and the co-competent ministers, we tried amidst the pandemic to manage an unprecedented financial crisis brought along by the pandemic. If you haven't seen the data, let me analyze it a bit. In relation to the financial upgrade of our country in the first quarter of 2020, the result is minus 2.3%. But please pay attention to that. The forecast for 2021 budget was, based on which we had the forecast for a development of 3.6% annually, foreseen for the first quarter of 2021, plus 11% recession. Mainly because, if you remember well, the first quarter of 2020, the Hellenic economy had a positive pace of growth, 0.5%, because pandemic touched Greece late February and the further restrictive measures were taken mid-March. Thus, the first quarter of 2020 there was the abolishment of the real carnival, because back then we haven't understood the size of the problem, required the government to be speedy. But anyway, overall, the first quarter of 2020 was a happy quarter. Before the pandemic, it was +3, at the end of the day, it was plus 0.5%. It was the best quarter throughout 2020. 2021, the first quarter was a quarter of pandemic. It was a quarter of quarantine. It was a quarter of shutdown restaurants, bars. The restaurants started in Greece since May 2021. That's the first quarter, January, February, March. We had no restaurants open, no tourism, and some retailers with many local lockdowns. The fact that if we have one quarter to another, instead of minus 11%, we have minus 2.3%, it is an unprecedented high performance that makes us proud. Figures become even better because the previous quarter, it is the last quarter of 2020. If we compare quarters, the health statistics announced plus 4.4%. We had an increase of the Greek economy, 4.4%, within the last quarter of 2020, in spite of the fact that we were in lockdown, the pandemic and hard restrictions, which is a sign for the Greek economy to endure. We believe that a positive critical role to this good performance was the indicator of fixed assets, which is closer to my heart, that delivered quite well. If we compare the first quarter of 2020 with the first quarter of 2021, let me repeat, first quarter of 2020 without the pandemic, there was an increase, 8.6%. One of the biggest increases between quarters, in spite of the hard circumstances that we all know. We don't need to celebrate because there's no room for celebrations. It's a time to work hard and be humble. But I'm saying so to show you that in spite of the justified agony that we can all have, I mean, it's a very difficult situation, the Greek economy managed to keep on its own feet. Exports increased. Our trade balance is good, which means that the more the pandemic goes away, the more time we get, and the bigger are the possibilities to talk about positive indicators and create conditions of sustainable and rural development for the Greek economy. I should say that in my office, especially from the moment that the restrictive measures are brought down, the image is the one of big interest. We have meetings with funds, at least 3 or 4 per day from abroad, interested in learning what exists in Greece, what are the perspectives. And today, one reason there wasn't delay, I had a meeting with a big fund from the US, one of the biggest funds which wanted to invest in Greece. I will not announce that, but already they want to buy 2 big hotel buildings in Greece. They explained to me why they believe that Greek tourism, Greek economy will deliver proportionally for 2021 and, of course, the years to come. Now, when it comes to what you've just said, I will start with investment because this is our topic as well, but quite rightly, you started from the economy. Let me ask you, what about the support? Will it continue? For whom? For how long? I'm saying so. Why? Because in the past, you used to criticize the position that there was a tree that has money. Did you use a tree like that? How long will the economy last? You said that the economy can last for how long? In an interview in Sky, I was asked by a dear colleague, what about the buffer of Tsipras? Well, no buffer. Then the next day, they said that there is a buffer according to Georgiadis. Now, what is the reality? The available assets, because this is the buffer of Tsipras, there is a reservoir of money due to the money paid by taxpayers. This doesn't belong to Tsipras, to Tigers, or anybody else. It belongs to all of us because it is the overall result of all of us, the results upon the pandemic. And since we have measures of more than 30 million euros, we keep it intact. That is, our stock stays intact. I'm saying so to understand that the way through which Mitsotakis' government has handled the economics of the public sector is ideal. It's meaningless to say that this is ideal, because you might say, Georgiadis, you are a minister, what would you say? What is meaningful is to say that this is just ideal by the markets. And I will come to that later on. The European Commission, as you said, the previous report that was published the other days is brilliant for Greece and for my ministry. I should say that it is a triumph. As nominally for the Ministry of Development, there are many references to reforms that took place and the speed of implementation reform-wise. I'm pretty happy about it. I would like to deeply and publicly thank my partners in the ministry because we managed to abide by the timeline and to have a bright course. And of course, by the IMF and all other credit rate agencies. As you saw, Greece is the unique country that was upgraded amidst the pandemic, both by foreign credit agencies and the European Commission, the forecasts were improved for Greece. Only for Greece, they talked about the more positive aspect, which shows that the effort that we are doing can bear fruits. Now, when it comes to what about lifting the restrictions? Last Thursday, I was at the Council of the European Union. There, we had a thorough discussion. One of the parts discussed, and what was my view as well, is that there can be no immediate lift of measures with the opening of the economy. We must have a different strategy. We should simulate the grounding of a plane. Grounding should be smooth so that the airplane may taxi in a good way and passengers should feel safe in their seats. We are the passengers, the aircraft is the economy. The smooth landing is the lift of these measures in a way that will allow businesses to come back to their normal operation, and then they can on their own operate. I'm not saying that forever there will be support measures, no way. The support measures are like the ancillary wheels for a bike. The objective is to get rid of them someplace. We already announced the measure for loans, for rather rents. because we saw that we support our rents according to different sectors so that business will have some time to adopt the impact of the pandemic and move on with their operation. I believe that support measures, one way or another, will continue for many months ahead until we get sure that our economy is on the right track. Investments now. Well, investments, is it a fetish for you? We are talking to the Ministry of Development. Of course, there will be a political background. Yes. I'm talking about your old quotes. Well, here we need to bring investments into Greece. We have get rid of the obstacles of the past. As we know, Lambda Development has said that we are at the final stage of transferring the stocks of Hellenikon manufacturing to Lambda Development so that we can start with the Hellenikon project. Then Cassiope has started a project announced by Samaras government, and now it has unstuck. Fraport was included. The inauguration took place some days ago. Now we're moving on with Taipei, the Hellenic Agency Fund, etc. We have approved at a record pace Kilava Hills, which is about the Peloponnese, are higher, and the Peloponnese, one of the biggest projects, amounting to 500 million euros. We licensed at a record time the investment for Costa Navarino. As I said, now at the end, the next day, there will be approvals and licensing by the ministry. We have moved on with the full reshuffle of the charter when it comes to RES. Investments, they will need speed, and the decision of the government has going to be developed at really night. Broadly speaking, by the statistics, and we can see an increase. I remind you that even in the EY index, measuring foreign investment, and for Greece, we had the best performance for the last 20 years. We move on to attract investments. We must attract investments, private investments, broadly speaking, not just direct, but private investments, broadly speaking, should be the future of Greece. Support related to that, Microsoft, Cisco, Pfizer, Northern Greece. Are there any other investment projects on track right now? Are you able to announce something like that? Well, let me tell you some words about it. Pfizer. Pfizer was the first investment when I took office. I'm very proud for that because it was as if I took a test. 6 different cities were competing about this data center. I represented Greece, being the minister, becoming the minister. We had a good deal. Pfizer is very happy. I visited their buildings in Thessaloniki, and from 200 recruitments, now we're talking about 300 recruitments, and they will go more than 500 recruitments. It's a win-win situation. Greece won a lot because such a company opted for Greece, and Pfizer wins because they see that they are in a country with highly skilled HR at a very competitive price, and they can build a model that will be used throughout the planet. Then Cisco followed, a big success of Microsoft and Greece, who's there among other countries. With Mr. Nikos Pathanassis, the COVID ministry, for the record, Greece managed to get the investment of Microsoft, which amounts to 1 billion euros. After that, exactly through my own presence, we got the deal with Digital Relay, which bought Lambda Helix. There is a data center which was 400 million euros in Peania. Based on this deal, it is a company amounting to 50 billion euros in the stock exchange of New York.
So, Cisco followed suit, as well it did, and then these were followed by lesser known companies and lots from the energy sector. And from the sector of alternative energy sources, solar energy, we've seen a boom in 2020. The application submitted to the ministry and the acceleration of the procedures has attracted the interest of major companies. We have a large corporation from Europe, one of the largest, three largest groups in the world, and it wants to invest in Greece with an investment of over 1 billion euro. And this shows that we have started to convince international investors that if you go to Greece, you can turn your vision into reality. So will the new development law help in this? Yes. The law that we presented is not exactly a development law. It's a law for growth. It reduces red tape. It involves the private sector even more in the acceleration and the evaluation so that we can convince investors that Greece is changing. It will be ready for consultation next week. And I believe that by the end of June, mid-July, it will have been voted. But we are also working on the new development law, which is going to be presented in a few weeks from now. And I think that it's going to be a much more flexible development law, but it will speed up procedures a lot. Already, when I first took office, I suggested very important sponsorship for a consortium to build the new IT system on which the development law will run. So the new stages will be presented over the next 2 weeks. All investors who apply for the development law will be able to trace the stage of their application's evaluation. They will be notified of which employee is looking at their file. They will be able to see the estimated timeline until completion of the evaluation. And depending on what they do on their side, the schedule will be readjusted so that we can speed up the procedures, which, as you know, are very slow at the moment. There are some ongoing investments since 2003 or 2004 at our ministry. But time is money. We need to take advantage of digital technologies. So the recovery fund, what makes you think that the use of the funds through here will not repeat problems we've seen in the past? First of all, as regards the structural funds and the recovery fund, when we first learned that Greece will receive a huge amount, I mean, with loans and grants, we will get about 32 billion euros. So for Greece is a huge amount. As compared to each country's GDP, we are one of the most favored, the second most favored country in Europe. So when Mitsotakis's success in this was first heard about, the investors were questioned something. Okay, you managed to secure the funds, but will you manage to absorb them? So this question was raised because, unfortunately, the performance of Greece in using such resources are quite low. So a year later, we are at a very good stage, and this was also seen in the recent reports we published, which received very favorable comments. We showed that we can do it. And, you know, it's difficult. It's difficult to I mean, we can say that we've done a lot, but it's important to prove through our works that we have done a lot. So when I took over the Ministry of Development, Greece was with my whole team. I took on the Ministry of Development. Greece was in 22nd position as regards absorption of structural funds. Now, almost 2 years later, Greece is in the 3rd position from position 22. And the two of the three funds, so the Cohesion Fund and the Regional Development Fund, we are in the 1st position. And the only fund for which we are in position 9 is that has to do with large projects. And we're in 9th position there because we've got about 1.5 million committed for waste management. And the previous government gave us basically an empty dossier. Nothing had been done for waste management, so we had to start from scratch, and it's very difficult to implement such large projects in so soon. You need the technical studies and everything. So we didn't have anything left to us from the previous government. We had to do everything from scratch to prepare these projects to be auctioned. But now, from the second semester, we're going to start with auctioning of these projects. So then I think we're going to move up to first place in the absorption of funds in this category in Europe. Why do I stress this? Because the reason we managed to absorb European funds so soon led to the better performance of GDP in 2020 than we expected, because Greece's GDP in last year was expected to drop by the estimates for Greece were a drop in GDP. But today, the Hellenic Statistical Authority readjusted Greece's performance to plus 7.8%. So instead of recession of minus 11, we're doing much better than expected. So a reason for this good performance is because we had expected to absorb 3 billion from structural funds. We absorbed 7 billion. So this brought in extra resources. Then we've got an about 8 billion increase in GDP. Oh, just because of the better use of structural funds last year. So the way we do things has an impact on what you do in your daily lives. So the second thing I want to say is we had the European Commission seeing Greece running at a unprecedented speed. For 2020 alone, as regards absorption, we were way ahead of the country in the second place. So what did this show our European partners? That when Greece wants, it can run ahead, speed up. And this shows that we can absorb the new structural funds, which is now under approval, and the recovery fund. And as I'm saying, we will absorb these, and we will absorb these correctly. So the plan for the RRF has been accepted by Europe, has been accepted through public announcements, and as regards the new structural funds, I can definitely say, not going to give you a date, but we are going to be amongst the first countries to receive money from that. So we can absorb money from the recovery fund and from the new structural funds within the year. We are actually getting money from the new structural funds. I mean, the plan we have to support restaurants and catering come from the new structural funds. And I've also made a meeting with institutional authorities, and we're planning for other tools to be used so we can support other sectors of the economy that have been affected by the pandemic. These money are from the new structural funds. So, even if I don't push you, are you not going to tell me when you're going to do this? Because I need to catch some nice bit of news. Yes, okay. If a minister starts making announcements about companies, that's wrong. Yeah, okay, fair enough. But can you say anything more about how you're going to help companies and recover? You're not letting me search into this, but investments is the one side of the coin. The other side is SMEs. And I think you feel that SMEs are the backbone of Greece. What are you going to do about them? The overall absorption has to do with SMEs. Remember at the beginning of the pandemic when we disagreed with Syriza because they said that we should give the money to businesses? Yes, Syriza supported that they should get an advance payment to be supported. Yes, and we said that we should have measurable targets. And I have to say that Greece, as regards the measures given compared to its GDP, the measures given to businesses, we are in first position. Then comes Germany, but Greece is first. We helped businesses work with what tools? With the advance payments, with the structural funds, with guarantee programs through the Development Bank, through arrangements and the freezing of installments to the tax office, the subsidies of loans. We've created a series of tools that all aim at SMEs, and the plans for tourism and the plans for the catering industry. The tourism plan is going to start next week, actually. They all focus on SMEs. So we're talking about SMEs, not about large companies, so that we can have such companies tomorrow. We did not build tools focusing only on businesses to allow them to continue as going concerns, but we wanted these tools to keep jobs as well. So Greece had an increase in employment in the midst of the pandemic, which sounds like an oxymoron. We should have a skyrocketing of unemployment, but we actually had an increase of employment. Why? Because businesses that had employees did not put them off, but put them on furlough, on special programs, because they wanted to take the financing tools. So to get the financing tools, they had to save the job. So this is what happened. Yes, but when these programs end and the commitments they impose end, how can you guarantee that employment will continue to exist? Why would a business fire employees? Because they don't have work for them to do. But if the economy survives and manages to continue, and if we have profitable businesses, then they will need employees and they will not fire them. Why would someone fire an employee they need? So we're sure that if we continue along the same road with hard work, we will manage to tackle this. Now, as regards liquidity in the market, we've been hearing a lot about this, and it has to do with the banks. Are you afraid that the day after the pandemic will generate a new generation of bad loans? The main tool for providing liquidity by the state was the central bank and the development bank. The development bank can help in the pandemic, and I'm responsible for overseeing this, and I think it did really well during the pandemic. The development bank is a continuation of an old Tempe or ETEAM. As since 2003 to 2019, the old Tempe, over a succession of administrations, Simitis, Karamanlis, Papandreou, over that entire period, it has disbursed 8.5 billion in guaranteed loans from when I took over 2019 to 1st of May. It has disbursed 9 billion euro in guaranteed loans. So in 15 months, we've given more than we had in 16 years. So we're talking about liquidity here. This is a huge administrative volume, a lot of audits, agreements with the European Investment Bank, and a lot of hard work. But we gave liquidity to the Greek economy, and this is why we can have the results for the development bank that I told you before. If we didn't have liquidity, it would be a disaster for the economy. Now, a second question. From the beginning of the pandemic, we've had two schools. the other parties feel that we need to use social criteria so that more businesses can take some of these guaranteed loans. To be honest, I believe that the policy we needed to we felt we needed to implement and the one that we finally implemented are not exactly the same. Yes, we applied a guarantee rate that would allow more businesses to participate, but we could not overcome the basic banking criteria. So the main reason for continuing with the basic banking criteria is to avoid bad debts in the future. So it's one thing to overcome the pandemic, and another thing is not to lead to the same another round of banking crisis. One of the main reasons for the bank rate for which the bank ratings are very good. We have no signs for a new refinancing of the Greek banks. Everyone sees the Greek banking system as healthy. I understand that this was an unfavorable, an unpopular political decision. And for me, as a minister, it's much easier to say, give money to everyone. It makes me much more popular. But this would not be responsible policy. We gave adequate liquidity and we will not have a new round of bad loans. Okay, we're over time, so as quick as possible. What about out-of-court settlements? Will it work? We made this platform and started on the 1st of June. About a year and a half ago, the Ministry of Finance took on its implementation. We enjoy excellent collaboration with them. So, I should say that I believe that this is going to be a very, very important thing. The basic difference from the previous Syriza law. I mean, we had said we had voted for it as a party, but we had a series of applications. But only a few of them were approved. Now we have an automatic procedures. You enter whatever we enter how much money we want. We enter how much money we can give per month easily, comfortably, without feel that you do it, and how much you can give to your creditors. And this can undergo a haircut. So, this doesn't have to do with the employees. So automatically, there's an algorithm that's used to decide. I believe that it's a revolutionary system. It will help a lot of people who feel trapped in the old debts will be freed up with the new law. And I believe that the second chance given with the development law, it's been seen as a scarecrow, but in fact, it's actually very, very useful. Because up until the introduction of this law, what happened in Greece was that they took your money, but you still had a debt with it. Under the new law, if you owe money, okay, your property is going to be liquidated, but the rest of your debt is being written off. So you can start anew. So the law is not against people. It's in favor of people. And it's a shame that it's being bad-mouthed. Yes, I know. I always take more time than usual. But we need to move on. Thank you very much. It was a great conversation, very interesting. You gave answers. Thank you. and good afternoon. We are at the 9th Regional Growth Conference. We would like to thank the Peloponnesus newspaper for inviting us here. We are at a great place, at a beautiful place in Achaia Klaus, a historic winery, and we have the honor to have with us the president of the former Prime Minister and President of the Opposition, Georgios Papandreou. I would like to welcome you to Achaia because I come from here, and obviously I'm happy to be here, and I would like to thank the organizers and all our friends attending this event. So we're going to talk about growth. We're already starting to discuss whether we are in the post-pandemic era, but a lot of us still feel that we are in the heart of this pandemic. We continue to have deaths, the hospitals are being strained. Do you think that we should start talking about development, or there is still a lot to do? The pandemic highlighted that the economy and development cannot go ahead without health. The public health system actually did its best, and it showed that it acted globally as the main shield against the destruction of humanity. And it showed a lot of other things on a global level. It showed that policies can make a change. We see that in America and the States, the change from Trump to Biden completely changed the way the pandemic was handled, and how when a correct decision was taken, things changed. But it also highlighted a lot of problems in our societies at a local and global level, like inequality. We see how much large multinationals gained during the pandemic with profits that, if we could put that to the availability of the whole of humanity, we could vaccinate the entire planet. It also highlighted inequality in access to health. Many people who did not have access to health or did not have access to quality health services. It highlighted inequalities in education, and it highlighted the use of technology, the positive and the negative. The positive and the negative side. I don't know if you know this, but 10 years ago, we started with something that it's so good for the state to serve citizens through digital technologies. We had started with the e-prescriptions, the e-prescription system, and this formed the basis for the vaccination system. And of course, it highlighted the difficulties created by technology, the privacy concerns, data, personal data, teleworking, to see how this can completely change the labor environment, how robotics and automation that are now part of production will change the makeup of labor relations. And the question is, will we have a democratic control of technology, or will it be to the benefit of some large companies, some multinationals, and of large capitals in general? So is it a threat to democracy? All this has to be seen. Although we're in the middle of the pandemic, we need to see all this so that tomorrow we don't face new problems. And I would say that the pandemic has highlighted the need for global collaboration and for shielding each country against such threats, new threats like this, like a pandemic, like climate change. For example, we have other things like the migration crisis. I mean, we might have huge migration flows exactly because of such problems. So you're saying that the pandemic made us realize that, first of all, we need to be healthy, to have a health system that makes us feel secure and safe, and then comes everything else. Yes, and I believe that although the government did well during the first wave of the pandemic, I believe that after that it made a lot of mistakes. From autumn last year, it thought that it was a first wave, and yes, all scientists knew that there would be a second wave and more waves, and that if we did not have a herd immunity about we would continue having these continuous waves after easing up our measures. And I would say it's not only the Greek government, but the EU as well. As in 2010 as well, I didn't hear what that states, they didn't learn from what the states had suffered. We should have learned from the experience of Asia to have mass tests like what happened in Korea, and in other countries, to develop through this a workforce that would support the national health system. And I'm not talking only about ICUs or about some other programs for our hospitals, but I'm talking about this human resources that would allow us to safeguard the country against any such new situations. So talking with everyone at an international level, a few years ago in Singapore, we were talking about health issues, and we were talking with lots of epidemiologists. They weren't talking about whether we would have a pandemic, but when. If we have mutations and we don't have vaccines that can cover these mutations, then I don't know how we will handle any new situation. I believe that this crisis was an opportunity, and it highlighted the needs for great changes that we need to make to our societies so that citizens can feel safe and secure and healthy. And after that, they can be creative and they can participate in the course towards growth. So I understand that the pandemic taught us, the pandemic taught us a lot of things, and we need to see whether we're at the end or not. But in any case, we need to start talking about growth. The pandemic caused a recession, caused closed down shops, turned a lot of financial indicators downwards, and now we're starting to see what's going to happen the next day. So we're talking again about something that you were talking about 15 years ago, which was green growth. Yes, they were mocking us then, but now the new government of democracies in the three largest countries are also, all of them, talking about green development, and they're all kind of competing about who is greener. But today we're going to try and see, what does green growth actually mean? For example, when we hear the concept green growth, when we talk about Greece, we're used to thinking about the sun, the sea, and tourists. But what is green development? What is our country's development identity? What is our region's development identity, growth identity? What do we need? 200 years have passed since the start of the struggle for our country's freedom. It's an important landmark year, and it gives us an opportunity to think not only about the past, but about what Greece should be like in the future. What do we want to symbolize? When we're talking about being Greek today, what does this mean? What does it symbolize internationally? Will it be sun, sea, and food? yes, we do have these things, but it's not enough. And we are keeping our country back and our vision back if we suffice with this. The EU has rightly said we are going to make an EU bond, we're going to give money to the markets to lead to recovery. Yes, and Trichet and others didn't want to do this 10 years ago. Yeah, not only Trichet and many others. And yes, when I was talking then about green European bonds, nobody wanted to hear about it. But now, you know, if we had done that then, we would have changed a lot of things in Greece. We would have had to change a lot of things, but we wouldn't have to have sacrificed so much. And we would have done that as a government to use the money for a new productive model for the country. And I do believe that green growth can become reality. And I believe that the recovery fund should be a transition fund implementing changes across the production spectrum. Green growth is a new relationship with the production process, which on the one hand draws on the best of traditions, of our traditions, what we can promote as a country. And we should highlight these things based on quality criteria, which means new technologies, trained staff, synergies, means that our university should be connected with regional economy. In Ahaya, we have many opportunities, our oil, our wine, our raisins, our fruit. The primary sector, you know, in Calavrita near my village. And, you know, we have one of the best cooperatives for the dairy products and cheese. And all these could be linked to the essential upgrade of quality of the food supply chain and food safety. And all this could be linked to tourist development and to the development of new professions in the health sector and in well-being and in welfare, which means that we should create a new perception about our lives. And obviously, as regards energy issues, Greece has huge opportunities. We have the sun, we have the wind, we have geothermal sources, we have sea waves that can be used, new technologies. We should do research on these. We should create the necessary networks. And of course, our government back then had promoted research on hydrocarbons, aiming at geopolitical and financial targets. And we wanted for that revenue to contribute to a new procedure of green growth and to give money to the insurance funds and to ensure access to the international markets. So a bit of criticism here. Green growth means investing in humans and new labor and production models. Green growth also means, I believe, that the fund that is coming in now should be the product of a consultation. And another thing, green growth can have 3 pillars. Green growth should be socially fair, the lower financial strata should not have to bear the cost of this transition, especially given the great inequalities that exist. Yes, money does exist, but taxation of large companies, which today, and we had said this in 2010 as a concern to the European Commission, we have tax havens, tax competition. Already the states, the central bank in the States has proposed a concept of worldwide taxation for large corporations to avoid this competition trying to find tax havens, which means that each country cannot tax it and thus cannot create social policies for all. The second thing is, and we saw this in France as well, with the yellow jackets, when Macron imposed taxes, the lower financial strata had rebelled against this. So we need to have a fair allocation of resources. Then we need to have a democratic collective transition. We need society, the civil society needs to make this transition. Production needs to change. Why should it be a large multinational? Yes, they can do it as well, but why should they come and bring their wind and turbines and with our own crews? Would it not be better to use our own citizens? Because in that case, the profit will just go out of the country and we will be left with the wind turbines and we won't have any revenue from their construction. It would be great for Greece to have energy autonomy. Greece imports a lot of energy, but we can be autonomy through our islands, our wind, our solar power. So, and the means of energy production should belong to citizens. Yes, it's a socialist idea, but I feel that socialist ideas are very useful today to be able, for the country to be able to move ahead. And the third thing is that we need to focus on culture and education. So 3 pillars: social justice, democracy, participation of citizens in consultation, and education. What do I mean by this? Education, where school should become the core of the transition to this new type of society. We have a school that's very closed, it's very vocational centered. We are not forming citizens that will have the skills to manage the new challenges of the new crisis. For example, the pandemic. When have children in schools been trained on health issues or on environmental issues, on food issues, on managing our finances, about our local culture? When are they educated about collaborating to use our forces in a democratic society? And we need to think about education, not within the narrow confines of a school, within 4 walls, but all of us should pass our own experience to others. You, as a journalist, you should pass on this experience to others. So schools should open up to all of us, business people, mayors, journalists, whoever does, artists, everyone should visit the school and give what they can for the children and for lifelong learning. In the same way, the school should be able to contribute and become an area of thought and to see how social problems can be solved. Finland is the first in the world as regards the rating of universities. Its lessons focus on some social issue, and through this social problem, for example, how are we going to solve the problem of sewage? Then through that problem, it uses it as an opportunity to look at social problems and the structure of the government and a lot of other things. So instead of having just useless information, people learn how to deal with specific issues. Humanity has great potential, but how are we going to use this? This is a great dilemma. So, do we want the algorithms for monitoring citizens and consumers, or do we want them to have better health, to support creativity, to support public dialogue through the internet, through the social media. These are completely different things. So we're talking about a need for the school to be a core of democratic development and moral values for the era to come, which is full of challenges and full of risks. Yes, and based on what you said about the schools and a very different operation of the schools, I'd like to add that we need to add universities here, because over the next few years, we need to see what we're going to do about the universities, because these have gone through a lot of renamings and changes in structures and all that, and who will be admitted into universities. So these things don't answer the core problems. We had actually talked about this before, and you told us something very interesting. Our system has some great problems. We have a state-run and not a public system, by which I mean it's just full of red tape, and it doesn't actually liberate forces through the regional productive forces of the country. Okay, usually we might want to follow a profession because we want to have some we think that it's going to be useful in life. But I feel that universities should liaise with the regions. I feel that the regions should actually create their own universities. And this should have to do with the areas in each different country and region. Today's University of Patras is a good university. It has a lot of opportunities, but it has the same problems as any other Greek university. But in fact, it's not linked to the country's growth course. There are great battles going on because some departments are closing down, etc. And we need to take common decisions about what we want to do with a region. Do we want to focus on agri-food, for example, and high quality products? Then the university should do research on that. What can the region do? How many olives, potatoes, raisins, how can these be used in a future economic development? How can tourism be used in this? But this should be linked to studies in the university on production. And I'm saying this because we have created departments without any strategy behind them. And I believe that we're making a mistake as society. Us politicians are not the right people to decide on what kinds of studies should be conducted in Greece. But one of the three most important sectors of the economy is shipping, tourism, fish farming. We are the first in Greece, in Europe in that. So the three departments in our country that have the least, our least demand is shipping, tourism studies, and fish farming studies. So there's a huge problem here. There's something going very, very wrong. We need to change things drastically so that our universities and our hospitals should sell services. Okay, yes, free education for all, for Greeks, free public health, but these services could be developed and be sold to a global market. So think globally, act locally. You know, what does that mean? There's a huge demand for education and health services. For example, I'll give you two examples because I think it's interesting so that we talk with specifics. When I was Prime Minister, I went to someone who had a vocational center. And I said, I want
pilot phase. The pilot phase.
Create.
What about the foreigners? We need some bureaucratic procedures about the residence permit, etc. We solved it. There was a contract with China directly for 3,000 students, all expenses paid by students, the Chinese, China, I don't know the exact source of money, up to Halkida. There was a contract for Halkida, a contract with hotels that would host these people, that is Athens and Halkida, because during the winter time, we could have these hotels that usually were used for tourist purposes. They could be used, so it was ready to start. Unfortunately, then there was the death of 3 people in Marfin Bank, and these deterred the Chinese people. They said that Greece is a place of violence, etc. So this was a bit inhibitor. But there was a closed contract. 3,000 students with minimum work. Imagine in a higher, and not just in Western Greece as a whole, how many students could be brought here if we change our system so that the public universities can be liberated to build new curricula, etc. With the income, yes, and with big income as well. There will be revenues, of course, generated already. Patras yesterday at the hospitals, the university. There's a partnership with Xi'an in China with significant income. But this is at a small scale. It can happen at a larger. 1 year ago, I was invited in Poland to talk about the future of Europe. We had some labs. Well, I like that a lot because I need to see the trends. I believe in lifelong learning because I always learn things. I was in a lab. I saw that there was a discussion between Poland and India. There was the Indian Prime Minister who said, "We have 40 million." Let me repeat that: 40 million graduates from the senior high school yearly. That is four times population of Greece. Yes, yearly. We don't have enough universities to train them. We need partnerships with Poland so that you can take a big number out of these. We don't need 40 million students because we don't have the room. Imagine our universities, they can get 10, 20, 30,000 people only from India. Cyprus rather, is doing so. And then I was invited to talk about Ganti, and there are 3,000 students at the private university for India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. Imagine the development size of that. Young people, they should get to know Greece, learn the Greek language, create some relationships. Together they will make businesses. We shall convey our own culture. We can learn from their culture. We will become, without living abroad as diaspora, we will become citizens of this world. And in our hospitals, if this opens such a way, in the university as well, we will bring youth back. They will be either doctors or professors or researchers developing universities, in other words, which should be linked, of course, with regional growth. So foreign students and the income will increase as well. Plus, there will be new labor posts and thousands doctors will be absorbed. It's very difficult for them to get absorbed. Now they can find a labor post. Okay, since we came to an end with education, let us talk about the prerequisites on green growth. Let us talk about imbalances, inequalities, financially and environmentally. For instance, using the examples, I think that this is more well understood, this is better understood. How can we convince the majority of people on the necessity of green development, green growth? One could say that green growth is a bioclimatic penthouse at the suburbs, autonomous, energy-wise, with a Tesla of 100,000 euros in the garage. And this might be about a small elite, a small portion of the society, whereas many people will stay downtown, old blocks of flats, bad energy-wise, undermined areas, and will not participate in this whole endeavor. Well, I was abroad, and I met a taxi driver who has bought an electric car. He told me, I didn't have to pay a visit to the engineer. I have half of the expenditure because I plug it in and only a minimum expenditure. Financially speaking, let me give you an example. You know that our houses, there were some studies, this ex economo program started from an idea, from an old idea, from a Greek of the diaspora. I met him in Washington, D.C. Essentially, through the cost of energy, it is as if you take a loan from the public power company and then you repay that through your bill. And then we're talking about reduced price increase. We are using 4 times more energy per household, per dwelling, vis-a-vis Sweden. So you understand the dynamic, the potential, and the possibility to give extra jobs, the possibility to reconstruct our buildings. I'm not talking about new buildings, reconstruct our buildings, jobs, but also what will be the big energy and the cost that could be decreased for each citizen. Apart from health, in our cities with air conditioning in summer and the need to have heating in the winter, there is a very difficult condition some years ago in France. Due to the increased temperature, many people died. So it's a matter of health, it's a matter of cost. It's a matter of new entrepreneurial possibilities. This is all about green growth, linked to the upgrade of the quality, the upgrade and the change of our relationship with our own environment, which is the source of life. The environment, the animal welfare, but let's not forget that the pandemic is the pandemic we know. We've had 4 pandemics in the last 20 years. This last one was included the developing world. Ebola didn't reach us. SARS-2 didn't reach us tangibly. AIDS, HIV, of course, is responsible for the death of many people. There will be pandemics, but this is a result of the bad relationship between human beings and the animal welfare. There is a movement, besides, with which we link as a socialist internationalist on public health. Looking at a holistic approach health-wise, we must see a different approach in these matters. It is an opportunity, and this is what I would like to stress. It will be a big error for leaderships, either in our country or worldwide, to neglect this crisis, this very, very difficult lifespan of the pandemic, which highlights necessities for depth innovations. If we just put our money on party works, you're talking about our life, yes. If according to circumstances, we need to fix the one or the other. If we do not invest in tomorrow, in the future, these problems will be next to us in our territory. For Greece, for Western Greece, it will be a lost chance for growth with different problems of economic growth. We will not need any other memoranda, but we will be in a state of dependency. I believe that, unfortunately, right now, I don't see any project in our area. We're talking about Patras-Pyrgos connection, but these days, in theory, there is much potential. Pyrgos-Parapyrgos is very important. Katsifaras have delivered a study how this can become a new tourist hub in southern Greece. The upgrade of our transportation system, many things can be done, but apart from the necessary equipment, there is also the natural gas issue. Apart from the necessary equipment, the upgrade of those, we need a vision. This vision take consultation, takes discussion, partnership with scientific bodies, but at the end of the day, this should be a key of the people. That's why we're talking about consultation, because it needs mobilization, it needs participation, it needs inspiration, creative thinking, and synergies. Is it the Pissarides plan? The Pissarides plan, does it meet your expectations? I believe no, because it is more towards a neoliberal approach. The project submitted reproduces the existing structure. It is easy to say, okay, there are some businesses that help them to continue, but this is not the point. The leverage about which the government talks, leverage amongst banks, the banking system has many flaws, and I was deeply hit. I fought the banks, because we needed to reform and reshape the banks. Unfortunately, the banks didn't give any liquidity, they didn't take any risks. They are not helpful in the development perspective. They will give money to the good customers, or if there is a big asset, take it if there is a bankruptcy. This should not be the logic. There must be one government that will look into the developing perspective and will focus on new perspectives, not just in helping the status quo and the actual clientelism. If we don't build a state, this takes a government, of course, a government which, apart from clientelism, apart from the friends and the known people, will look at the interest of the whole country for the next 10 years or 20 years. And at the end of the day, the interest of our co-citizens. RRF, unfortunately, will be only one shot, but it will be a shot to be consumed by some, but not for the production, the labor, the perspective, and the return of young people, because I believe that we should focus on that. New people, green growth. Green growth is very important. And you're going to see that later on. This comes from experience. This is the feature. This is an element of knowledge. This is an element of education, which prevails. It prevails in any new sustainable growth. So in other words, we are saying that this money comes from the RRF should not be lost. This opportunity. Yes, but what is important is not to talk about only the few, about the elite or chronism. What is our vision? It should not be said recovery fund, but transition fund. But this has a prerequisite. Know where you're going to. This should be the political credo today, not just that we discussed indoors between the government technocrats, but the latter should not decide. The great people should take decisions, but they should mean some procedures of consultation, substantial consultation. Be beneficial for all. We must know what we will head to and inform the chambers. Our plan. We need a national effort. If we don't make that happen, everybody will do patchworks and will only be interested in his or her own interest. This will be a short-range plan, and problems will be ahead. Yes, the government will be judged based on that at the end of the day, whether it will do what you are saying. Moving on with development and growth, I cannot neglect the next question. A part of growth is about green growth, not just green growth. We have a part of extractions, and Greece has already entered that field since your government. We have the pipelines. This is not just about energy, it's a geopolitical matter. There are parts like Mera 25 that is again problems and different views. There are objections about the benefit that we can get from that. So what I need to ask you is the following. Whether when it comes to pipelines, do we have the proper policy? we have the proper political mix, and how can we see the relationships between Greece and Turkey? The pipelines, are they a tool to isolate Turkey, or is it an asset to the benefit of stability? Well, let me explain. In 2010 or 2011, we discussed and we moved on with the possible extractions and research on oil and natural gas. I remember that in one meeting, I brought international figures who were experienced in oil. A friend of mine, Stanislav, told me the following. If the pipeline is within your country, this is a financial matter. If it skips your frontiers, if it goes to a third country, that is, it becomes a geopolitical matter. So you need to co-decide. What do you want to do with the pipelines? For this matter, we needed three things. First, there was a need to go out of the markets. There was the time to cut the Greek debt. This was the biggest cut ever done internationally during the last years. The well-known PSI, yes, PSI. But we needed to guarantee to the markets. Now we're saying that we can go to the market, but then we couldn't go to the market because the interest rates were huge. We should convince markets that Greece had some terms, had decreased its own debt, and had significant resources for the future. One important piece of resource was, of course, the oil and hydrocarbons. And there are some alternatives. The Ilios project was included in that umbrella as a significant project on the transport of RES to Germany. This has been agreed with Chancellor Merkel, but the subsequent government didn't follow that path, unfortunately. Second, support socially funds, that is, funds for the new generation and social security funds to the benefit of the generations, and then guarantee some money on green growth, help the transition to this. And third point, geopolitical issue. Netanyahu, now it seems that he will be ousted. I believe that our relationship with Palestine and Israel have been established. I believe that they will stay as they are. The newly elected president in Israel is a comrade. So back then, Netanyahu told me, let us form an axis, Israel, Cyprus, Greece against Turkey. I told him, no. We shall have an axis, but sometime we can include Turkey into a set of rules, because this is what we want. We don't need any rivalry with Turkey. We need rules of good neighboring. Turkey should be a good neighbor. They should respect that they cannot threaten us. They don't use any violence. They can use a dialogue. If we need the International Court of The Hague, respect national sovereignty, respect the rules of international law, respect European rules. And of our ideology. Then, a multicultural society should be respected by Turkey. The ecumenical patriarchate is a significant issue to us. We need this kind of Turkey. So following this logic, there was an error by our subsequent governments. Many prime ministers said that we will be against Turkey, etc. And of course, this provoked Turkey. And at the end, there was the result with Libya. Turkey has changed a lot during the last years. Erdogan is a person who threatens, etc. But I remember when Cyprus started some research on oil, they had sent ships. I called him and I asked him why. Besides, tomorrow there will be a solution in Cyprus. this will be shared between the Greek shepherds and the Turkish shepherds. And the next day, he removed the ships. If we find ways to truly understand, to make them understand that Greece is a country with which they can have good relations, it can be in good terms based on rules and respecting our own rights, I believe that we must include Turkey into a regional development, regional cooperation scheme, not just with Israel and Greece, Egypt, Lebanon, Palestine, broadly speaking, the countries of the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Iran sometimes. We must see that this is our neighborhood. The same goes with the Balkans. The Balkans, with our policy, a significant policy of foreign affairs. This was policy having one strategy. It's not about what happens momentarily. No, it's a strategy. From Andreas Papandreou era, if you can remember, there was the initiative of the Six. We had a Balkan policy. We opted for that pathway. We promoted the inclusion of the Balkans into the EU, despite of all difficulties. But we were the pioneers in that. Now the Cyprus is here. The Cyprus goes in the EU. Was another initiative when they took our relationship with the Middle East and Israel. So you're saying, well, yeah, I'm saying that one strategy that embeds good relationships is very important. Let us not forget that this strategy was successful because if followed by others, we could have solved the Cyprus problem, we could have solved the continental shelf issue, and if this policy was successful, they could be marvelous for our economy. Because imagine that sometime we had 1 million tourists from Turkey in our country, a big figure, a big number. Yeah, 1 million tourists, and the islands, characterized as Greece homes, they acknowledged in essence and tangibly that they were Greek islands. So the Turks themselves coming here, they were having vacation on Greek soil. I believe that when it comes to the pipelines, because you mentioned that before, for sure the future lies in RES. But there must be a different chapter to be examined for any future development. I took an initiative with Erdogan because in our area, the Mediterranean is believed by the special scientists to be one of the areas that will be deeply touched by the climate change. We are experiencing that now, besides, because we can see these changes hitting our product and we can I had invited President Erdogan when we had a meeting in Athens, calling all Mediterranean countries back then, was Israel and Palestine, they come to Athens to talk about the climate change in the Mediterranean. Because the interest is quite increased, because it's one thing barking and claiming things, another thing having tangible arguments. We're a small country, but when you have a prestige, when others are telling you, yes, Greece had the Greece, Greece knows, Greece can do it, Greece has managed to. And of course, this might be an ancillary approach in the financial growth. So, coming to the end of the discussion, if one asks you from abroad, of course, why should one invest in Greece today? In a nutshell, what will you tell him or her? Greece knowledge, but let me tell you that Greece has all potential to get into the new era. The new era, which is the era of green growth, and it can play a role in many different sectors. That is, for primary growth, to different services, new technology. Of course, as I said before, services about health, tourism, education, but tourism linked to tourism and health with quality. And moreover, this means an operational functional state, a transparent state, a state that will have a specific framework. The investor should get to know a specific framework. I've talked to many investors, you know. I've talked to funds. I've talked to bankers. I've talked to businessmen. They love Greece. But it's one thing, love Greece for vacation or buy some streamers or a hotel or get a golden visa. This is not substantial growth. It's another thing, saying that I start from scratch and I do invest in the agricultural world, in the entrepreneurial world, in digital growth, etc. We have problems. We have drawbacks, huge bureaucracy, justice may lead you into a spiral, then clientelism that underpin many endeavors because a businessman will be to the detriment, will go to the detriment of a right investment because this will mean a rival, a competitor that may arrive in the scene. We need a state that will serve the interests of the Greek people. There should be a framework in investments. There should be fair, socially upon criteria. We should not talk about middle ages. These new relationships will bring investments if necessarily they will help a business person that doesn't have the necessary needs. We need quality. Quality means HR that will be upskilled. Very good. Thank you so much for this discussion. Thank you indeed. I'd like to thank you all. I believe that it was... Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wish you all the best. Hello, my name is Efraim Barbati. I'm a political journalist. It's my great honor and joy to participate in the Regional Growth Conference in these marvelous premises here at Higher Class. And today we're going to talk about an issue which is very, very important. I would say that is one of the positive points that took place at the pandemic, digital transformation. Let me thank the organizers of the conference because it has become an institution. With me, I have a distinguished guest. Hello. I have with me Mr. Ioannis Tsakkiris, Deputy Minister for Growth and Investment, Mrs. Anna Michelle Asimakopoulou, MEP for New Democracy, Mr. Anastasios Dzikas, President of the Helexpo and Technopolis Thessaloniki, Mr. Andreas Filias, the Vice Governor, responsible for e-governance, Western Greece, and Mr. Leonidas Christopoulos, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Digital Transformation. It is an issue where many positive steps were taken. It was a hurt to bureaucracy. Digital transformation in one click, we can get intangible prescribing. But what about the next day? How this could evolve? First comment, Mr. Tsakkiris, please. First of all, let me thank you for this invitation in this marvelous place. I come for the first time. Yes, so it's our first time here. Let me thank you again, and let me tell you, when it comes to me, we can see how digital transformation may take place in the private sector because the public sector is not that speedy. Nevertheless, and to set the framework of our discussion, sometimes these two, it is the public and the private parts of the economy, should converge when it comes to digital transformation, so that we can achieve bigger speeds of completion in projects and absolute reduction of red tape. Let me here open a parenthesis to say that by digital transformation, it's something different from reducing red tape, because we are digitizing bureaucracy if we don't fight it for real. There are two different topics. Yes, at least the fact that there's no queue, etc. Next step of bureaucracy. Yeah, and I think that the pandemic proved to us something important. It was a catalyst for the digital transformation. It was obvious in the public sphere because citizens can see that in that place, but also going to my part with these businesses, it gave a very powerful signal to businesses so that if they don't change, if they are not transformed digitally, these kind of situations will be quite tough to change later on. Let me hear that we are constantly discussing about the fourth industrial revolution. My personal view is that it is a euphemism, and in essence, we're talking about the digitization era. Another point that should be of concern, we are trying to include that in whatever we're doing related to digital transformation financed by the SRF. Another thing to be seen by businesses is that they must see digital transformation as a trip, not as an isolated work, as a holistic business plan that is of a business, a digital business plan that will change its form. Digital transformation cannot be perceived as getting out or 5 tablets, etc. No, digital transformation is about the change of structure, the change of philosophy, the business model of the whole company. Another issue that I would like to stress is that we are lagging behind Greece when it comes to digital skills. In spite of the fact that skilling is a significant aspect of the market, we are upskilling our employees. So there are things to do, things to change. So in a nutshell, yeah, there will be the chance for a second round later on. Let us now come to the lady of the panel, Mrs. Anna Michelle Asimakopoulou from the European perspective. She's an MEP, so she may tell us what's going on there and how this whole digitization moves on in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Barbazzi, Mr. President, Mr. Regional Governor. I wish I were there. Unfortunately, this is not possible due to the pandemic, and I would like also to thank the region for the invitation. Speaking about Europe, this digital transformation with the environmental transformation are major challenges for Europe, as you have said. We have a fast forward. We have a transformation that has started decades ago, and now it's clear in that crisis that we have to accelerate. Europe has presented this program for transformation up to 2030, and it concentrates on skills, on infrastructure, on digital transformation of corporations and enterprises. So all these chapters are incorporated. At the European Parliament and at the Popular Party, our aim is to have a digital transformation future where human being is at the center. We think that humans must be the catalyst of this transformation. Now we have more than 15 texts that are drafted in Brussels. They concern, it's the law, different draft law on transformation and digital transformation. We have taken more than 10 initiatives on this matter in the European Parliament. We have also the artificial intelligence group that has been set up, and we will have a lot of investments. We also, as you know, also 20% of this budget has to concern this transformation. A lot of money, of course, to the right direction. So the essence here is that digitalization is a major part for Europe, and also the aim for Europe and for this committee is to be a strong part of Europe, and digitalization is at the center of these efforts with respect to the state of law, to the fundamental liberties, and it is the way to get more ground to realize our aims. Thank you for this invitation. And Mr. Tsingas, quick comment.
Is there a technical problem? We can solve it. I don't know whether you can listen to me now. Yeah, we have sound now. Yes, hello. Would like to thank the organizers for this invitation. It's an honor. Well, I wanted to come to Patras through the Ionian Road. It's quite easy. It's a pleasure for us in Thessaloniki. But some extraordinary conditions, because we're preparing the 85th TIFF of September. This made me not be in Patras. We will do it another time. Now, when it comes to the very interesting topic, and I believe that many things have been said by the Minister, Mrs. Tsakiris, and Mrs. Asimakopoulou. One took the view of the state, Mrs. Sakopoulou took the European stance. They brought another style. I would try Since for 20 minutes, I have collaborated with Mr. Tsakiris and Mr. Simakopoulou in the field of new technologies. For more than 20 years, I am in the sphere of representing the sector in different hats, SEPA and other factors. There was an initiative to create Technopolis in Thessaloniki. I would like to make a flashback when it comes to digital transformation of the private sector in Greece. I would like to say that starting from the 80s and the 90s, Greece had the eulogy, I would say, to have a very important sector in the field of IT and new technologies. This sector started being present through different companies, mainly software ones, in the late 80s. This occurred upon the appearance of the personal computer, IBM back then, which gave the possibility to develop software companies, mainly develop the first risk-operated system. This made us take a leap. Greece was amongst the countries which used the personal computer to develop significant software companies. What happened next, though, in the 90s mainly, and in 2000? In spite of the fact that there was a business slip in the field of IT, the state didn't take the initiative to highlight strategically new technologies, which was made in which was done in Israel, Ireland, and other countries with the characteristics of Greece. So, in the 90s, there was a significant sector of new technologies. Digital transformation started mainly in the SMEs, with the ERP systems, with the IT systems. They started to enter the entrepreneurial world in a cross-cutting level in the market, but the state didn't mimic the example of other countries. They didn't put in the scenery the sector of new technologies, something that took place recently, I should say, mainly during the last couple of years, but also after 2010. The state followed a strategic approach, yet there was the memorandum, there was a problematic era which put some obstacles to this sector in order for it to play its role. But lately it has recovered. The state has made that obvious, and right now we're trying to win this big bet. That is, take the leap that we didn't take in the 90s and in 2000 and in the subsequent decade. Right now, we need tools. There must be a big leap to manage to do what we want. Mr. Tsakiris said, Mr. Simakopoulou believes so. Greece might become a hub of new technologies, but this lost ground of the previous decade should be won now by doing things that are innovative. And I would say, to help this discussion, I would say that an important tool would be for the new development law prepared by the ministry. It should be oriented to new technologies, focus on the creation of incubators, accelerators, technological parks, and help investments overall, investing in new technologies in a way that is innovative and, of course, cover the lost ground. Yes, Mr. Stiglitz, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we're running out of time. So the big bet is to make Greece a hub of new technologies. Yes, and later on, you have been innovative through the Technopolis Park. You're going to elaborate on this know-how. Let us move on to the Vice Regional Governor, Mr. Filias. Please raise your topics.
First of all, allow me to welcome the Minister, the General Secretary, Mr. President, which are present digitally present here in Patras in our conference. A conference co-organized with the region. I'd like to say that, as Minister says, we can't have leap the region in digital transformation without the support of the state. There will be an incompatibility in their activities. The private sector, many times, in many activities, need the region or cooperate with the state. We are now trying to have this transformation, digital transformation, because our governor believes in it. And now we have 700 services which are digitalized for the citizens. These everyday services must be completely digital. In order to have the same speed in the private and the public sector. Moreover, we also have some other activities from the state, as knowing the details of the property, to identify the property, the assets of a citizen, to give, for instance, to the health sector to operate in distance. So there are many sectors where the region has many things to do, and that's what we are doing here in the region. And I will give you more details during this conference. And these are the steps we have and the measures we have to take to go on. We have to follow this path. We may wanted to do it 1 or 2 years ago, and now we have to do it because even the pandemic shows us that it is necessary. Mr. Christopoulos, thank you for the invitation. Thank you. Also, I would like to thank you, the region and Peloponnesos newspaper. This is a subject which is discussed many days, weeks, and months. And I wouldn't say that just the pandemic has accelerated this need. Of course, it has helped, but nothing could be done if we had a specific plan, a specific programmation to which Mrs. Giannakopoulou contributed. And this plan helped us to accelerate at these critical points and to realize all these activities. This programming and planification is very important. First of all, we can improve the relations between the citizens and the state. It fights corruption phenomena. We can see both in the public and the private sector, and it helps the economic growth. According to some research, the Minister of Development, and thanks to the new national plan and to an improvement of our economics, we could have an economic improvement. And what should have been done to have this frog leap? First of all, we have to have the political will. And it has shown through this minister and through the action of our minister that the creation of this minister was difficult. That means to have all the structures and to create a new one. Something else, from an institutional point of view, we have been given the necessary tools, the data, which were fragmented before. We also have a plan, a draft. We can see in smart text, in smart legislation text that show that we need a state agile, an agile state, a flexible state that can be adjusted easily. And we see that also on a European level, we have the directives and the recommendations on the European level that have not been passed on the European Parliament, but are already useful for our legislation. Moreover, we have GovGR, this Greek platform. We have the digitalization of services, but we also have a common personality of our state for citizens. Now we have all these services that can be reached by citizens. And as Mr. Tsakiris said, we first have to integrate it in a new context. We have now a new institutional framework that has united all the previous laws in one law, the law for the digital governance. That helps a lot everybody that we can see which are the services that are digitalized. We also have the accelerators. We have the legislation for the open data. We are one of the few countries that has integrated the legislation for the creation of a cloud. And this is a special signal for the other countries abroad. So we have a dynamic, and I will also want to stress the 5G, which is very important. We have a new dynamic in the government, but also we have the conditions that could help the digital growth. Everything is made on a smart way. And I believe that thanks to our collaboration with the Minister of Development and the Minister of Growth, I think that for the future, the short term, we will see a great growth, a great development, both in the government and in the private sector.
Thank you. We'll keep that. Now, Mr. Tsakiris, you gave us a scent. What do you think that Greek businesses are thinking about this transformation, digital one? I said it before. Here, in my personal view, we have a difference when it comes to how Greek businesses perceive digital transformation. I'm talking about SMEs, of course, compared to how they are perceiving that in other states. Digital transformation here is perceived isolated in one specific project within the company. We have not included digital transformation in our entrepreneurial model. They have not started from scratch to see what is needed so that a business could really be transformed digitally, and as a result, it can be more competitive. In other words, a Greek businessman should seek what are his wants. He needs to be cheaper. He needs better quality. He needs to deliver in a speedier way. I need to be more competitive than the neighbor. We must start from there and have a holistic plan of digital transformation and not fragmented projects. That is, turn IT, our accounts, etc. Yeah, that's why you talked about the tablet purchase. Yes, there should be a plan, like the government had a plan, at least when it comes to the public sector, to manage all these services connecting the citizen to the public sector. Cloud is very important. On the other hand, we are here, and later on, I will explain to you how we think as a ministry, as a state, how we want to enhance businesses to achieve this transformation. We must all have a different angle. We must all change, and businesses should benefit from these tools. Now, Mrs. Asimakopoulou, may I ask you the following? In your introduction, you said that the European Parliament has prioritized AI, and digitalization is the key for building social resilience. Could you please clarify whether these are linked? It is AI and resilience. Yes, thank you so much. I would like to say the following, listening to the dear guests of the panel, since I have lived this struggle at the level of financial tools, etc., with Mr. Christopoulos, we have partnered in the past. At the level of regional governments with Mr. Zikas, we have been working on that. I would like to tell you that this jam in Greece is obvious. I would like to reassure you, I'm very proud for that. And do know that not only this is obvious, but it will be obvious in the indicators as well. DAISY is the indicator where Greece was lagging behind. I believe that in the next DAISY, we're going to see this difference. Having said that, I come to your question. AI. I cannot even stress the big importance and the big change that this has brought to us. These changes are to the better and to the worse, of course. It's quite good to have marvelous diagnosis in medicine or predict natural disasters, but it's quite difficult to have lethal autonomous weapons and manipulate our behavior. So AI affects our daily routine and will do so in the future as well. Some of its implementations equally. In other words, there must be no negative output like in private life or protection of our privacy. We have technologies to spot the profile of somebody online. AI may increase the current imbalances to this algorithm bias that might exist. These issues are being discussed in Europe, as well as we have a feeling that McKinsey said that due to AI, we shall add 2.7 trillion euros to the economy until 2030 in Europe and in Greece for the next 15 years, it may give us 200 million euros. I'm not saying so to violate open doors, but I'm saying so to tell you that the battle given right now is a battle for digital supremacy, a geopolitical struggle of supremacy. AI is like a digital nuclear force in order to prevail in this digital era. That is why Europe should deal with that in order to have a resilience, be resilient enough and take a leap forward. By way of conclusion, let me tell you that this proposal on the bill and AI, what has been submitted by the European Commission, is a truly significant step for the successful character of this digital supremacy. I hope the Greek state, I believe that the Greek state, as it has been initiative with this government and what was mentioned before by the minister or the secretariat vis-a-vis the implementation of these things, one step earlier, even in AI, they will be the pioneers in the same way. Of course, at the level and to the extent that we can here in the European Parliament, we will help towards the direction. Thank you so much. Mr. Dzikas, we talked about the technological park in Thessaloniki, the first high-tech park. You participated in this whole endeavor. Please, could you elaborate a bit on that? What steps could be taken? Because it is a park that, if I remember well, in 2001 it started to implement this high-tech park. Back then, in Greece, nobody knew anything about it. Are there any steps to be taken and learn from building this park? Since the title of the panel talks about digital transformation in business, the state and local authorities, I would like to tell you that the creation of the park was an initiative that we undertook in 2001. It is a model of good partnership between the public and the private sector. The initiative was taken back then. We created a multi-stock company with the majority of them being in Thessaloniki and Athens. We partnered with the state, and approximately 8 years later, we created the first park of high-tech companies in Thessaloniki, which is about 100 stremas with state-of-the-art infrastructure and with a possibility to host about 100 to 150 new technology businesses that will employ more than 5,000 workers. This was the model. In essence, we financed the creation of that park. The park exists today. It is a business model that, as I said, shows there must be a PPP in order to have significant results. And what it takes, we're in close cooperation with the ministry. I think that in 2021, we shall be able to have an even better relationship. I'm talking about the existence from incentive so that new IT companies might be installed in a park like Technopolis. By way of conclusion, I would like to tell you that in the next years, it would be very important for this partnership between the public and the private sector to be maintained. And I would add with the academia as well. In Greece, we're lagging behind to that. I think that now it's high time for this cooperation brought better results, and such a result would be the creation, was the creation of Technopolis 2001. To sum up, let me take the TIFF, the Thessaloniki International Fair, in mid-October shall organize a new event beyond, which is an effort that we are doing because they're here to help us that Greece will become a hub of new technology. Mr. Filias, please. You said before, based on what Mr. Takiri said, that there must be a synchronization between public and private sector. How do you transform digitally the public sector? Is it easy? What are the steps to be taken? Indeed, this is a very nice question. Thank you for that. New technologies, by nature, brings a change. People have an inherent trend to react to change, especially the abrupt ones. So you understand that when in the public sector, you are trying to bring a change and get a change that presupposes by the citizen and by the body, that is the employee of the office, some specific knowledge, you must understand that things become tighter. But this doesn't mean that it is impossible to overcome them. So the first thing you have to do is that you must know pretty well what you want to do in your sphere, in your object. And second point, educate, train your personnel in this new logic. What is most important, though, is what cannot be fully understood. First, you must prepare your internal operation. A transformation of the region right now, and we all together, we should say that the region of Western Greece is in a trajectory of digital transformation. We started and we are starting from what's obvious. We are changing our internal operation. Internally, we are here to assess our own workings in order to build an internal mechanism without overlappings, because you may understand that technology, you have an IT programming. What this can do, this means a speedy approach. But if you meet constantly impasses, then you end up with bureaucracy, which may not work, of course. Here, that moment, at least in the region of Western Greece, quite shortly in the summer, there will be a clear internal organization with clear flows, without any overlappings and without contradictions. You know what? We're able to see that there are differences. Why? Because especially in the regions that were involved after the prefectures that is from different regions. So the citizen might see a paradox. The Directorate of Transport in Achaia needs 5 documents to issue a license, a driver's permit. The other directorate needs 6 documents. You can clarify that first, you are clear, so that later on you might continue with the subsequent operation and training of the new system about digital technology. On the other hand, though, there is a big issue of training and people. I'm not talking about businesses. Businesses have the way through seminars, through their own schemes to be trained. People, though, citizens, though, have their own issues. We've seen that in many different cases. A characteristic example is about the ATMs in banks. For how many years are they operational? Nevertheless, you see the queues, you see people lining up, especially amongst the elderly. COVID, of course, facilitated things a bit. In a violent way, yes, but it provides for a solution. So this reaction of people to change, changing habits, that is, this is something that should be tackled in a patient way. That is, when a shift will come in different steps, you must not be discouraged. You should try to empower the citizen, publish what you are doing, advertise what you are doing, convince him or her that it is easier, because it is, so that any change might work. I think that the training of the citizen, it will understand this makes life easier. It is a characteristic, the first reaction is, I don't know, I can't. This may not happen. Mr. Phineas, to go to Mr. Christopoulos, because he passed me the ball, digital transformation, how important is it for the financial development of the state? Because Mr. Phineas talked about how this can operate in regions touched centrally by the state. How helpful it is? You mean the transformation of the state? Yes. Sometime the Prime Minister, in a speech of his, has said that the reform of the state is the crown jewel of reforms. In what way? It's very important to see how the state mechanism works, how the public administration works. This is very important for the society and the economy. To me, digital transformation of the state is critical, meaning what? But obviously, the state is the one that, upon its laws, will set the rules of the game, different administrative procedures. Many times, as we said, Mr. Phineas, we're talking about different procedures in one region vis-a-vis the other, and thus the mission of the state is to protect the public interest, set the rules of the game, without that being with unnecessary burden. The issue here is that I simplify it for businesses and I digitize them. Because many times we are following the opposite course. We're digitizing because we have to digitize, but even the fact that you can do something remotely from your home, then it is quite simple, I would say. What else? What else is important when it comes to the state? The state, as I told you before, legislates. The state is the one that creates the relationship of trust. Trust is an important resource on the operation of our economy. If I may trust other businesses well and the state itself, it means that the economy might work based on solid ground. The other day, there were some indicators of the OECD. For the first time, Greece, for a second year in a row, ranks high in the OECD rate when it comes to the trust in the citizens and the businesses towards the government. What does this mean? This means that this whole work of digitization, simplification, are towards a good direction. Last but not least, to add to what you said, vis-a-vis different procedures. Since we have understood that one of the sources of bureaucracy towards businesses is that many administrative acts are implemented in a different way, like procedures. One service might ask for 6 documents, another one 5 or 10 supporting documents. Upon the law they have already mentioned, we have talked about a registry of actions. It will be launched in summer. Already, we have seen 2,500 people which need to be verified. So all regional authorities should implement the different procedures in a way that would abide by this registry. The public sector is obliged to do so. I think that through these activities, we can upgrade the importance of digitization for the state and simplification of procedures for financial development. What you said is very important because, in essence, this is an important link of the chain. We saw the Vice General Government, you as Secretary General, you are saying that we enter this procedure. What you observe in the regional cabinet, we solve it. Yet, I would like to take the entrepreneurial view. We talked about the difficulties, we talked about mindset, but let us see what are the tools. How can we finance digital transformation in entrepreneurship? Yes, sure. It is an important part. It is the $1 billion question for businesses. I believe that we have guaranteed significant resources for financing digital transformation, both in the public and the private sector. First, let me tell you that in the new NSRF, 1 billion euros are earmarked for the digital transformation of the public sector. At the same time, in the EPAMEC program, which is about competitiveness of SMEs, which is 4 billion euros. A significant part will be used for subsidies, digital formation. We also have the regional integration programs, again, in the framework of the NSRF at the level of regions. There also a part is about this kind of enhancements. Let us not forget the financial tools, which are about bigger scale businesses, and they are moving towards the direction along with the recovery fund. A estimation that I can give you is that in the next 5 years, along with the private participation, because here we're discussing about co-financed programs, possibly 7 to 8 billion euros will be channeled to digital transformation of the public and private sector. Until now, especially through the NSRF, there have been activities of digital transformation, the digital step or the digital leap, but they were isolated and complicated. With the new NSRF, we will move on with innovative solutions, big solutions, one of which will be digital transformation. And let me add that it will not be like the previous programming periods with comparative comparisons, with comparative rather approaches, but we will examine different priorities. Whoever submits an integrated plan of digital transformation will be included in that, and as they invest in this transformation, the NSRF will pay the part corresponding to that. Let me give you an example. It's quite simple, it's quite small. During the pandemic, the retail brought a huge change. Due to the NSRF, quite quickly, we managed to create an e-shop which gave the opportunity to thousands of shops, of retail stores, to create an electronic shop. I believe that we should say that the majority of these will not continue because an e-shop needs to be maintained. Yet, an equally important part understood what digital transformation means. They understood that in the retail sector, the trend goes to digital. Obviously, the physical store will never be lost, but creating an e-shop, they can open themselves up to a new market of customers, customers who are far away, customers who would not go into their store. So it's not a threat. Digital transformation is not a threat for some sectors. It is another tool, another channel for sales. Since talking about businesses, Mrs. Asimakopoulou, you are talking about digital transformation in your public discourse, and you're focusing on SMEs. In this framework, we can talk about the Pan-Hellenic campaign on the new platform of the European Commission's access to markets. Am I right? We don't have much time, so I'm going to be very brief. Quite rightly, you said that the backbone of the European and Greek economy are the different companies and SMEs. Digital transformation is critical. The 85% of the worldwide development in the next 10 years will take place off Europe. So a big bet is the extroversion of companies, especially in SMEs. These initiatives, which you alluded to, have taken part as a competent person by the European Parliament. The target is to help SMEs to discover this new online tool of the European Commission. Access to markets is the name, giving them information in a very simple and tangible way about all terms and conditions that bind the agreements contracted between the EU and third countries. Something that started since the beginning of this year. We've done so remotely, we have done so with the majority of the regions. I truly believe that to win that bet, access to information especially online now that we have loved this procedure due to the pandemic. It's very important, and thank you for this opportunity to highlight it. Thank you, madam. Thank you indeed. Mr. Dzikas, since we're running out of time, you analyzed before this technological park of high tech and businesses. Anything else to add on that?
We can't hear you. Can you adjust? After our experience, as I said, of 3 decades in the new technologies, I'd like to say that for Greece, this momentum is very optimistic. Our Minister of Digital Governance, we also have a ministry that reply all the demand for electronic services. We have the Ministry of Economy that aims to promote the new technology, a strategic sector. We have the opportunity to improve ourselves in artificial intelligence. Moreover, the regions can play an important role. I think so that the momentum is very important. We are smarter after this pandemic, and I think this is very important for Greece. Mr. Tsigas has told us about this digitalization. As I told you before, in the few days, we will have the new guide for citizens, which will give access to these services, unified services to citizens. As for citizens, we have a technical consultant for 4 projects. One of these projects, which concerns the citizens, is related to digitalization and e-services for citizens. It's a very important project for remote services, and we hope that it will be closed until the end of this year. We also have the project, the national framework. We also have the digitalization of other activities as a program of e-medicine, e-health, the fire diagnostic program. We also have projects on cultural matter, cultural matter projects. We have also the e-park, the digital park project, which will attract more visitors in Greece. So we have many projects, as you have said, and we have the coordination between public and private sector. And for the end of this session, each people in the future could visit Greece remotely, easily. How can we guarantee that all these services will be valid in the future? This dynamic has gained confidence and the consensus of our society. So I think that this dynamic can be reversed. But speaking about sustainability, I should say that we need a smart legislation framework which can find a balance between the public and the private sector, the public and the personal data protection, and also innovation for companies. Second, smart tools, digital tools for the digitalization, as it has been said. So we need a new project for blockchain, AI, IoT in the public sector. Three, we need to reduce the public sector and services. And fourth, the scale and upscale of the workers and employers, but we have to convince that technology is here to help us. I would like to say that at the heart of everything we have the human being, and I would like to thank you all. I would like to thank the region of Western Greece and newspaper Peloponnesus.
microphone is.
Yes, it's on.
Huh?
It's on.
Yeah.
Everybody here.
So you're talking to everyone. No, there is nothing embarrassing about that. In case they do me cards. Hmm?
This is the other side.
Yeah.
You're based in Barcelona?
Yes, yes.
In a previous life, I worked for the Council of Ministers of the European Union. And for a short while, I used to come every month to the meetings in Barcelona.
It's a beautiful city.
It was for the Foreign Policy Council.
Yeah, it's a beautiful city. Beautiful. But all Mediterranean cities are beautiful.
Sorry?
All Mediterranean cities are beautiful.
Exactly.
I mean, honestly, I haven't been to one Mediterranean city which I did not like. We
Καλησπέρα σας. Χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ που είμαστε όλοι εδώ.
Hello, I'm pretty happy to be here with you. This is the first discussion that takes place on the Mediterranean dimension of the Conference on the Future of Europe of Athens. After the celebration of Zapion the previous week, an event that echoed our views across Europe. Today, there is a series of discussions in Greece with different topics. It's my great joy, because we have this panel today. I believe firmly that this is a multi-culti panel we can tackle already from the very first round, an issue that is of interest for the many. But it's not a mainstream theme either, like the ones that have been discussed until now at the European level. Our question is, do we need the European Union? The European Union, in the framework of its position in the world, does it need a clear, specific policy for the Mediterranean, Minister? Do we need such a policy, Minister? I'm pretty happy to be here in Patras. I'm pretty happy to have this discussion, and I'm happy because Nektarios Farmakis, the regional governor, and the organizers embraced the idea to be all together in order to discuss in the framework of the dialogue on the future of Europe, which started on May 9th. We hope that until the end of the year, it will have come to an end with the participation of thousands of people, or even millions of people, I would dare to say. It's a moment that Brussels should stop speaking, regions should start speaking, and of course, the citizens of the regions. Now, what does the Mediterranean mean for Europe? The Mediterranean Sea is the absolute sea. It is the space on which safety is based. It is the area of stability. It is the area of financial cooperation, intercultural cooperation, and this is crucial. Above all, it's a source of history for Europe. Let us not forget that the main cultures, the main civilizations on which is based the European foundation flourished in the Mediterranean. The powers that prevailed in the Mediterranean were the ones that conveyed the message of the union amongst the shores of the Mediterranean. That is why I asked for my distinguished friend and a an eloquent Egyptian diplomat who's next to me, Nasser Kamel, the Secretary General of the Union of the Mediterranean. These initiatives that we have undertaken, all the Mediterranean countries, that is to sit around the same table to discuss all together, because I think that when it comes to the Conference on the Future of Europe, we should not just listen to ourselves, we must listen to our neighborhoods. How are we perceived by the Armenian people as an EU? Do we do sufficient actions? Are we interested in Northern Africa, for instance? Have we developed the financial and trade relationships at the level that we would want? Or, as Europeans, do we go to different countries to say how we can teach them a lesson, how we can build democratic institutions and something else? What we should build above all, is that we must build financial relationships. We discussed that with the previous speakers. We discussed about the need for Europe to invest in its neighborhood, in its Mediterranean neighborhood. Of course, we must face the challenges of safety. We must face the huge challenge of the migration crisis, which is an issue that splits the EU. And of course, we must benefit from a new population. All these countries, have a young population who needs to be productive, needs to find opportunities in their homeland. We, who need to make a European economy more global, we must match this opportunity. Coming to the end, when it comes to the Euro-Mediterranean Partnership, let me tell you something. Next week, we will host in Athens the meeting of the ministers of the Mediterranean countries of the EU, preparing the summit that will take place in Chania in September. We set all the issues that are on the European agenda, but also we raised a new topic, which up to now, at the level of the ministers of foreign affairs, has not troubled the European Union. How we can partner for the protection of the maritime environment in the Mediterranean Sea. The Mediterranean Sea is the sea that unites us, but also it is a sea that is a closed one. The sea environment is at risk in the Mediterranean. We must take initiatives to safeguard this environment and further develop it, because if our sea has no productive forces, if it is not as sound as it was, it will offer nothing to tourism, which is the main source of wealth, nor to fishery, and the maritime routes will not be that safe and pleasant as they are today. Having said that, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the hospitality.
Welcome to Patras. It's a pleasure to have you here. We hear through the Minister that the European Union wants to have a Mediterranean dimension in its standing in the world. Indeed, the European Union is bringing forward a new approach as a soft power in international relations. However, it takes two to tango. The European Union wants this dimension. You have an overview from your position. Do you think that this is feasible? Does the southern part of the basin, the Mediterranean basin, want to create this link?
Well, let me start by thanking you and thanking my very dear friend, the alternate Minister of Foreign Affairs, for having me here today. What a lovely setting. And a very Mediterranean setting, because we in the Mediterranean invented wine. And I dare say in Egypt, actually, where wine was produced 7,000 years ago. So this is our common heritage, our common destiny, our common sea. It takes two to tango. And your question, is the South ready? I think the South is ready, but I'm not sure even that the North is really dancing to the tune of the music sometimes. And let me explain. We were having a discussion just before coming here about the Med7 ministerial and the Med7 summit, which is actually the 7 European Mediterranean. And from a Southern Mediterranean perspective, what are the priorities? A global Europe, a strategic Europe that the European Commission President is asking for cannot be if it's not well anchored within its neighborhood. Southern neighborhood, eastern neighborhood, and I dare even say beyond to sub-Saharan Africa. Is Europe doing so? Yes, but with limited resources. Okay? Are the priority are the right ones? I do agree that the priority is for employment, investment, digital transition, environment, but are we investing enough when we talk about 7 billion euro over the period of 6 to 7 years divided by 8 to 10 different countries? So we're talking about 250 million euros average per country per year. Would that give Europe the desired effect in order to be able to really dance and have a partner in that beautiful tango song? I'm not sure. So in my view, if Europe wants to be a player in today's world, where you have the US with its vital zone, NAFTA, Latin America, Canada, when you have China with a very ambitious, proactive, we were talking about vaccine diplomacy 10 minutes ago, very active in the region and beyond the region. If Europe wants a place, independence in terms of value chain, in terms of geopolitical independence, in terms of creating wealth, in terms of creating an area of peace and security where migration could be dealt with, in an era where environment and climate change is a top priority. We are the second most affected region in the world by climate change. And the first one happens to be Antarctica. So we are the first region inhabited that is affected by climate change. Is any new Green Deal can be successful without being a Euro-Mediterranean new Green Deal? I doubt it. So my very short answer to the question is yes, Europe has the right priority. Yes, Europe knows how and when and where to invest, but it should do way more and engage much more deeply than it is today. And that's why when I talk to my friends in Greece, because Greece is a very special, it is in my view, the most Mediterranean of the Mediterranean. Well, look at the map. I mean, it's self-evident. I tell them, my dear Greek friends, my dear Spanish friend, my dear Italian friends, you need to talk to the Northern European country and tell them that the future of Europe lies south and east. And you have to concentrate and try to deal with the inequality and the divide in wealth and investment within countries and between countries. In that sense, we would be able to engage in a very beautiful romantic dance, as you just mentioned a few minutes ago.
Thank you very much.
Όπως σωστά αναφέρατε.
We are very happy because we have two regional governors from two Mediterranean areas. One area with a specific port, a very significant port, and another region which is about islands. What else could be more Mediterranean other than these two? Let me keep the conclusion of the Secretary General that 7 billion euros will be channeled for the new initiative, the initiative of the EU. This does not suffice in terms of quantity, but we have ahead a new agenda about the Mediterranean Sea. And what we can do today is to see whether this agenda is compatible. So let us turn to the two regional governors from our two regions. I would like to raise to them the 5 priorities as the EU understands them, in order for us to see whether, in real terms, this is true in the region. What is your perception? What can be the foundation of this partnership? Is it about development of HR? in the Mediterranean Sea in a cohesive way? Is it the proper administration, the good governance, that is, the force of the law, which is equally important? Do we have the same perception on these issues? Then develop resilience of the economists and the Mediterranean economy overall? And how do we need to do it going into the new era that is a digital transition? We have issues of safety, and then related to that, we have issues of the people circulation in different ways, that is asylum, migrants. We know that a big part of the population is on the move, and then the environmental aspect, which, as the Secretary General quite rightly said, it is a priority because this has touched our area with specific characteristics. Now, let me turn to my dear Regional Governor of the Ionian Islands, Mrs. Rodi Kratsa. Please, your comments on that as a rep of the Ionian Islands. We cannot listen to you. Please unmute yourself. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stoklidis. First of all, allow me to express my great joy to participate in this discussion, because I can say that one is my dear topic when it comes to the EU agenda. And of course, I'm talking about the Euro-Mediterranean Partnership. I'm pretty happy to coexist remotely. Usually we are in person with the ambassador, the Secretary General, Mr. Kamel Nasser. I'm pretty happy because this was a pleasant surprise to me, his presence in Greece. I hope that I can see you in Morocco on 10 and 11th July, okay? We will be at the same board of the EU Med University with the Secretary General. So I need to tell you that I should congratulate the organizers because they included on the agenda this topic. It is a topic marginalized, I would say, mainly in our country, in spite of the fact that this is an EU-Med country with a long history, big ties with the peoples and the states of the other shores of the Mediterranean. Here we might give different explanations because Greece is in the part of the Mediterranean that knew tensions and non-partnership between peoples, contrary to the other side of the Western Mediterranean, where the axis of cooperation has always existed and they are more developed. I mean, Spain and Italy with Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, etc. Let me deeply congratulate the Secretary General. Why? Due to his performance, due to his efforts. And I don't mean to flatter him because we are in the same panel, but I may share common views with him. I have watched from the beginning this whole procedure. I know what he stands for. So I know his course, his career, and of course, the development of his organization. In spite of the political difficulties related to security issues, we had some difficult times with the explosion of terrorism. Nevertheless, the EU-Med Union stayed alive and turned its gaze to the creative plans, the ones that can be shared by all people in both shores, how we can build together, overcoming the other geopolitical problems, not because the other things are not important, but due to the fact that the people themselves, through their maturity, through the realization of this partnership between the different countries, may give an example to leaderships towards safety, prosperity, stability. Today, the big challenge is how this basin, the cradle of the worldwide civilization, will turn into a sea, a bridge of people, a sea of common prosperity for all. First of all, we should foster the policies of mutual understanding and enhancement of the different financial, social, educational plans. Europe has not been up to the task. I mean that we had to overcome obstacles and finance this big project with the proper means. But let me here say that the people of the other shore never believed in this plan. They were used to bilateral relationships with the big countries of the Union and not with a collective strategy that includes all people. Gradually, we overcome these barriers, and now that Europe is in a transition, overcoming the budgetary crisis, overcoming COVID-19, and in more certainty, with more tools, financial and political, they can tackle the big challenges, turn its gaze more to the Mediterranean. It is true that apart from the inherent geopolitical tensions and problems, the EU turned its gaze due to the enlargement to Central and Eastern part. And then its southern neighborhood followed a secondary fate. Now we see different strategies, resources, and indeed it delivers. What I would like to focus is the big challenge of the environment, because the Mediterranean Sea that unites us is the part of a broad neighborhood with the biggest environmental challenges. There are big burdens. Its ecosystem, its rich ecosystem is threatened by the increase of tourists and by the increase of transport, which is an integral part of the interconnectivity and communication which we want both in the south and in the north. On the other hand, I would like to stress the big effort done in some countries to abide by the law, abide by the respect of human rights, have a convergence there, a convergence of the governance in the different partner countries, a convergence with the European acquis. We need a free circulation of goods. We need to create the sense of a big financial market. Then we must have common standards when it comes to the productivity, the protection of consumers, and certifications. We must create a space of research and innovation around Europe. It is a part in which we do collaborate with the Secretary General, and that is why we have the EU Med University, which has its seat in Fes, Morocco, and then Portoron in Slovenia. These are two big projects that will create the nursery of the new citizens, the new EU Med citizens. We should support these projects both bilaterally and multilaterally. In this framework, I would like to see, when it comes to the EU, how they will tackle the issues of reforms, the issues of the creation of exchange opportunities in the framework of Erasmus+, that is visas for transport, how we can deal with the migration issues, because all these are complicated problems. Respect human rights, how this is related to safety on both sides of the Mediterranean, and these are issues that should not be left aside because they inhibit the development of a bigger partnership. On the other hand, what I mean to tell you, and this is what I try to do throughout my EU Med career, is to give voice to parliaments. Parliament is part of the fact that there is the EU Med Assembly. Parliaments are not that strong. They're not dealing with that. They have been left away from building the big EU Med family. Furthermore, the initiatives of the civil society should be very important. The totality of the regions is an exquisite initiative because it brings together local factors from both shores. So it lays the foundation for a human community concerning all. And of course, it's not left in theory or at the level of diplomatic relationships as the people perceive the EU-Med collaboration. Let us work at the parliamentary level, at the level of civil society, at the level of regional authorities to give more soul, I would say, to this structure and make citizens realize their common challenges on both shores. Thank you so much for your attention. These were my general remarks. Thank you so much, Ravi. Your proposals were very concrete. What I draw as a conclusion is that we are trying to create a common vocabulary, a common terminology to face common problems, that is standardization, practical ideas that gradually can bring us closer. Our host now, regional governor, out of the agenda that we have said up to now, what would be the views, what would be the parameters of this policy that would be helpful towards your region? So how can you develop this region, your region, in a developing Mediterranean area? First of all, I would like to deeply thank for your presence, all speakers. It is an honor for our city, and of course, it's an honor to have you here to participate in our conference. The conference that we are co-organizing. The discussion that we are doing now, as you rightly said, is included in a general debate that started in Europe, and this occurs due to the 40th anniversary of Greece being a member of the European family. That is why I will take a more personal note. The logo behind me said, "The future lies in our hands." Our future lies in our hands. I'm 41, you know, which means that I was born a European citizen. I will speak to you as a European and then as a Greek citizen. I will tell you that our future lies in our hands indeed. And we must all understand that what we are calling Mediterranean, apart from the cliche that I could say, that it is the center of Europe and all these very fancy words that we keep on listening, which is verbalism, have an essence. This might be substantial. The substance and what unites us are history, civilization, the fact that we have been a force in developing across all shores, different empires. This means something, you know, for this area. This area is attractive. I will not elaborate on that now, though, says the speaker. Then, as a European again, I would say that I have to criticize ourselves. What haven't we done up to now? Obviously, we need macro-regional partnerships, and they are towards a good direction. But what do we mean by a macro-regional partnership? What may we do? Obviously, I will not dwell into other competencies. I will deal only with the regional authorities. I serve a regional authority, and I will express myself as a regional governor of a region which lies in this territory. So I'm saying the Mediterranean regions of the EU, can't they become the best platform of cooperation and partnership with the regions of the remaining countries which are close to the Mediterranean? Local administration and local authorities being closer to the citizens, having a more direct electorate, and we don't have to face any type of diplomacy that is a burden for central government. So can't we become the best ambassador of what we are describing, of what we want? The EU obviously has a history of mutual understanding. That is why we're here today. Throughout these years, we have embedded this partnership amongst its regions throughout these years. So it's high time we used, in the good sense, we used these regions this shield that has been created throughout the last years by prosperous regions in the EU. So it's high time we collaborated to form a leverage, to form a way out through which we can see the substantial diplomacy, the diplomacy of the civil society with the other countries. Obviously, in this procedure, there will be difficulties. Of course, in this procedure, there will be some misunderstandings, but dialogue will show the way. Citizens have nothing to split when what unites us is the Mediterranean Sea, including the environment, history, even gastronomy. You know, the simple things are what unites. Our taste unites us. You know, taste and odor are a field of remembrance and memories. So you understand that all this can become an experience, and this might unite us to collaborate for the future, provided that the EU understands. That is why I told you that before. I start with what we should do as Mediterranean regions belonging to the European family. The EU family must understand and boost, because by boosting, we mean something more complicated, strategies, resources, etc. This should be channeled in order to use as a vehicle the macro-regional partnership. Thank you so much.
Their orders for setting the political agenda. So after this, we have to introduce to this electronic platform the conclusions that we have reached in our discussion. So we have noticed from the discussion so far that whereas we all understand the common interests we have failed for the time being, despite the progress, to make a real impact on a number of issues. Therefore, if you were to submit a number of conclusions that should be looked after as a priority, what would there be? Five orders. 5 orders from your side.
Well, if I were...
5 plates.
Yeah. Well, I will start just by being so happy when he talked about being 41 years old, born European. So this sense of belonging is very important. And this is very important. So we need to build bridges, cultural bridge, and we need to install as we have installed a European citizenship, we have to talk about the Euro-Mediterranean identity. And we do have lots of problems. But that would not be an order. This is a side issue. Not a side, it's a parallel issue. But if I give 5 orders, I would say 1, investment. And I talked about investment. And co-investment. We have to create wealth on both shores of the Mediterranean. With 2, employment. We have a problem not only in the southern Mediterranean country, but in the southern European countries. So I'm not only talking, because I talk on the name of the 42 members. I would say 3, intelligent mobility to deal with the problem of migration. So we have to look into intelligent mobility by allowing businessmen, by allowing tourists, by allowing students. I dream to see one day what we call a Euro-Mediterranean Erasmus program, which have changed completely.
It was proposed by Mrs. Kratzer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. By the way, I need to give her a big hug and a big wave from Patras, and hope to see you in Fez in few days. Third, dealing with the climate emergency. We have a climate emergency. It's no longer a crisis, it's an emergency, and we have seen it with our own eyes in Greece, in Spain, in Egypt. We see every single day the impact of this climate emergency in our... so if we do not have a Euro-Mediterranean approach, because climate does not know border and does not need visa to impact each other. These are the 4 priorities. The 5th priority would be of course, and dealing with the geopolitical, trying to deal with the geopolitical instability, which would be instrumental for the first priority, and to be able to create a base on which we can...
A precondition for the other four to happen.
Not really a precondition, it has to be in parallel, because if we wait for one to happen, the other won't. But we have to keep working for peace and stability in the region to ensure that the region is moving as a bloc towards a better future.
Υπουργέ, 5 παραγγελίες.
Τις 5 παραγγελίες που είπε, νομίζω ότι τις είπαμε όλοι. Και είναι και η επένδυση σε χρήμα και η επένδυση σε...
Investment in different facilitations, investment in climate, as he said, investment in youth, and last, investment in safety. Europe, throughout this whole procedure, has dealt with itself pretty much. And we must understand, Europe should understand that it's not just about itself. There is another world outside of us looking at us as a superpower. We are the second biggest economy on the planet. We are the area where there are the biggest liberties, the biggest respect of HR, of human rights, that is, democratic institutions work in depth. There is an elected region, and we have here the regional governor, and this will create an identity for the citizens. For the first time, a citizen says that I will speak to you as a European citizen. I'm pretty happy because the regional governor, Nectarios, started his speech in that way, because indeed we need to build the Europe of the regions. We must look after our neighborhood. Let me stress something that he said before, something rather that Rod said before, because Rodi brings a European aura in the discussion. Now, let me say that the solution for the Mediterranean Sea means more developed partnership with the East. It is true. And all clashes and the big tensions, the Middle Eastern question, of course, is a thorny one. And the Greek-Turkish relationships is a thorny issue which has affected safety in the region. But let me highlight something. Today, Greece and Egypt have managed to have a high level of relationships, political relationships, which we never had in the past at that level. Cooperation in all axes, from the EEZ to the partnership, not just in energy, but also in the military field. I believe that Greece can play a role towards this direction, and my invitation, I would invite us all to move on with the regions, to invite businessmen to move on towards Egypt, a country with which we have traditional ties. We have the common history. There is the Hellenism in Egypt, of course, the ancient, the old diaspora that existed in Alexandria. We have specific ties, and we need to reinforce relationships in the region between the EU and North Africa. We must reach another level, and I believe that Egypt should be the next country that we should all target. And that is why the big port, like the port of Patras, I believe that gradually, not only should it be a gateway to the West, but it can be a gateway to the South, and Egypt, for instance. It should not just be our port to Italy, but I believe that it can play a role, Patras can play a role towards southern areas. That is why in the past, in this neighborhood, in these premises, we had tried to upgrade, myself as a Minister of Maritime Affairs, I needed to upgrade the port of Patras in order for it to play a great role, other than the one we have used to, that is, other than being just a port for Italy. Regional Governor Rodi, a final comment. Specific proposals were heard. We don't have much time. We ended up with some issues that should be done. Are you satisfied with what you've heard? Or do you have anything to add? Well, being an insular region, we work with the islands of the Mediterranean. We have common challenges, and we can develop a network of particular relationships. Insular regions are something else, either islanders or not. I spoke as a rep of the Mediterranean people, and I believe that the challenges that our islands face related to the climate, these challenges are faced by all Mediterranean countries. There are the risks of the rich ecosystem in the Mediterranean, common challenges, apart from the fact that we are islanders. What I have just heard, and let me tell you that I'm deeply happy because Mr. Velvitsiotis is here focusing on our policy. I would say that our country lacked that, unfortunately. This dimension is very important. I am happy because today we have a deep dialogue and we can talk about a very good forum because the message conveyed is very powerful. What I would like to complement to what was said is that both the south and the north of the Mediterranean is in need of a big campaign to raise awareness. You might tell me, for every project, you might ask me. It can be there can be complicated procedures, not easy to digest for the people, but indeed, I would like to stress the need to build a big policy, a big political campaign about the very idea and the aspiration of this endeavor, the tools that we have at our disposal. How can we achieve everything together? What are flaws? What are the pros? What are the cons? The strong points and the vulnerable points? What are the financing tools? What can the EIB do? What about the EBRD? Beyond the resources that we collect as a Union for the Mediterranean, all these investment projects, how can they be stressed? How can they bring us together? How can we understand our common interest, even financially? Second, we must all understand, and I address to my partners in the South, what is the collective effort? Maghreb, for instance, the fact that the Maghreb is not united as one market, one single market, this is a cost in the development of its country. The example of the EU, which managed to overcome the historic rivalries, all together we had common interests. So we faced successfully all bias and all different problems. And this becomes even worse for the Maghreb because there are other things uniting them as well, like religion and language. I believe that we should invest in the Mediterranean relationship, not just through lessons in schools, not just through TV shows or radio shows. I insist in the action of Parliament because there was indifference in the Parliament. Every time we ratified an act to upgrade the relationship between the EU and the countries, the partner countries in the Mediterranean. And then we must empower these initiatives that bring together the civil societies, like the Union of the Regions, like the AgroMed universities, the UMed rather, universities, like the big projects and many more initiatives. Perhaps the Secretary General alluded to that because he has a range of initiatives to talk about. I believe that across all levels we must work together to give soul, content to this endeavor and raise awareness among the citizens. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have one roadmap for the next time period, significant proposals. Now, the last word goes to our host. What would you like to add? I am deeply satisfied with this discussion, which not only drove some conclusions, it was quite thorough. I saw knowledge today, I saw experience. But let me give you an invitation or a challenge, I would say. I believe in the institutional operation to implement the visions, all the visions that were described before, through an institutional way. Let us all establish a permanent meeting of the regions that are united by the Mediterranean Sea, either in Europe or not, and we can host you here in Patras frequently. So we're talking about a frequent appointment here in Patras in order to see what we are saying today will just say in theory or not. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you everyone for your attention. Take care.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here at the capital of Western Greece, and I really do love Patras. I'm part of this region. I'm from Lefkas, and Patras is a reference point. And it's sad. I'm saddened because I still see that not as much development as could have been done has been made in the region, and Ahaya is a European place that could go ahead. But this depends on what's going to happen in the following years, because we always talk about giving a new boost to Ahaya, but stagnation continues for a place that could be a spearhead in culture and development. So I would like to welcome Kostas Karamanli, a young and ambitious minister, and I mean this in the best possible way, because he's going to take on a lot of development issues. And we also have with us some people who represent what we call the pillars of growth, because now we know that with the help of the private sector, we can only achieve greatness through private public partnerships, because now we can admit it that without private funds, the country cannot gain its rightful place. So we have Mr. Panayotis Papankolas, the CEO of Olympiados. We have Mr. Rodianos Antonakopoulos, the CEO of Neodos and the Highway of Central Greece. And we also have with us Mr. Aristotelis Spiliotis, the General Secretary of the Paraktinia Bank. So we are going to connect with Mr. Hadiev, who is actually the General Secretary and representative of the BSEC. And this is, I want to learn exactly why it's called that. But first of all, I'm going to let the minister start with that, let's say, challenging question, because I keep hearing that you are announcing great projects. So many announcements, because for 38 years that I've been a journalist, I've heard so much talk. Are you going to walk the walk as well this time? Yes, I'd like to thank you for asking me for inviting me here. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to you all, because after such a long time, we have the opportunity today. We've had so many online events. Today, we have a live connection. So let's see, as a restart of normal life from Patras. Yes, and it's interesting and important. It's important that a great historic newspaper like Peloponnesus has adjusted to the new reality and is doing so much hard work for this conference, which I feel is a cornerstone. So congratulations to the organizers. Starting, I'd like to say that we are living difficult times, and to manage things in the post-COVID era, we need to be supported on our own forces. I'm straight back from Luxembourg, where we had a meeting. Do they have strict measures there? Yes, they do. So I was thinking that in politics, there are two ways, much like in life. The one is the easy way, of easy announcements, of easy and vacant promises, of populism, of telling people what they like to hear. And I know that in Patras, a lot of talk has been said without further ado by many politicians, but this is one way. Then There is a hard way of consistency, of announcing very specific things and turn them into practice, not of vacant speeches. And I would say that it's also the way where we solve complex problems with very specific measures. So I believe that it's one of the few opportunities where the Mitsotakis government, having announced projects like we did in the BOA a few days ago, we do that having completed three very important prerequisites. Funding, secured funding. If you just announce projects without having secured the funding, so you're saying that the previous government had not secured funding? Yes, we had. We have. And I'm going to talk about the large infrastructure projects here. I'll tell you, we're in strict compliance with the European Commission. Most of the projects we're going to talk about today, from Patras to Pyrgos or the trains, all these are projects that are financed by the European Commission. And because you talked about the private sector before, we got a project, the Patras Pyrgos Highway, which was divided into 8 contracting agreements, and the European Commission just hates this. But the Amphilochiaktio Road was divided into 8 sections, and that's why it was never actually completed. So what did we do? We said that this project, in order to be completed, has, first of all, and we said this before the elections, that we believe that this contracting agreement has a lot of problems, and what we are trying to do is to secure the funding, the bridge funding, so a bridge agreement from the European Commission to move the project onto the new programming period and to concede the project back to the central concession. And this was a very hard bargain, actually. And now we're at this final stage of the third phase to get the final approval from the central government, the central committee. It will be ready at the end of 2023, start of 2024. So it'll be much safer. And in the summer, you will see for the first time, we will spend 30 million euro on a very dangerous road. You know, someone put it in a very shocking way that every 10 years, a whole village is wiped out. So 20 to 30 deaths every year. We can't wait for 3 or 4 years for the road to be built. We are making interventions for road safety now. Last year, we had announced this here, and we auctioned it in a very short time, and now the contract is starting. So at dangerous points where we always have accidents, we'll have immediate interventions. So this project, I believe, signals the start of one of the last road projects that should have to be done in our country. And obviously, the Patras Pyrgos Road is starting, another important project, because we also need to think on on a basis of creating modern, smart infrastructure, because infrastructure is very important to keep infrastructure projects financed in this programming period and not in the next programming period, because in about a decade, the EU is not going to give so much money because we're moving on to targets like climate, CO2 emissions for 2050. So now we need to start thinking about smart new infrastructure. So we need to finish with the projects that we have, such as the railway. Yes, so we do have to make the railway. Yes. This started even before you made the announcement. It doesn't matter what kind of government we've had, like a right, left, or center. They've always been announcing a railway. Yes, okay. But what we've said is that we have one of the most problematic railway construction systems in Europe because we have a problematic system called OSE. We know the problem, and we've said this system does not work. So we need money from DG Reform to rationalize this system. At the same time, however, through a dialogue, we are starting within this year to auction railway projects that will total 1.3 billion euros. So we've got money from the European Commission, from Connected Europe. Are you going to build new lines? Yes, we're going to build new lines, but since we're in Patras, I want to note that we've already given a while back, we've published our plan for taking the line underground so that the train can reach the port of Patras. And this way, we will take about 5.1 kilometers underground. Some say that you could take the whole line underground. Is that possible? No, because our negotiations with Europe were very specific. So it's very simple. If we make the whole line underground, so all 9 kilometers, the cost is more than 500 million euros. And that's what we've got as funding. And given that we're in Patra, we need to note that the EU funded another important project, and that was the Trans-City buses. So it can't give money to something else because that would negate the work it did on the other projects. So this is going to be a huge reformation project. So basically Athens to Patras in an hour and a half. When will this be ready? This will be ready, I think, in 6 years. Our schedules have to be very specific. We need the design phase. This will should finish within 2021, and then instead of waiting for 6 years to study the project and then to get a constructor and then to take the design to study it to see what complaints they have about it, and to start all this huge process of a railway project that starts in 2020 and ends 15 years later. This is what we're going to tackle now. We need to recognize our problems, so we shouldn't be hiding behind easy targets. We need to understand that these projects need excellent design, hard talk, and negotiations with European partners. So in recent years, the Europeans have started being stricter in their financing. So but for every project that they finance in Greece and in other southern countries, there has to be a very specific cost-benefit analysis. Why are we doing it? What's its impact? Does it have, for example, the loads that would justify its financing? What's its technical characteristics? Is it too big? Should it be smaller? All these things. So all these things have to be identified and recognized. And today, I need to say that when we announce something, we need to be absolutely certain about the financing, about the routing, where is the railway going to pass through, or the road, and about the schedule. Because these three things are the main elements for allowing politicians to say, I understand that often we're pressed for time. I know that in Patra-Pyrgos Road, we have intense, everybody's waiting for it. They're expecting for it to start because for many years they've heard so many lies. So much has been said and nothing has been done. This whole project was created just to favor a specific construction company. So this whole thing has to stop. I believe that the easy way would come here and say that we're going to wave a magic wand and everything is going to happen. But no, the Patras-Pyrgos Road is a huge project of 80 kilometers that needs more than 800 million to be constructed. The railway in Patras and underground is going to boost the area greatly. We are at a point where smart infrastructure means connecting other networks with the railway. Yes, the opposition says that you don't have any plans for the railways. Yes, I understand that the opposition has to do what the opposition does, but I'm just going to talk with figures. The opposition has absorbed over the last 5 years of being in power as much money as we absorbed in 1 year. So they're just talking in thin air. These projects are going to be the projects that will mark the next 15 years. These are the projects that Europe is promoting. The underground train and Patras and the connection of the port with the railway are the flagship projects. So to end the part about Patras, when we've got secured funding, it's very difficult for any government to cancel that project. So these projects are sometimes a vision of someone, designed by someone else, and then implemented by someone else. We shouldn't disagree on a political level. We all agree that we need them. The thing is, who's going to secure funding? Who's going to do it? What I want to hear is whether Western Greece is a priority, because in the previous conference this year, I saw some interesting some shocking facts, especially for Western Greece, that growth lags behind so much that it's even behind the rest of Greece. Is it a priority? You know, we've got such a great area here in Patras. Are we going to prioritize it? I think with these two flagship projects that I'm talking about, we're proving that Western Greece is a top priority. Patras and that the broader region is a region with great potential, not only for tourism, but let's not forget that the great investment in the port of Piraeus is because it can be an infrastructure hub, but it's silly to say that it's going to be the logistics centers of the Balkans. Yes, Greece can become that if the projects move on quickly. You know, a port without a railway doesn't make any sense. In the port of Thessaloniki, a few days ago, we auctioned the connection of the railway access with the port, and the same with Alexandroupolis. So these things that seem ordinary in other countries are talked about like strange news in Greece. So we just need to move on and do these things and overcome the problems of the past and understand to make these projects reality. We need to sit down and talk with our European partners, because that's who gives the money, and to find the optimal solutions. So that's what we're doing. And I believe that this area, especially with these two flagship projects that I'm talking about, will truly manage over the next 5 years to have very different prospects for growth. Now we're going to move on to see how the private sector helps in this, so that it can understand what's going on. Now, I believe that it's good to have the private sector involved. I don't see that as a problem. Yes, I mean, okay, but for example, someone might say that you've got high tolls on the streets. Yes, in all European countries at the moment, if we want to have modern infrastructure, users have to pay tolls. So this is a cost, but the cost that we have for tolls in Greece is much lower than other tolls in other European countries. We've got safe roads. Coming here today, we were talking in the car about how the road used to be like a few years ago. Yes, every time I go to my home island, I say the same thing. Yes, but this started in the 2004-2008 period with the concession agreements, and everyone was up in an uproar about these. But then Karamanlis government managed it. So these projects, although delayed, finished a few years ago. So that's what we're doing now. And this is what we're trying to do. Is this do you actually know the figures? Are tolls here cheaper than other European countries? Yes. We're above the average. There are countries that have cheaper tolls. And yes, okay, there are some countries that don't have tolls, like Scandinavian countries, but in the countries where there are tolls, so comparable countries like Italy, France, Portugal do have tolls, and I would say that they are more expensive. So to finish, to move on to the next speaker, because we like saying here in Patras, una fazza, una razza. Those who have traveled on European highways or have taken European trains, you know, it's a reminder that we're not una fazza, una razza. It's a European country that we're not like in these issues. Yes, but as you said, as you correctly said, a few years ago, there was an effort to complete the road access in Greece, and we have completed them. Yes, they do have problems, but we've completed them, and yes, delayed, but we've completed them. But someone had a vision for that. Today, I believe that the technical and the political world need to think about how we can have smarter infrastructure. And I believe that that's what we're doing, and this is actually becoming reality. So the General Secretary of the, yes? Yeah, no? So I'm going to start, for reasons of courtesy, I'm going to start with Mr. Hadiyeth of the General Secretary of the Black Sea Cooperation. And yes, I would like to ask him, the Black Sea, how can this help in the development course of Greece? I mean, this is something that I've been puzzled by even before I came to Patras, and I still haven't figured out why and how.
There is a technical problem with the...
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Can I speak?
Μπορώ να μιλήσω?
Sorry?
Yes, μπορώ να μιλήσω, παρακαλώ.
Can I speak? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to say that I am Secretary General of Parliamentary Assembly of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation. And so it's an honor and privilege for me to address you on behalf of PAPSEC Parliamentary Assembly of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation. Of course, the subject of our meeting, I think, extremely important for the Black Sea region. First of all, I would like to inform you the Black Sea region is located in the intersection of the main world transportation routes. I mean, Silkway from east to west and Viking Road from north to south. At the same time, Black Sea region can be considered as the bridge between Europe and Asia, and so it gives some strategic position to the Black Sea region. Generally, when we are speaking about transportation, we don't mean only goods transportation, frachts and other. At the same time, we are thinking about communication and about energy transportation, because recently, you know that recently the Trans-Adriatic pipeline started to work, where gas from Caspian Sea through Georgia and Turkey is delivered to Greece. And from Greece, it will be delivered to Italy, Albania, and other European countries. And for realization of such huge and important project, it must be peace and stability in the region, because any conflict leads to confrontation and moreover can stop transportation. Unfortunately, we must state that among 12 BSEC countries, there are today 6 conflicts which are negatively reflected in our development. Situation between Russia and Ukraine, the problem of Abkhazia and Ossetia in Georgia, Transnistrian problem, Nagorno-Karabakh problem, and other conflicts create serious problem for development of the region. But with satisfaction, I'd like to inform you that Nagorno-Karabakh conflict almost has been solved. Agreement between 3 countries, between leaders of 3 countries, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Russia, allows to hope that the peace and stability will come into our region. An opening of the Zangezur corridor, which mentioned in the agreement between 3 countries, allows to deliver goods from Europe to Central Asia and China. This transportation corridor will bring development to all Black Sea countries, and all countries must be interested in that. Asia has a huge potential, and cooperation between Europe and Asia in transportation sphere is important for all the world. As I mentioned above, Azerbaijan almost restored its territorial integrity, and now the main problem is to start cooperation. Peace and cooperation are important not only for 2 countries, but also for development of the Black Sea region. Recently built the railway Baku-Tbilisi-Kars allows to reduce time of goods delivery from China to Europe and vice versa. As it was mentioned above, huge projects are implemented in our region, and the main role of PAPSEC is to prepare necessary base of legislation for implementation of these projects. The PAPSEC, as parliamentarian measurement, sees its role also in improving the legislative framework and facilitating the transfer of relevant international standards to member countries in the field of transport. At its meeting, the PAPSEC has been discussing the priority issues related to multilateral economic cooperation in the Black Sea region, calling for the strengthening of national and regional resources for strengthening transport system in the light of growing globalization of the economy, European integration, and particular challenges to the BSEC countries. Within a framework of the Assembly, such important topics as legal and political aspects of the development of transport routes, enhancement and regulation of international passenger and cargo transportation, development of the sea transport, development of the transport infrastructure in the Black Sea region, transport system integration process, transport technology integration in Europe, cooperation in transportation in the Black Sea region. Dear colleagues, transport integration and development is an ongoing process that requires addressing topical challenges at every stage with the aim to ensure that sustainable transportation enhances welfare of a society and ensures qualitative and quantitative improvement of mobility of people and truck. Well-developed transport infrastructure, high density of connected transport networks, and efficiency of transport system integration provide economic and social opportunities and benefits that result in better accessibility to markets, employment, and investment, as well as a high quality of life. The national parliament of the BSEC countries, member states, pay special attention to updating the existing legislative framework and the necessary laws that meet international standards in the field of transport and infrastructure with the aim to meet the challenges of modern society. The Assembly has always welcomed and welcomes the emergence of new initiatives in the field of transport and infrastructure at the regional level and strongly supports the activities of the BSEC organization in this field. Today, we all face the worst pandemic of modern time, and we do not know yet how long the recovery process will take place. The pandemic severely affected transportation sector and negatively influenced economic opportunities for production, distribution, and consumption. Resumption of normal transport flows required sound transport policies based on the regional and bilateral arrangements with due regard to the interest of individual nations. Transport systems play a vital role in the progress of the economic development in the region, and it's a key factor in promoting closer interaction among the countries. Development of integrated transport system in the Black Sea region and their connection to the trans-European transport networks broaden the scope of the Black Sea economic cooperation and boost the trade relation of the member countries. Looking to the future, the parliaments of the Black Sea countries join their efforts to secure that transport legislation is well.
Σύντομη συνομιλία. Κατανοήσαμε ποια είναι τα βασικά θέματα και έχετε συμπέσει με τον Υπουργό μας χωρίς να γνωρίζεστε από κοντά. Οι μεταφορές και ο νέος τρόπος μεταφορών.
No, but I don't understand Greek language. Can you say in English? No translation.
Σας ευχαριστούμε. Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για την παρέμβασή σας και να ξεκινήσω με τον κύριο Παπα-Νικόλα. Είναι ο Διευθύνων Σύμβουλος της Ολυμπίας Οδού. Τώρα δεν χρειάζεται να ακούγεται μετάφραση στα αγγλικά. Εγώ το μόνο που ξέρω για την Ολυμπιάδα, κάθε φορά που μπαίνω μέσα, λέω επιτέλους έγινα Ευρωπαίος. Αλλά και για όσους δεν ξέρουν. Τι καινούριο κομίζει στην ελληνική κοινωνία αυτό το πράγμα που λέμε έργο παραχώρησης. Διασφαλίζει το να κινούμε εγώ καλά μια χαρά. Μου λέτε πώς δεν το πληρώνω και ακριβά.
I have the good mobility to say that it's cheap. I am close to the average.
Ωραία. Τι καινούργιο είναι αυτό για την εθνική μας οικονομία, πώς συντηρείται στο διηνεκές και πώς διασφαλίζεται την περιουσία του δημοσίου. Γιατί στο τέλος της μέρας αυτό είναι περιουσία δική μας.
This is our own property. Am I right? Hello. Hello, Giannis Politis. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the organizers for this honorary invitation to be once again in this panel. And here, we're not just talking about the classical public.
Για να την καταστρέψει, ναι.
And there is also another method. There is also the method of concession. That is, in essence, the partnership between the public and the private sector, where a private company contractualizes with the public sector in an effort to offer some public service. I would put it that broadly. Of course, based on money. This is a financial transaction. Then the obligations that come out of the concession agreement, I would say, let us forget about financing the common one with the public sector, and I would go to the object per se, because we have three obligations. First, the implementation of infrastructure, the implementation of the design study with a lump sum and a specific timeline.
Συγγνώμη για να το καταλάβω απλά σαν να είμαι πρώτο δημοτικού. Για να γίνει ένα έργο κατά παραχώρηση λέμε βάζει 5 ευρώ το κράτος, 5 ευρώ η ιδιώτης και μετά χρειάζεστε και τόσα ευρώ δηλαδή τα διόδια για να το συντηρείτε. Αυτό είναι που
Is it correct? No. Usually we should get a loan. That is, let's say it is 50-50 between the public and the private sector, or 40-60. The private entity will put its own resources, but they should get a loan as well. So this loan should be repaid. In essence, what you pay in the tolls goes to repay that loan in a specific order. First of all, it goes to the maintenance of the work and the operation of it, safety and the convenience of the user. And then the repayment of the loan. Yes, then the repayment of the loan. And last but not least, at the end, you can see the benefit towards the other side. I'm sorry about the childish question. When you pay fully the loan and you just have the maintenance, will it have a cheaper toll? No, because this is calculated throughout the concession period. At the same time, we must maintain the motorway. When this comes to the expiry date, when this work goes back to the public sector, if there is a new tender, then possibly tolls can be cheaper. So when we come to the end of the first concession contract, then the public sector may take it on its own, or they may give it back to a private initiative. Sorry, I ask what might seem obvious, but I don't know whether the majority knows that. Implementation first. Second, the availability of the infrastructure. We are undertaking the obligation for the motorway to be available for 24/7 throughout the year, and then guarantee a specific level of services. Of course, we need the safety and the convenience of the user, which may be guaranteed through operation. All this operation that you see throughout the motorways and the service park business. And the third point, the most important point that you mentioned in your introduction, is about safeguarding public property, safeguarding the assets. We don't own the route. It has been considered for some years, build it and operate it. We must maintain it, where we must have some improvements throughout the concession period, and methods might change, maintenance methods could change, face any crisis, winds, earthquakes, etc. And at the end of the day, give back a well-maintained project. If in the ring road of Patras, you should not be grumpy if you see some different works in progress, because among others, we have undertaken in the Olympia Road to maintain the existing parts considered with the motorway. That is the part between Elefsina and Corinth and the ring road of Patras, which were built in other timelines, in other time zones. It's high time we maintain that, and now this should be maintained heavily. It's our contractual obligation to do it. That is why you saw the tunnels in the ring road and now the bridges to be maintained. We are changing the equipment where needed, the different pieces, etc. These are contractual obligations we have. But what we should do, what I should mention about Olympia Road, is that apart from the contractual obligations, the way through which we can have these contractual obligations, the way through which we execute this heavy maintenance based on top-notch technology, this is the added value of the private sector, in order to properly maintain and timely maintain that we use top-edge technology. Let me mention some of those. For instance, when it comes to the tunnels, we have developed a program for the monitoring real-time of the equipment of the whole tunnel, so that we can get to know at any given moment what is the status of the tunnel, what intervention should be made. There are similar programs for the management and the maintenance of the asphalt, of the road that is. There is the management tool for the road. This was just an example. Let me mention an innovative tool that we'll know, Miranda, which is an application on the mobile phone, which exists, which can be downloaded by the one who makes the patrol in the yellow van. The sensors of the mobile phone suffice so that we may understand the different movement that experiences the vehicle during the patrol. We can see different oscillations and vibrations. Through GPS, we can know where each point stands, and gradually we can see any duration on the motorway from different deteriorations in order to move on and see what the provision we made. We can see the grooves on the motorway, etc., or the normal surface of the motorway. We have all these new pieces, and we have undertaken the maintenance of all existing parts. And of course, these parts were not properly maintained in the past. Now, in Olympia Road, we have 111 bridges. 111 bridges. We have built an electronic registry to record all the situation, that is, different inspections, maintenance that should take place. Likewise, we can guarantee. Let me ask you something. Again, my questions might seem childish, but this is the job of a journalist. The average person, for the average person. Now, when talking about big infrastructure or big construction, is it just to visit easily our villages, or can they match with sustainable development? Do we need so many motorways, so modern ways to guarantee sustainable development, which is a trendy expression? To me, especially in the region, sustainable development is closely linked to accessibility, that is, mobility. Sustainable mobility. Without accessibility, we cannot move on. It is the possibility of safe transport. This is what we are offering. Especially for the region, it's very difficult to achieve development without any motorways. It's very difficult to achieve development without accessibility. This is the target of Olympia Road and each motorway. We in Olympia Road, we have as our target to bring together listening people, transfer ideas, dreams, culture, civilization. You know, with Egnatia Road, many people come to Lefkada from Istanbul. Okay. So they can be to Lefkada from Istanbul in 6 hours' time. Yes, even the people from Thessaloniki, they can swim in our shores, Ioannina and Epirus. It's true. So from the beginning of that project, we have realized that success is quite simple. One, satisfaction of customers. Second, satisfy the local society in which we work, to which we are close to, and of course, all these by respecting the environment. This is our stand. It is understand the needs of the society and then meet the local needs. The minister alluded to that before. Now with the climate change, these big projects, the big roads, we're happy to cross them. Do they abide by climate change? This is a big question. Okay. This is a big issue, but I will try to be brief. First of all, we must start with the main principle that a motorway, which is an important public investment, is by nature a big intervention for the environment. We need different quarries, asphalt, transfer of goods, energy, vehicles, lorries. So there are many parameters involved here in the climate change. The objective, of course, our objective is in the smart infrastructure today, our objective is for every action, either in the construction phase or in the operation phase, to protect, decrease our carbon footprint. Yet abroad, in many tenders, this is rated in the technical rating of the folder. This to what extent your bid decreases the footprint, that is, you have the least impact for the climate change, and to what extent you can decrease your footprint. For instance, if you can recycle the asphalt, to give you a small example, or if you can produce concrete at a lower temperature so that they consume less energy. Okay, so all these are parameters. Yes, all these are part of the equation. Yes, of course. These are already tapped with CO2. In many countries, this has started to be rated in your technical offer. This is one point. I would like to say that by nature, the technical project means an intervention to the environment. There are channels, you should use quarries, you go over rivers, etc. Second point, we are experiencing the impact of climate change, something that is away from Greece. For instance, the fires that took place close to Attica, in the Pateras mountain. From these fires, shortly after that, we saw floods. These were kilometers away from the motorway, but the impact on the motorway, on the user, were there. We were able to see them. So yes, climate change puzzles us, climate change affects us. There is a continuous struggle to decrease our CO2 footprint. Tomorrow we shall see in Olympia Road 2 vehicles moving electricity, that is talking about electrification. So the patrol vehicles, yes, the patrol vehicles will be electric cars. We shall start the test period. The majority of our stations will have the possibility to plug in the car. It's not just about us. Users will get a different awareness to decrease their footprint. Thank you so much, and thank you for this seminar, because I learned many things that I didn't know. Now, let me turn to Mr. Antonakopoulos. He is the CEO of Nea Odos for Central Greece. Now, what are the main networks that you have built? Yes. Thank you for that. Minister, ladies and gentlemen, Nea Odos includes the part from Metamorphosis Attica in combination with the Central Greece, that is the Maliakos part. Then it includes the motorway, those Central Greece, the route of Central Greece, E65, which right now consists of 3 parts, the southern, the mid-term, and the northern one. The mid part is operational in Trikala, the southern part is pending, and the northern part is ready to start. It also includes the very well-known, especially here, the Ionian Road, which starts from Antirion and reaches Ioannina, the route that saved us all. Yes, yes. Moving on. First of all, yes, I wanted to start with a question. Greece, 30 years ago, we used to say in Greece, we don't have big companies that can do the job. We must partner with French, Germans, etc. Right now, in Greece, I'm not talking about entrepreneurial competition here. Does Greece have the infrastructure, the scientific and technical infrastructure to materialize big projects? 100%. We don't have to go to the French, for instance, or to the Germans. No, we have proven that in practice. There is no doubt about it. Okay. Moving on, I would say that what Mr. Vanikolas described is the substantial target, how we can decrease our carbon footprint, how can we get into the next day through greener motorways, what we can do in a more tangible way. Let me tell you that for Ionian Route, this is the first motorway in Greece that from one edge to the other has been fully equipped with chargers in the oil stations. Now we have extended the grid throughout the 17 out of the 19 stations throughout Greece, 600 kilometers if we add it up. Why? Because we must create the infrastructure so that the person who thinks of buying an electric car, an electric vehicle, should be able to travel without any concern about whether they can reach destination or not. We have moved on with replacing our fleet with electronic vehicles, starting at the beginning of this year with patrol vehicles. We do believe that until the end of this summer, we must have reached a replacement at a 20%. So by 20%, we should have replaced our vehicles. We have already installed in all our buildings, 18 buildings in total, electric chargers to create the infrastructure for our fleet. And we are preparing a new novel for this project in the station of Malakassa, where the e-chargers for vehicles will charge the vehicles with energy that will be produced in the station by solar panels, that is directly the energy that will be stored in batteries, solar energy stored in batteries, which will be cheap for the consumer, I imagine. Normally, it should be cheap, but it will reach the price of anything else because it takes an infrastructure to create this equipment, which is quite expensive. Nevertheless, all these prices from 1 point on, they will become cheaper. But it is very important to us to create the infrastructure needed so that we can facilitate all people who want to drive e-vehicles. Well, let me bring to mind Schäuble, but Schäuble is a smart person. In 2009, at the beginning of the crisis, he said, why are Greece grumpy? They have wind and sun. Why don't they use them? Well, yes, maybe now we could use them. We are using these assets. We're trying to, at least. We have started for the last 3 years. We have created a solar park at the roof of our buildings towards the west part. We can't use green energy. Now we are creating 4 minor photovoltaic parks in Mesologi. And our target is to reach a point of significant reduction of the energy that we are using, having a counterbalance with the energy produced by solar panels. We need to put them whenever we can. They will enter the stations at the roofs of the parking slots. There will be solar panels at these small garages. Producing green energy, we are trying to reach a 50% of the energy consumed to be produced by our solar panels. It is an aspirational objective. This will take us some years, of course, but we have already begun. And right now, this month, we shall see the beginning of the park's construction in Mesologi. Within 2021, we shall see the first project in CEA Malakasa, in the station of Malakasa. Another question of mine, please. Have you exhausted, for all companies I mean, have you exhausted the limits of planting, or rather, of planting trees across big motorways, or can you plant more trees in the motorways? A very interesting question, because it took us 1 year and a half for one study that we finalized. Now we are in the phase of construction. This study examine the irrigation system of our motorways, and the different islets, the cliffs, and the hubs throughout our network. We need to make it more dense. Wherever there is none, we could plant trees. If we have few trees, we can make it more dense. Where there is no water, we can bring more water. We have already started with the construction that. If you know Athens, from Metamorphosis and upwards, there are some new trees across the islets. Ionian motorway is considered to be an integrated project of planting trees. There are points to intervene more, but we have a prioritization. We start from the points that have less trees. We need to be exhaustive when it comes to that. And the last question to wrap it up. Right now, I believe that the biggest motorways, the biggest parts of our country are covered. Yes, we are waiting for the motorway in Crete. What's the next day for your companies? Maintain this project? The next day can be going abroad. Do we have that possibility as a country, going abroad to construct something in Europe? This is good news. We are talking to a person that for 3 years was in the US building parks, solar parks, with a Greek company, a truly Hellenic company, which could compete the giants in the US. I'm happy to listen to that because I feel more proud being a Greek. Thank you so much. We learn many things from you. Thank you so much for your explanations. Now, let me turn to the Black Sea. Today, this is in my heart. We talk together over the phone, trying to understand what Mr. Spiliotis Mrs. Pilliotis, you are the Secretary General of the competent bank. Why do we need another bank in Greece? We have plenty. And what is your job in our development agony? Because yet we are in an agony about whether we shall do things in a better way. How can you help us? Hello, hello. I'm pretty happy to be here. Thank you for this invitation.
Thank you very much for the invite. What I'd like to say is that, first of all, we are affiliated with the Black Sea has countries that are very friendly towards Greek, and this is kind of over the course of history. So, over time, we see the whole broader area as a great whole, economically, financially, historically. So this is one part, the history and how this was made. We made this union 25 years ago, and that's when we created our development bank, which comprises 11 countries such as Greece, Russia, Turkey, Bulgaria. Who is the largest financing party? All 11 countries participate in the capital. The larger partners are Greece, Russia, and Turkey, followed by Bulgaria, Romania, and Ukraine, and with lesser shares but with equal participation and a say in the bank are smaller countries like Albania, Azerbaijan, Moldova, Georgia. So this panel of 11 countries, despite the problems that, as we understand, we always have geopolitical problems between pairs of these countries, or more than pairs, this bank operates with true understanding, and it tries to do the best for the development of these countries through work. If the governor of the region comes and asks for a loan from you for a project, or if a large construction company comes and asks a loan, are they potential clients? Do you treat them the same? Yes, we do treat them the same, and we've financed projects in this way. We have a portfolio of 2 billion euros, about 400 million of an active portfolio in Greece. In this, we have public and public-like infrastructure accounts for some of that, and another part is private projects for industrial projects, such as, for example, we're part of the financing of the 14 regional airports. We financed Aegean. We have financed various projects, not only in Greece, of this kind, like the metro of Istanbul, and various other projects like PV parks and the production of energy in Ukraine and in Russia and in ports in Russia. So, in a few words, various projects in various countries. So what makes you different from a large Greek systemic bank? Are you less bureaucratic? Our difference is that a Greek commercial bank works within the banking system and finances with the view of maximizing its profit. We look to maximize the growth impact. So you're more like the European Investment Bank. Yes, we are that kind of thing. We are a development bank. Yes, we are a multinational development bank with this purpose exactly, that comes to fill in the gaps created in the market of various countries, and to help development projects. So where private banks don't go or go much slower, that's where we come in. Yes, and that's why we play a role, a very important role, and it's important that this bank is actually seated in Thessaloniki, this 11-country bank, because our seat is in Greece, and we want to leave our mark here as much as we can. Yes, and that's why we're promoting it as a capital of the Balkans. Yes, of course, it's an important geopolitical location, and I think that one of the projects that we have lots of projects of this kind, road projects and others. I listened to what the minister said, that the future lies elsewhere, not in road projects. We're good in road projects, and I don't know if we have to connect every single village with the road access, because it might actually cost more than what you're going to get back. So, and please don't say that to the villagers in my constituency. Yes, okay. I'm not going to go there yet. So we need to be careful. We need to pay attention, and we need to focus on the railway because the country lags there. For example, we made this jewel, the Rio Antirio Bridge, and we've got cars passing on it, but no train. So that's a gap. So when it was designed, we thought that, that's it. Road transport has to do with cars and buses, but we feel that we need to build other things, but there's no room for a train now there on that bridge. I don't know if we can have an underground railway. I don't know, or if it's worth it building another bridge for the train. But we can be there for a series of such solutions to help them to support such projects. And the good thing with our bank is that we're quite flexible and quite fast. In your banking world, is it true what our politicians say, that there is no risk of bankruptcy despite the pandemic, and that Greece is a safe European country where you can safely invest? Absolutely. And proof of this is that in June 2019, we financed we provided a great financing project for the PBC, and this was a very risky investment, but that's exactly what we did as a development bank, and today I think that we see the result. So we proved in practice that we believe in this, that Greece is on this course, and I believe that today, given the lending levels of the country and its access to the international markets, prove this. We don't need to argue about it. So when we look at the figures, there's not much left to be said. Thank you very much. A note by Mr. Papanikolaou. But yes, in my other capacity as CEO of Gefyra Rio Adireo, but as director of the design for the bridge. Technically, it was possible to do that, but one requirement for the bridge was to be 57 meters high, but the inclination needed for a railway is completely different. The bridge would have to be much more oblique if we wanted to create a railway on it, which would mean that we would have a bridge that would cost about 40% more, translated into 40% higher tolls for infrastructure that wouldn't take you anywhere when you get off the bridge. So up until now, we would pay more, 40% more higher tolls, which would not be possible for cars compared to ferry boats. So it would be 21 euros instead of 13. Yes, I guess. And on this occasion, there's something I didn't like that you said. You talked about Italy. Yes, the trains in Italy are amazing. Yes, but I went with my children from Pisa to Venice and they didn't want to get off the train. Yes, fair enough. No, I'm talking about road construction. Our roads are actually much better. They're better maintained. There is a difference in the tolls. In Italy, for many, many years, you pay for the miles traveled. That's what we've done for in Oliviodos now. Yeah, the first thing we've done in Greece is that we have tolls and we have a transceiver for all highways, and that was a contractual obligation in 2014. We implemented it in 2021. In Greece, sometimes it's difficult to do even the simplest things. And what we started with Olympiados, and we're going to start and then other highways as well with a tender, is for users to pay for mileage covered, which as happens in all other countries. So this will happen on all roads and on Attikiodos. Attikiodos is a concession, as Mr. Papanikolas said, is now being returned to the Greek state. So it was a tender that started in 1996, one of the first concession agreements that was implemented in Greece. And when it's returned to the Greek state will decide what to do with it. We also need to think that the Attikiodos, which obviously I would like to see the tolls go down there because I pay for them as well. I give 280. But we need to think what it means for an urban highway, which already has a huge burden to take the tolls down. I mean, I'm saddened by that, but we need to think of how much traffic it would have if we have even cheaper tolls, because then we'll say, you know, don't use Attikiodos because it's jammed. So it makes me sad to say this, but it's true. So, dear Minister, thank you very much. I would like to thank everyone for what you taught us, what you told us here today. And I would like to thank Mr. Hajiev. Thank you very much for attending this session so calmly over all this time. And I hope that with the Black Sea Cooperation, we will have ever better relationship, but it's such a long-lasting, loving relationship anyway for many centuries. So I hope that you will reach all these ambitious targets and that Greece will finally grow. Thank you. So before we move on to the next panel, let's have a look at a small video with the statements of a message of the European Commission's Commissioner for Transport.
Honorable Minister, my dear colleagues,
Αγαπητέ Υπουργέ, αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι, χαίρομαι που σας απευθύνομαι, έστω και μέσω μηνύματος. Χαίρομαι που ήθελα να έρθω να σας δω, αλλά έπρεπε να φύγω. Συγγνώμη, υπάρχει ελαφρώς πρόβλημα με τον ήχο. Θα ήθελα να σας παρουσιάσω το έργο μου. Είμαι υπεύθυνος για τις μεταφορές και τον τουρισμό και πρωταρχικός στόχος μου είναι να συνδέσω τον τουρισμό με τις μεταφορές, γιατί και τα δύο είναι μέρος του ευρύτερου οικοσυστήματος. Και όλα αυτά σημαίνουν συνδεσιμότητα, βιωσιμότητα, πολιτιστική ανάπτυξη μέσω των μεταφορών και του τουρισμού. Και οι δύο εξερχόμαστε. Συγγνώμη, έχουμε πρόβλημα ήχου.
Greece is a front runner and knows very well that the combination of facilitation tourism and opening the islands and the regional territories are the first element. The COVID pandemic showed that we need a stronger European governance as the member states closed their borders because of the health crisis, and one of the main pillars of the foundation, the common Europe, was in danger. Not too many of us had any idea that free movement of citizens could be stopped in a second, and Schengen will be limited immediately. we have realized that more coordination, common guidelines, joint actions would be needed, and immediately. The Parliament, with the Commission and the Council, acted related the airport slot regulation, supported the Green Lines proposal concerning goods and, most important, 10T corridors. And one of my most proper examples of the European Health Union, where the European leaders understood that common approach is needed and more harmonization. It was one of my initiations. And I know I would like to have a European Tourism Union. Parallel with the difficulties, this crisis gives us an excellent opportunity to rethink our European policies, initiate an industry reform and open a debate on the future of Europe. And through the horizontal policies like the European Green Deal, find the way for a more sustainable infrastructure. These days, we discuss the Parliament opinion on the sustainable and smart mobility, which covers all the transport fields, the results of digitalization, and how to develop and later maintain the new transport infrastructure. I'm completely very well aware of that infrastructure has been one of the most powerful industries in the Greek economy, especially for the regions. I agree and support the workshop with the aim that in this decade, 2020 till 2030, the question is first how to maintain existing projects and increase their life science. Second, how to invest in green infrastructure, namely in projects with a small environmental footprint to protect the environment. And third, how to European funds could help to realize it. Modern infrastructure projects should increase the capacity for recycling, promote the use of alternative energy sources. Ladies and gentlemen, I have many excellent friends from Greece. MEPs, for example, Elena Kontura, former Minister of Tourism, or Elisabeth Fosenberg-Riondi, member of Tourism Task Force, and Eva Kaili from my group, and I heard a lot about Ms. Rodikratska-Zagaropoulou, who had several important achievements in the European Parliament. Unfortunately, I couldn't work with her as I arrived at 2014. And of course, Harry Teo Harris, the Minister of Tourism. I wish you an excellent discussion and hope to be there in person next year. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a nice day.
of the port of Vol. Relationship of the Piraeus port. It's the largest port of the country. It's a vital player in many issues. Okay, now with the COVID crisis, we've learned all about Skype, and we've got a lady with us, Mrs. Maria Kistandoni, who is from the Taipei. Thank you very much for being here. It's a very important Taipei. It has a very important role to play in sustainability. You're going to explain exactly what we mean by this. So, dear Minister, ports seem to be protagonists in the coming era of investments. Why do they have this central role? We all talk about their role in attracting investors, but why is it that foreign investors, transnational investors show an interest in Greek ports? I can give you a very simple kind of thought. And I'd like to thank you again for inviting me here and for congratulating the region of Western Greece for continuing this important initiative, and especially during this strange conditions in collaboration with one of the most historic newspapers of the country, the Peloponnes newspaper. A few simple thoughts. 85% of global cargo is transported by sea. So when we talk about sea transport and their vital role in the global economy, we can't have cargo transport without ports. So ports are a key pillar of development, especially for a country like Greece, which has a geostrategically important position in a country that leads in global shipping, and a country that, as an equal member of the European Union, is an entry point for products and people to and from Greece. So I think that we need to make the most of this wealth that we have in our country. I think it's a high time to do this, moving in the right direction to try to make the most of this wealth of our country. The ports of our country, as I said, these are going to play a vital role with everything that has to do with our country's development and economy. And the government has understood this, and that is why we are planning and will have ready for publication a national policy for the country's ports from 2021 to 2030. We believe that we will soon have it ready. Its main pillars are already known. We're talking about a new model for port management. We're talking about connectivity and interconnection hubs, development ports. We want to turn them into smart ports, green ports. We try to implement methods and technologies to try to cut down our environmental impact. We want to boost the supply chain, to boost sea tourism through the operation of the ports, and of course, to boost our shipping and create better conditions for shipping and safer shipping. Our country, apart from its the catalytic role of the ports and sea transport, as regards global transport and global economy, we have another particular feature. 80% of the country geographically belongs to island areas. So 80% of our population is lives on islands. About 90% of the Greek population lives near the sea. So Greece and Greek society and Greeks are deeply connected with sea and shipping. So I believe that we are given the opportunity through the Recovery Fund and using all the European tools, we are given the opportunity to upgrade the operation of the ports and to make them greener, smarter, to give opportunities for digital transformation, which are great opportunities. When we see this during the COVID crisis, we see how perceptions can easily and quickly change in Greek society as regards digital transformation. Yes, this was absolutely necessary, and it was a pleasant surprise, actually. I have to say that our country in the narrow European transport network takes part with 5 ports, and we have an extensive transport network that we try to have as many ports as possible to participate. So we are given the opportunity to achieve lots of important things for the development of ports. Okay, I would now like to ask our Mr. Anagnostou. The port of Volos is one of the most central ports of Greece. What are the main pillars for the development of this port? Yes. I will present the pillars for all ports for their development. Ports are always going to play a vital role in growth in the economy, and this role should be used in the best possible way. We know that many cities grew thanks to their ports. Our city, Volos, grew for its port. I mean, the port first developed and then the city around it, and we have a flow of cargo for many years. The main entry of products into Europe comes from Eastern Mediterranean. We need to take advantage of our geographical position, and we need to create the right areas, because I know that when we give it the right opportunity, we can see them grow. And the Port of Piraeus actually did better when it was privatized. Yeah, some people say they shouldn't be privatized. I believe that we need to have the circumstances in the ports we need to see what we need to do. Privatize ports. Why? The port organizations, all of us, apart from Piraeus and Thessaloniki, we're not companies, and we don't have the speed of implementing decisions like corporation has. So there's a bad example from the port of Volos. We decided to buy a crane. This was funded by the region. The time that took us to sign the contract was 2 years. The bureaucracy is huge. All the procedure, the audits, the tenders, all that. Another thing is we want the port to operate throughout the day. When there are ships in the port and they're not used, this entails a high cost for companies. So they will prefer a port that operates throughout the day. So we need to have services there that the services we have at the moment do not secure our ports as well as possible because it's short-staffed and it does not have a night shift, and we need to have that in the ports. Yes, we will ask the minister for his comment on that. Another thing we need to look at is connections, the road connections. Ports are in cities. There has to be an easy road connection so that they can reach the national highways. I see that here in Patras, this is possible, but in Volos, we still have a problem with that. I see you've got quite a few bones to pick at the moment. And the most important thing is that we need to have a railway connection. Without a railway, the ports can play an important role. At the moment, we need to have a target for all cargo in the Balkans and parts of Central Europe should come through the first European ports. Another issue is the creation of transit hubs in the ports. We get the big ships coming in, and they come into the Mediterranean, and we have ships that are for mid-length travel. So these have to be taken to the ports of eastern Greece, and that could give cargo and products to the Black Sea. This is all should take place, and we should take advantage of yachting. I mean, there are thousands of boats at the moment, but Greece does not have the appropriate marinas and the anchoring positions it should have. And another few things that I want to touch upon is the shipbuilding industry. When you've got so many yachts here in Greece, the local companies should be aided in creating such things. We do have examples of this kind of thing. There's a company in Piraeus which builds excellent yachts. We can move in that direction, and we can create yachts. I mean, we can build yachts, and we should be able to do that for bigger ships as well. We have the know-how, we have the experience, but and we have the human resources as well, yes, but the boats that are being repaired or built in Greece are very, very few. And another issue, it's something we're afraid of. It's the ship dismantling yards. We kind of think that we are incapable of complying with environmental terms for this. We feel that the terms are too strict and we won't manage to do it. Yes, but have you got any comment to make, dear Minister? Yes. I have to say that both of the CEOs of the ports have done a lot of hard work in the right direction. But I hear a lot of different things, problems raised, so we need to talk a little bit about green ports. Yes, but the minister said that it's the government's plan to turn the ports green. Yes, and we've done things in this direction. We've got PV panels as well. And there's what we're going to do, noise and water and air. We've got plans for all these things. Very developed plans, actually. At the moment, we're actually changing all the lights to LED lights, and we are going to save 2,500 kilowatts a year, which is 60% of lighting. Obviously, we want to have electricity for energy, because the PPC's grids cannot now yet cover all our needs, but I think that we can have a power supply from this direction, because this will reduce, we will have fewer CO2 emissions, and by selling electricity, we will financially support the ports. That's what I wanted to say. And let's move on to the CEO of the Patras port. It's a very important port for the economy of the whole country. So what do you think about the future of the port of Patras? Thank you very much for inviting me here. It's the second year running that I'm part of this conference. I believe that this conference, I'd like to congratulate the organizers and the newspaper Peloponnesus. Yes, I attended it last year as well. It's a great conference. This conference is a platform where new ideas are being blended and shared. And these ideas shape the way for the better development of the port. And as my colleague said, so many things, and the minister is going to say more. I just want to say one thing. Yes, it's an opportunity. It's a good chance now that we've got the minister here to ask him what you want. I believe that, first of all, our collaboration with the ministry is excellent. And I believe that here in Patras, we have received funding from the public investments program of the ministry with quite a lot of money, and we have created infrastructure in the port. In our strategic planning, the new board of the port has two pillars. The first is that we need to become, as a pilot, on a pilot basis, of Greece's first green port. This is one proposal, but it involves a lot of things. We've implemented quite a few of these actions, and we've started making designs, and we're going to move on with other designs. What we want to do is, first of all, LNG. LNG has to come here to the port, and we take part in a European program with other ports, with the port of Heraklion as well, where we should create the facilities for LPG to free ourselves from fuels, from traditional fuels. And we need to build LED technologies to be used for electricity supply. We want a parking for electric cars. Yes, all these are kind of partial sub-projects, yes. They're the parts of for a green port, yes, and all these are going to be funded through the recovery fund. Yes, and from the structural funds of the region. But we just need someone to prepare it, to create the designs, to create the folders, and for us, I believe that we are doing a lot of hard work. We're on the right track towards implementation. But of course, the minister will tell us more about that. As regards Patras and all other ports as well, to reach what we want, development and growth, ports need combined transport. Our port especially needs combined transport. We need roads, we need highways, we need railways. We've already submitted the designs for that. We've submitted them to the Ministry of Infrastructure. And these are projects that have to be implemented so that we can move towards growth. I don't want to take up any more time. And I want to, just a final, we want the lady to tell us her view and then to move on to answers from the minister. Yes, I understand that you've got a lot of questions for the minister, and I understand that growth and development, green growth for ports, which is what everyone wants, is a big challenge for the coming future. Yes, it's actually a great challenge for this government. And as you've seen, when it comes to digitalizing the state, with turning to the green economy, a lot of the recovery fund resources are going to be channeled in that direction because it's our strategic choice, both these sections that were talked about. So to finish, I just want to say that what I mentioned about infrastructure projects is for us, we are going to leave our energy and environmental mark on the country. Are you betting on income from the ports? Obviously, yes. I've known this person, for many, many years because I'm actually an MP for Piraeus, so I know him very well. But the aim of this strategy, which is being developed not only from from my ministry, but in collaboration with other ministries as well, such as the Ministry of Infrastructure and of Digital Governance, we want to capitalize and give added value to the wealth of our ports. Mr. Limanopoulos, the Piraeus port, the largest port in the country, has grown in recent years, and I would like you to tell me, what are your plans for the coming future? Because we hear a lot about new investments. What are you focusing your interest on? Thank you very much for inviting me here. I know that with our participation here every year in this conference is becoming an established institution, so we're happy to be here. Now, with regard to your question, we know more or less that there has been great growth in the port of Piraeus, especially from the container platform, and a lot of money has come in through shipping, but we have new issues that are being raised in the port. And we have calculated a broad investment program for the implementation of investments of about 300 million euros, covering all current activities of the port. And this success story that we saw here, we wanted to expand to other activities of the port, across the board of all of its activities and cruises and everywhere. And over the COVID era, we saw a lot being done there, or even as regards the car station. So the faster we move to the implementation of these projects, the faster it would allow us for Piraeus to maintain its position as one of the main ports of Euro and the first port in the Mediterranean. But we can only do this through development, because it's important to develop the port in a manner that is beneficial to the local community. Creating new jobs. Yes, that's obviously something that we're after at the port of Piraeus. Yes, yes, exactly. And for example, in the container station, we've had 60 million euros that came into that station created 2,000 jobs at least to serve its needs. So this is very important, and it gives us joy to see that the port is developing in this sense. It's offering to the local economy. For example, in 2020, we had a turnover of 130 million euros. So the organization of the Port of Piraeus contributed largely to the revenues of the state. This money was basically mostly given out to local suppliers. All these are measurable impacts from the operation of the port, and our contribution to gross GDP is about 0.078% of gross GDP for 2020. So that's a significant figure, obviously, and this will allow us to grow even more and help even more. Yes, it's a catalytic. I mean, Costco's presence in the port is catalytic there. Yes, because I want to link this with the privatization of the ports and to see what this means for the Greek economy and the growth of the ports. Yes, obviously. The privatization of the port obviously showed a sign of trust in our country. Yes. And we need to implement large-scale investments to create all the cumulative effects that we talked about, jobs and all other things. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the lady of the group, who is very patient, Mrs. Chrysadoni, who is very specialized in what she does. What is sustainability, and how is this linked to ports? Good evening. Thank you very much for inviting me here. Thank you that I'm even here online. And I understand from what you said that the speakers understand the importance of the sustainable development for ports. I would like to talk about the two greatest global challenges: climate change and recovery from COVID. So this requires collective action and global cooperation. At the time, we understand that we have a role to play in this, and we are trying to find way to how to support this sustainability through the examination of social, environmental, and other indicators in a way that, apart from the widely accepted benefits of privatization, we can build the foundations of a competitive economy that respects the environment, creates pilot jobs, a cohesive society, and promotes green development and the targets of the European agreements. The utilization program of the TAIPED is responsible for about 20% of direct foreign investment in the country in areas such as transports, energy, and tourism. And we believe that we can catalytically help the country to achieve its targets for sustainable development and to boost the vision for a European society up until by 2050. I'd like to say that an important development in this direction is that for the first time in the updated program of the TAIPED, there are specific targets for the integration of the principles of sustainability with a view to attracting direct foreign investments to Greece. We believe that especially for ports, which, as you said, play a vital role, sustainable development and management is especially important so that these two poles grow in harmony and to mutual benefit. They play a vital role in combined transport and sea transport and in the local economies. They are very complex undertakings with a great environmental footprint impact. It's very important for the energy transition to be a national priority, and this is included in the strategic plan for Greece. And it requires great investments. And we all understand that it's a great challenge. On the other hand, it's a greatly important thing to happen. So, what the TAIPED has done, it's taken an initiative in collaboration with the European Central Bank for Recovery, and it's made Global Sustain, which is an assessment tool for infrastructure, including ports, like the 5 ports in Greece, to be able to evaluate their performance in specific indicators. This is one of the few cases where a privatization fund is including such operations, and it's the first public operation to have created its own rating tool, which can be used by other organizations as well. Our ultimate goal is to give this tool to ports so that the port authorities themselves can manage and measure their performance in these indicators. And it's very important to identify the challenges and opportunities they are faced with so that they can achieve sustainable development in view of climate change. So, in January 2021, we organized, together with the Greek Network for Financial Development and the University of Athens, a seminar for companies to show them how these criteria can affect their ability to produce results in the long term. So by 2050, we need to channel a lot of funds for sustainable development, and this requires radical replanning to integrate indicators showing that privatization and funding is moving in the right direction. And this is a large direct challenge for Greece to build this framework for the evaluation and monitoring and supervision of sustainable targets, such as taxonomy. And the TAIPED is heading in that direction. Thank you. I heard a lot about green ports, climate change, permanent quality jobs. I think all the Prime Minister talked about this recently as well, the challenge of green development, and yesterday from the Delta Falero. This is one priority for the government. But how easy is it through this complicated process to put this into practice? Yes, we're not talking only about green ports, but about smart green ports. So my two friends here, the two CEOs, raised a lot of interesting issues, Mrs. Challis as well. He talked about the port of Patras. We talk about smart green ports. Is it easy? No. It's always difficult in the beginning, but we do have the will to do it. We are trying to use and make the most of best practices applied from various parts of the world. And as you know, through the report for the Recovery Fund and the 14,000 pages of the plan it submitted, it impressed the European community. Yes, it was one of the most comprehensive plans of all European countries. There's a clear target. I believe that we are investing in being able to help this green transition of the country. And I believe that this challenge will bear financial results. We will manage to have financial development. And as I said, I believe that as part of our policy, of the policy we have designed, we have covered all these principles that we need to focus on regarding the operation of a modern port. As regards jobs, obviously the aim is to create other new quality jobs, but this can only happen through development and growth. There is no other process for this. So I believe that this entire operation, and I'd like to say I didn't hear much about that. Another important thing is going to be the digitalization of all procedures, and this also has environmental benefits. I think that ports will be boosted, and this will help the country's GDP, will help local economies, it will help local societies. And I'm saying this also as in my capacity as a person from Piraeus. So we understand at our ministry that one of the main pillars of the national policy by 2030 is to do away with the lines between the ports and the cities. They need to join hands, and when one community needs to boost the other, this is one of the main priorities that we're focusing on. I believe that I have to say that in the third bill of law submitted by the Ministry of Shipping for 2021, we created a unified digital platform for port communities. It's a port communities system as it's called. So we're making a lot of digital upgrades and reforms because the ministry was not very digitalized. And this offers a lot of help to port users because they can do things online like licensing for vessels, and these are important tools, very useful tools because they're upgrading the country's kudos and reducing red tape. And it actually helps combat corruption as well. So it increases the country's prestige. But there are many other things to be done. As the CEO of the Volos port said, he talked about all these problems, but we have to say that the exception that we passed in the last bill of law has to do with specific classes of vessels that don't need a ship surveyor to be able to dock. Okay, some people kind of objected to this, but we thought that the benefit is too big. Obviously, there's lots of things that that we've done and a lot of things that we need to do, but I think the time is on our side because we've been trying to do this through our effort. We want to see an interactive participation of others, and thus we draw the resources that we need to move on with the infrastructure projects that we need for our ports. So what I want to ask is, so in the end, why are ports of interest to foreign investors? Yes, they understand, they acknowledge the country's geostrategic position and in the core network of European transports. Greece has 5 main ports, but there are other ports, yes. So these ports have a geostrategically important role. Now, for example, for the port of Igoumenitsa, we're in the second stage of the tender, and this is, that's another challenge for the Taipei. Yes, we're in the challenge. We're in the process of tendering for the second stage, and then we've got Alexandroupoli and Kavala. We have great financial interests that want to invest in these ports. These ports would not have the opportunity to be able to support them and upgrade them and make such investments for the next day. I would say that privatization is not a bad thing. I am from Piraeus, and I'm really in favor of Piraeus. And this is what I want to say. And I really feel that we should do as much as we can. And we need to upgrade the infrastructure and to create as much revenue as we can for these organizations. Unfortunately, there are procedures where we have obstacles and we don't have the possibility to overcome these fast. But as regards the port of Patras, as Mr. Tony said, it just needs a small scale upgrade, but we have a collaboration with the Ministry of Infrastructure. I think Mr. Karamanlis, the minister, was here, and he said that they want to have the train here fast. Yes, we really need this. Yes, we need this for the port of Patras. Despite this, apart from this, we don't only rely on European resources and the Recovery Fund, but we also have the public investment plan of the Ministry of Shipping. And since we're in Patras, I'm going to talk about the construction. Sorry, I want to say about the Poseidon part. I think that the environmental impact study has been submitted by the project manager, and we're awaiting the procedure there. So we're approaching the end, but the public investment program of our ministry has approved the construction of the coastal zone of the port of Patras. So I'm going to end here. I think it's very important to have close collaboration between our organizations, because it's these organizations that have the problems. They have a first-hand picture of the problems and how they should be tackled and how they should be prioritized so that we can manage them and help them as much as we can. I just want to add, as regards the train, for us, this is the most important tool for the promotion of our ports. Yes, I know I'm from Ilia, but I have ties in Patras, and I hear a lot of people complaining. Yes, 28 years have passed, and still we don't have a train. By having a train in the port. We could collaborate greatly with the port of Piraeus. I mean, we're a complementary port to Piraeus. I agree, yes. Imagine if through the Adriatic, the cargo came from Patras and went to the rest of Europe. And it should be connected to the industrial area and to the Araxos airport and to Pyrgos. And that would bring growth and development. Another thing our board did recently, we signed a contract with a contractor for the hydroplanes. Yes, this has been a long running story. I signed it 6 or 7 months ago. Yes, and it's going to start in September. At the time, we have a network from Patras to Kerkera to Paxi. Yes, they're going to start in September. So the contractor has already signed an agreement with the region of the Ionian Islands to create other stations in Zakynthos, Kefalonia, Ithaca. So this would have a great potential for development. Yes. And the contractor wants essentially to add routes from Corfu to Brindisi. And there are biplanes that can land on sea and on land. And this would be very important, not only for the port, but for the city as well. I can't divide the port from the city. I believe that they are one entity. And I stress this every way that I can. The port has a social role, and this can be testified to with our collaboration with the Ministry of Civil Protection, where we built all these structures for the vaccination center in the port. And I believe, and I want to say that we've already submitted the design for infrastructure needed so that we can act as a Schengen port. And we need the infrastructure for that in the northern port of Patras. Talking about LNG, a few months ago, I signed an MOU between VEP and LESFA in order to finish with the studies on that and to find the financing tool for its construction. Yes, because it's always the financing tool that's important. Yes, obviously, we need to start from the financing tools so that we are not just building castles on the sand. But I'm happy to hear what Mr. Tsonis said and to congratulate him for the mega vaccination center, because COVID is here still. Yes, COVID is still with us, unfortunately, and for their collaboration and for their work at Patras. Yes, congratulations are due. Of course, the port authorities in Patras have human resources and they have the necessary means and machines to be able to do their job well. And there are great successes that they've achieved as regards also the port police and the work they've done there. They've caught illegal immigrants, drugs, counterfeit products. So we should recognize their great contribution, because recently we've been basically only talking about our war on COVID. Our war on illegal migration. But they've done a lot on development. There are many plans for Greece that the ports want to implement, and they go through services of the Ministry of Mercantile Shipping. So, and the port police is also a pillar of development, and many of the projects that the port authorities have designed go through that. So, yes, closing with this part, I'm very lucky because we've got an excellent collaboration with the port authorities here in Patras. And one of our aims, because it has an environmental footprint as well, the greater the delay in the embarkation and disembarkation of trucks from ships, the greater the environmental footprint. So we want to upgrade the safety of the port, which will help to decrease the time from weighing to control to the final boarding of the trucks. Mr. Menopoulos? Yes. A lot has been said about green ports and smart ports. And tomorrow is the World Environment Day. So I'm going to say with green, although the lady here is dressed in red. So at the Port of Piraeus, we follow environmental indicators. We take part in 14 European projects, most of which have to do with innovative technologies in respect of the environment, and we want robust development through respect for from the principles of sustainability. So one example is a very recently announced project, and I would like to thank Mr. Casavaras as the MP for Piraeus. Yes, you did it once again. So the port administration decided to convert part of the cruise section into a great green park, and this will be a pilot, an excellent park with a playground, and this shows how growth can favor society as well, and community. So we believe that through robust growth with respect for the environment and diffused to citizens, ports can play a central role in the coming decade in supporting the national economy. Yes, just one note on what Mr. Dimanopoulos said. I believe that in this period when synergies are what we're after, initiatives, and here we should understand that we should not compete with each other, or we should not try to con our investors, but we need to have separate roles and clear rules, and everyone should respect these. So I would like in turn to thank them, because I mean Costco was not contractually obliged to do this, so they decided to do it, and they're not obliged by their contract. And this sends a message to how large companies investing in Greece should act to be able to change the perception prevailing in Greek society. Mr. Christadonis, Mr. Desmenopoulos talked about sustainability. Could you say what has the TAIPED done for promoting sustainability in ports? So, okay, I'm not going to ask anything else about privatizations and all that, just that. Yes, let's just stay here. First of all, I would like to thank the CEOs of the Patras and Volos ports for helping us in everything we've done. The TAIPED is completing its study for 8 out of 10 ports. Thank you for all the information you provided to us. It's important that when this rating is completed, it can form the basis for a roadmap for how ports will reach sustainability. I should say that it's also dictated by the European Union of Ports to achieve the European agreement targets, because each European port should have a roadmap towards sustainable development. So this should have specific targets on how it will manage this. The Thai path when drafting the master plan for the ports actually defines the development identity of each port, and from henceforth the Thai path includes in the strategic studies of the master plans an evaluation of how much these plans are compatible with the national plan for the economy. So another target is for this rating of the Thai path to be used on a national level, not only to evaluate the impact from the port operation, but also, and here we've made some first contacts with the Ministry of Finance, and I'd like to talk with your ministry as well, dear Minister. And Greece could play a leading role in developing a benchmark system for the performance of ports on a European level. We don't have such a thing at the moment. We have something similar only for the environmental performance of ports. So I would be very happy if we could arrange to proceed with this. Thank you. Mr. Katsafagos? Yes, okay. I like her proposal. Okay. So, as a journalist, I want to get some news. So, what's the state of privatization in 3 ports? Alexandroupoli, Kavala, Alexandroupoli. Yes, we're in the second stage. In Alexandroupoli and Kavala, we're in the second stage of binding offers. I told you about the port of Igoumenitsa because to see how important, what great interest it is in that. As regards the port of Alexandroupoli, great effort is made to include it in the extended European transport network, not in the core transport network like the port of Patras. For the port of Cavalas, we're in the second tender phase as regards the storage area for LPG from South Kavala, and this is stored in a specific area. But Greece, with this kind of initiative, is becoming an energy hub, because this kind of safeguards our energy supply, not only for Greece, but for the broader area. So we're moving ahead with this. These tenders are being supervised by the Thai path. We're here, we collaborate with them, and I believe that very soon we will have news on that front. Yes, that's good, because they do contribute a lot to our country's performance, and especially the port of Piraeus as well. Yes, it's important that now we have a cohesive port policy. We don't see every port separately, and that's why we have this comprehensive national policy. We understand the central role of ports in commerce and in global, in the global economy and in the national domestic product. And through these procedures, we want to create the conditions for their further development. Okay, I know. What's important is what everyone said, that ports are an integral part of society, of communities. All ports are going to be upgraded through all these initiatives of the ministry and the recovery fund. We're talking about green, smart ports. That's what we want. So I hope to see you soon again and to see what you've done thus far. And hopefully at next year's conference, we will be discussing the results you managed. So we're actually gone beyond our time. So thank you very much to all our speakers. And thank you, Mrs. Casadoni. Thank you very much, Socrates Anagnostou. Thank you to Mr. Tonis, and of course thank you to Mr. Zemenopoulos from Olpam. Thank you very much. It was great. Hope to see you next year to see what will have happened by then. Thank you.